Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm having a lovely, wonderful time on the internet. How about you? How are you? Hey everybody, hi. I'm totally normal Irene today. Nothing weird happening, nothing bad. Everything is good. Everything is completely good, and what the fuck? Okay, everything is fucked. Let's be real, everything is fucked up and just ridiculous. Including this thumbnail. This is a completely ridiculous thumbnail. Look at this. Logan Paul. Am I going to talk about Logan Paul tonight? No, probably not. We're going to talk about, I don't know, chat. I don't know. You tell me, what the fuck do you want me to talk about, right? Because, like, I thought, like, people wanted to talk about the debate from the other night, but I've gotten, like, so much shit just for talking to someone. And now I want to talk to the other person. I'm like, all right, let me just talk to both parties. And I can't fucking win. I can't fucking win, okay? Like, I don't want to be part of your weird conflict, okay? Got it? Yeah, thanks. And honestly, like, anybody who burns bridges with me right now, don't expect to get that back. Okay, there we go. Drama stream. Drama stream engaged. That's right. It's a fucking drama stream, okay? For several reasons. For several reasons. As I told you yesterday, I watched a violent fucking Nazgul with some sort of club that he was like pointing like a pool cue at the fucking camera, like say fucked up shit about me, how like I'm like a whole nother kind of marginalized like group because I'm cringe and ugly, and something about like my fashion sense. I think he thinks that this means that I like to get tied up. Haas, is that what you're thinking of? Are you thinking of tying me up, you sick fuck? What's wrong with you? The problem is you repressed piece of shit. Hey, look, I've never done a drama stream on YouTube before. This is what it's like. I fucking blow people up and I'm pissed. This is like a venting thing, okay? So get ready for this. Also, I don't think I have the actual chat on screen because it's not moving. And I took that at first to mean that like, oh, guess nobody's watching. No, people are fucking watching this. I know you're watching. You're always watching. Everybody wants to watch a good drama stream, right? Everybody wants to watch a train wreck explode in the middle of the night. Well, that's what you're gonna get tonight. That's what you came for. Lightning strikes and everybody's watching her. Okay, anyway, chat. What? What, piss baby? What? How dare you say what on my stream? What the fuck? What the actual fuck, piss baby? You think you can come onto my stream and type in what? Capital letters? That is so utterly disrespectful. I can't believe that you would come in here with that kind of contempt and just... Seriously. What? Yeah, what? Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get your chat on screen, actually, right now. Yeah. Probably gonna want to have chat on screen, I would say. Also, chat, I feel like I sound like I'm in a tin can. I don't know if it's like my, I swear to God, I think I EQ'd things wrong or something. I guess I can only fix one thing at a time. So, is that right? Is that a rule of physics? Fucking hate physics. Physics, seriously, you suck. You're the worst science out there. And you fuck me over constantly, physics. What the fuck? Why am I always tripping over things? Why do things fall off tables? Is it like I'm a cat and so therefore I must knock things off tables? I don't know. Okay, what is even going on with this chat? Come on. Can we have some fucking... There, is it up? Is it up? It's up. Okay, cool. We've got cats and coffee, cats and coffee, cats and coffee, and white boys. We've got white boys. We've got Alf. We've got drama. We got Has. We got Vosh. We've got way too much shit. Way too much fucking shit. Oh, but we got tea, so that's gonna get spilled. Meow. Meow. Oh, hey. Oh my god. Just a second.
This is how the Promised Neverland season 2 handles its main.
That's not right. Chat. What the fuck? Everything. Seriously, everything. Oh, my channel, yes. There we go, the White Boy Summer. That's where we're at.
This is how
Having a completely nice, normal White Boy Summer. Just like, So I think we're going to start with Has. Has has been having an interesting one. And lately, he's been having an interesting one about me. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll do Has, and then, yeah. Hey, Sondsol, if you're out there, just get at me on Discord, and I'll talk. We're gonna talk to Sondsol tonight, yeah, a friend of the infrared VOD, actually. Big friend of infrared. Like, if I can find it, oh my god. You know, I used to bitch about, like, nobody ever, like, posting shit in my Discord and it being dead all the time, and now it's, like, the opposite. It's like, I can't find something because, like, people have posted, like, 80 million things by the time I, like, look for it again. Especially if it got put in voice chat. Like, that's the worst. Oh, here it is. We got it, chat. Yay. Okay. Oh, hey, also, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this violent fuckwad. Oh, you can't see him, can you? Let's switch the window. It's probably better that you can't see him. I don't want to see him either, chat. Why do I have to deal with this? I was talking about this shit with Vosh in my Discord today with the mods, and everyone's like so excited about it. Like, yeah, you're gonna talk to Vosh, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not the one who has to talk to Vosh. Like, wanted to talk to Vosh in different circumstances than this, but I don't suppose that would actually happen, would it? There we go. There's our friend. There's our buddy. Look at this, clean shaven. Clean shaven. And if you notice something about the clean shaven Haas, we start to see maybe why he was growing that beard in the first place, because he has what I would like call like younger brother face syndrome, where there's just like something about his face that's always going to look like the kid brother. And I don't know, maybe that was, you know, maybe that affected how his personality developed. Maybe that had some effect. All right, here we go. So this is really fun, chat. And like, imagine, okay, look, like this is gonna be fun for you. This is gonna be exciting. But just imagine if it was you that he was talking about. Okay, have a little compassion. I'm actually a real person. Maybe, I don't know. I might also be an algorithm, chat. We haven't figured that out, but I might be a real person. And on the off chance that I am actually a real person, like you should be like, you should feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me, chat. Feel sorry for me. I have to deal with tough stuff. Scary stuff. But let me like fuck with the filter a little bit. Okay, I swear to God. Let's see. EQ off. Testing. Do I sound better, chat? Does that sound better? I feel like it does. Is that an improvement? Did I just improve the test? Did I just improve the quality of the sound? Yes, that sound is better. Okay, well that proves that I suck as an audio engineer, and I'm glad I didn't pursue that career, because like I can't fucking EQ a vocal. Apparently. Anyway, there's our dude, and like, you know, I mean, it would be cool if this was just like a video game, or this was like a movie or something like this. No, this is real life. This dude is really like fucking losing it over me. Okay, let's watch, because, you know, hey, see, now I'm platforming you, Haas. Like, there's a theory that maybe Haas being upset at me in particular might have something to do with the fact that I was like pulling more views than him, you know, a few nights ago. And maybe that's a new thing. You know, he's gone down, I've gone up. You know, there's a little, like, I'm talking to Vosh and Destiny. He's kind of like yesterday's news. He's like off the menu. I don't know. Chat, this might be a little bit of jealousy. I can't tell for sure. Does he seem like a jealous guy, do you think?
Dude, who's that girl that talks all that shit about us on Twitch?
Who is that girl? Okay.
She like always talks shit about us.
What's her name, chat? Watch this.
Recently she called us Nazis. No, not Bullet. Not Bullets,
okay.
She's a political streamer.
She's a political streamer. Who could that be?
She's a political streamer.
Ezra, who is it? Who is this chick?
Venoms.
Who's that girl?
It's like you guys are always no comment. Yeah, it's no comment. She's
is
like,
it no?
Someone sent a clip in the Discord. She was like, what did she say? Let me see. Let me actually see. She was like, Haas likes Nick Land and Dugan. It probably means he's a Nazi. And then what was
well, I mean, the funny thing is, like, I did say that you like Land and Dugan. I didn't say it means you're a Nazi. But you seem to say that an awful lot, Haas. You seem to say that an awful lot. Oh my God, what is going on in his chat? What is fucking going on in his chat? I'm like reading this. Oh God, there's somebody in his chat that's like saying, is it a girl or a quote unquote girl? Okay, so yeah, like as we all know, like Haas is, you know, a very, much a trans ally, you know, very pro trans. He doesn't like degeneracy and stuff, but he likes like good, respectable trans people who follow like definitive, like, you know, gender roles and presentation, and you know what I mean. He's basically a trans med. Okay, so this trans med guy, no, actually, I mean, come on, let's be real. Like how like. How skin deep is his supposed support of like the trans community? It's a front. He's well, anyway, we'll find out. Let's find that clip that he was talking about though. That clip of that no comment girl, that no comment lady, that no comment femoid. What did that femoid say though? Let's type her in. Okay, no comment. Okay.
I think in terms of
What
how
is
I
that?
noticed.
No, I don't know. Thank you. It's Amy C3, friend of the VOD. I'm trying to do, what? Can I not look at my own clips? Oh my God, chat, I never use the actual site. How does this work? Is it in videos? It's under videos, right? This is so different than, in, like, phone thingy. There's debate has likes right-wing concepts. Whoa! There's a lot of has stuff. Look at that. There's 3 fucking has clips.
back.
I don't know. Maybe the Dugan memes. That might give
to
you
be
a clue.
critical of like the
If
military
you knew
or whatever,
who
but
Nick
like,
Land was
did he do
and
that
how much
dumb
they
thing
like
where he's
talking about Nick
China
Land,
only has 3
if you knew
bases
how
around
much
the world, and
that,
the United
like,
States
Haas
has 600 military. Oh well, China
has
has
never
one
met
ongoing genocide, and
a
to my
right-wing
knowledge,
concept
right
that
now,
he does not
America
love,
is not committing
apparently.
any.
So I called you a right-winger, Haas. That's a little different than calling you a Nazi. You're the one who called yourself a Nazi. But hey, if the fucking jackboot fits...
Ongoing genocide.
Yeah,
like,
I'd say there's a little bit of that going on.
Well, actually, well, this is a genocide.
Potentially.
No, yeah, I mean, like, it
Lance
was a really, really
is,
stupid comparison for him to try
one
to
half
say
of the
that Chinese
serfs.
shit. That was so cringe. These motherfuckers.
Okay, so there's one. And I'm pretty sure these are, like, I should have checked on the name of that. I'm pretty sure it's a Haas shrimp posting that.
American politics emerged after the Obama.
I would love to talk. Haas, if you ever want to talk, we're going to talk about this stuff right here. We're going to pick up where you left off right here, because I would love to see what else you have to say about the modern progressive movement. Yeah, this is a shrimp. And, you know, your opinions of those. Of, this is, you know, whether you think this is a shrimp right here. You know, certain things are fundamentally liberal values, or whether you think that they have a place in modern communist state.
Era that was centered around.
Okay, so that was really diplomatic, considering who the fuck I'm talking to. Okay.
I think Stalin was one of the most exemplary individuals, not only in the history.
Okay, so this is not a shrimp.
How do you feel about
in the history
Are
of
you
mankind?
listening?
I think Stalin was the.
Do I have to do all your research for you? Are you
How do you
fucking
feel about
listening?
trans people?
Okay, now he's
transgender people.
Because he would have murdered.
He's gonna play nice.
I don't think Stalin would have murdered you, Taryn.
Well, then why did he murder so many trans people?
Did he murder so many trans people? I'm not familiar with that.
Really?
Oh wait, shit.
No.
What am I?
Wow.
Oh, good. There it is. Okay, so it's actually kind of working there. So yeah, this is what that no comment lady said about Haas recently. I mean, it's not my most popular clip. Wait, what is the most popular clip right now? What is this?
I don't think that anybody should be forced to have like a cheeseburger that has fucking mayonnaise on it, because mayonnaise is
Oh,
disgusting.
shit.
But I'm not gonna have that fight in front of a bunch of starving people that have nothing to eat, right? Like you pick your battles.
Further clarification from the viewer, I come from a family that earns below the poverty wage. I don't want to earn $500,000. I just want to pursue research without going into $500,000 in debt.
I don't care. Like he's going for
I mean, you might want to find out what his research is before you say you don't care.
a job that's gonna make
What
him
if
like.
his research is going into finding a better mayo, Destiny? Did you ever think of that? What if his research is literally improving the quality of our mayonnaise, Destiny? You could have better mayonnaise. You could quit complaining about mayonnaise all day like a fucking boomer if you just let the man do his research. God damn it. Okay, well, that was a pretty good clip right there. That's a pretty good meme. Okay, so anyway, this no comment chick, she's going through, she's talking shit. What? Tell us more, Haas.
What she's saying, she was like, "Oh, Haas, I'm interested to know what your views on cultural politics are, Haas, and I want to corner you when you say some shit so I can."
I said anything but that I wanted to corner you. I mean, you deserve to be fucking cornered. You deserve to be pinned down. You are a weaselly little liar, sir, okay? And you deserve to be fucking deconstructed in front of a live studio audience, Haas, but you're not gonna get that. You know, like that kind of karma is not in the cards, okay? But yeah, no, I would like you to answer a few questions. Pin down Uwu. Oh my god. No, let's not Uwu around Haas. He thinks, like, look, we're gonna get into this. But I just want to make it really clear. Because he likes to throw accusations of sex pestery around, and I don't even know what it's about, but I've heard him call multiple people, like, you know, sex pests or something. And then he said something about that, like, the things that I wear are like that I'm wearing my sexuality on the outside, and it's like a thing that it's like that dressing like this in some way violates his consent. So Haas, don't worry, I find you vile and repulsive. Okay. And it has nothing to do with the way you look. It has to do with what's in your dark little heart, Haas. It has to do with that right there, okay? So just so you know that, just so we're really clear, and nobody thirst over Haas in chat, or else he'll call you a sex pest, because that is the kind of weird fucking champ that he is. That, like, if he gets, like, turned on by what somebody's wearing or something like that, that he, like, all of a sudden it's on them. That's fucking creepy behavior. And luckily, Steven finally distanced himself from Haas, finally said, you know, platforming this guy is not a good idea. I don't know if he watched my stuff. I don't know if he's aware of my opinions about that. But yeah, Steven has realized his mistake in just like kind of bringing him on and, you know, playing now he wants to play pleady face with Mel instead. So that's good, Steven. Actually, I think that Mel, like, whatever you think about, you know, and I've been blown, this is the other thing that I've gotten blown up about today, is like everybody thinks that, like, you know, everybody it's not Vosh, though. I fucking talked to Vosh, and Vosh is 100% fine with me. Vosh does not have a problem with me. Vosh does not think that I'm, like, shitting on him. Vosh does not think that I'm a fucking genocide apologist, okay? It's his fucking stands. It's those pathetic little pieces of shit. Those foul little VGG rejects that fucking want to come on and, like, tell me that I'm fucking, like, just because I didn't fucking, like, you know, put Mel's, like, face in the ground on stream, that, like, I'm somehow, you know, whatever they're saying about her. And, like, I told you what I think about her. She's really skeptical about the data that we have from Jiangxing province. Like, and I think it's naive of her. I think that there's a lot there. I've gone on record as saying that. Like, I'm not somebody who's, like, you know, on the fence as far as, like, you know, what's going on with the Uyghurs, right? But somehow, dude, there's some fucking stands out there that if I don't 100% fall in line with their daddy, who doesn't give a fuck about me, honestly, Vosh could give a fuck. Vosh, you know, Vosh is not, like, my problem. It's the fucking little Vosh juniors out there that I have absolutely fucking no patience for.
Black, you know, like some dumb fucking bullshit. Let me give PSA announcement. Out of all those marginalized identities, let me tell you something. Out of all those marginalized identities, the real one that they're trying to defend is not included. It's a hidden one.
Are you ready for this, chat? Spicy take incoming. Should we put this on screen? I think I have a spicy take in here somewhere. Wait, I might have to go over here to get it. Oh, wow. Where's my spicy take? It's somewhere. Oh, wait, it's like, No, that's Valve. That's not spicy take. Okay. Okay, here we go. Get ready. Get ready, chat. Get ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for Haz's spicy take? It's coming. Who's the real marginalized group that's hiding behind all the other marginalized groups, Haz?
Assumed one. Ready? It's the cringe one. Let me tell you something.
The cringe. So cringe as a marginalized group. Wait a minute. Who's telling me about cringe? Who's talking about cringe? Is it baby Huey over here telling me about fucking cringe? Hey, guess what, Haz? We're on YouTube. So I can call you what you are, and I can talk about your community as what they are, which is a bunch of fucking incels. You got big incel energy, okay, dude? Big creep energy. Big just like, you know, you are a gomer, I think is the right word for it.
There's nothing about being gay that makes it necessary to look like a fucking weirdo and idiot. There's nothing about being transgender that necessitates you to look like the Chaz mugshot freakazoids. There's
Okay, let's see what he's talking about. Chaz mugshots. I actually haven't seen these. But wait, I'm a little confused. Chaz mugshots. Who talks about Chaz mugshots? Look. Okay, so that's the first. Oh my god, you know what? No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Forget that. Oh my god. No context chick is in chat. I hope she doesn't clip me. So sorry, the other VGG folks are giving you flack. It's not all of them. I shouldn't even. I hate it. Like, I don't know. Like when a bunch of people that are fucking with you come from a community, you tend to start thinking bad things about the community. I obviously know that VGG is like a large place and it's ideologically diverse, just like we are. We have a lot of different views. We have a lot of different viewpoints. We don't have any fucking Nazbuls in our community. We don't have any Hazes in our community. But we do, you know, have people that are against Mel or against me platforming Mel. We have people that are, you know, we're on RGR's side and the RGR Demon Mama side. Obviously, a lot of people who are on Demon Mama's side. Like, we don't, like, ideologically test are like members, right? There's no like, you know, you have to like sign on to like these particular beliefs in order to like, you know, be part of my community, right? It's anyway, thank you.
nothing about being any marginalized type of identity that makes it necessary to be a cringy leftist fucking weirdo freak. There's nothing.
Cringy leftist fucking weirdo freak. Okay, so like leftist, that's like a pejorative to you? What did you say your ideology was again, Haz? Well, listen, like the story is Mel and Vosh, so if you want me to cover the story, I kind of have to cover, you know, whoever I can get access to. And, you know, if I'm talking to somebody, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're buddy-buddy. It means that, like, I talk and they say things and you find that interesting. Maybe you find that interesting because you like what they say. Maybe you find that interesting because you hard dislike what they say. But they're going to say it to me because they feel comfortable talking to me. And that's, like, something that I have to maintain. That's you know, kind of a way that I have to be. I have to, you know, be somebody that Mel can talk to and somebody that Vosh can talk to. And then all the fucking Mel people are going to hate me because I can talk to Vosh, and all the Vosh people are going to hate me because I talk to Mel. But in the end, you get the story. So, like, I mean, I hope it's appreciated on some level.
About those, okay? PSA, no more blackmail. They're hiding behind all the marginalized groups to justify.
What is PSA no more blackmail? Okay, so PSA, this is a public service announcement, no more blackmail. Is that, like, okay, here's the deal. With most leftists, I wouldn't, like, run that through the, like, scanner for, is that a dog whistle? But holy fucking shit, I do have to check that sort of thing with this guy. Like, I'm telling you, like, he calls himself a leftist. But this motherfucker is as chuddy as any MAGA out there. He is a straight up
by their antisocial fringe weirdo position.
Antisocial fringe weirdo positions. This motherfucker wants to take us back to the 1950s.
Fuck furries.
Here we go. Here we go. Now, Haz, like, nobody's asking you to, like, put on a fursuit. I mean, I'm sure somebody is asking. Probably people in your Discord are asking you to put on a fursuit, but that's different. We'll ignore that. Actually, you go on VR chat. Wait a minute. Fuck furries? Do you remember, like, okay, so does chat remember another video that I covered that was Haz going into VR chat to talk with some very svelte cat boys about Lysenkoism? And I got the feeling that that was not the first time that Haz had been to VR chat. fuck furries? Really, Haas? Tell me more.
And sex pest weirdos and the weirdo sex positive type people who are like, you know, advertising.
Putting it in, like, did you hear that? Okay, so sex pests, yes, definitely fuck sex pests. People who get weird in your DMs, fuck them, okay? You know, yeah, people that are, you know, like creeping on you in your, yeah, I mean, like, that's what a sex pest is somebody that, like, you know, you're like not interested and they're like, are you sure you're not interested? You know what I mean? Like, that's what that means, right? That's the word for it. And we differentiate it from somebody that's like, you know, doing, you know, a more aggressive like sex crime, in that it didn't used to get called out. It was just like, okay, well, that was annoying, I had to kind of like, you know, but now we actually have a name for that, and we're like, yeah, that's being a sex pest, and it's not considered cool. I don't know if he's talking about Vosh's old thing, but I'm not exactly attached at the hip with Vosh, if you haven't noticed. So I don't know why you would bring that up. But then he says like sex positive, and just like, so what do we got here? We got a fucking transmed swerf Nazbol gorilla with a younger brother face that he should probably hide behind that beard that he was growing before if he doesn't want to look like such a beta.
How all the orgies and weird ugly shit that
Can I get some betas in chat?
they do that's disgusting.
The orgies and ugly shit they do. Holy shit, this dude is super repressed. Like, this guy is like really, okay, this is the weirdest thing about Haas, is how like profoundly sex negative this dude is, how like scared of sex. And that's what I'm talking about, the incel shit, you know? And then like blaming like somebody that like, you know, might be attractive to them or might have caught their eye in some way, or like, you know, oh yeah, man, I don't like that stuff, that keep that away from me. It reminds me of the guys that are like, have you ever heard this, like where like dudes will say stuff like that they're okay with gays as long as they don't bring it to them? This is that kind of energy. This is that same fucking oh no, I'm not homophobic energy. Yeah, sure, Haas, sure, let's tell us more, okay?
It makes me sick to my stomach. Keep it private. You don't gotta put it all out there. And let me
It makes you sick to your stomach. Haas, that's like literally a transphobic trope. Are we going into Ace Ventura Pet Detective territory here? What the fuck, dude?
be mean. It's time to be mean. Ready?
No, it's time to be mean. Okay, look. Anybody who's in Haas's community, you're in a fucking cult. If you need to come to my Discord and talk to some people who care about you more than just what they can use you towards their ideological fucked up ends, then come on over. Get the fuck out of this sinking ship. This dude is fucking going down, okay? This is a cult. This is bullshit. This motherfucker is tricking you into thinking something is leftism that could not be further to the right. Fuck him and fuck his lies. Set yourself free. Be your own person. Don't let this motherfucking fake Chad dominate you, okay? Sorry, but you wanted to get mean. Do you want to fuck with me, Haas? Do you want to play? Do you want to flock around and find out? Let's see how that works out for you.
99% of the time, the people who are obsessed with sexual politics and cultural politics and where
Yo, if there's anybody here that I'm seeing that's obsessed with sex, it's this guy.
this really disgusting and grotesque private life on their sleeve.
Confirmed. Haas has thought about me tied up with that. That's what he thinks this means. Is like, I mean, it probably came from fetish culture. It probably came from fucking. But you know what, Haas? It's a style now, because we don't think, like, we don't look down at people with fetishes. We don't look down at kink. We don't look down. In fact, I kind of look up at that stuff. Like, I wish I was a little bit less vanilla than I was. I'm actually pretty fucking boring in bed, Haas. But you wouldn't fucking know that, because you think that anybody that's not a fucking weird ass like fucking incel is some kind of sexual deviant degenerate monster for you to like fear and secretly probably rub one out to. Jesus Christ, what a fucking creep this guy is. This guy is unbelievable.
It's a cope.
And like, here's the thing: when I first saw, just like the rest of you, I saw this dude first like posted on a Vaush video, and it was just kind of this whole, you know, super cringe thing of like, you know, this like arrogant little prick, you know, trying to bully Vosh around. It was hilarious, right? But it also kind of made him look like a cuddly, like funny, like, you know, kind of meme machine, right? And you know, he's definitely a lol cow, but he's really dangerous and he's really bad. And his ideas are bad, and his heart is really bad. And he's doing bad things to the poor people that don't have any place better to go than his shit community.
Just like incels, it's not because you're gay, it's not because you're LGBT.
Just like incels, yeah, tell me about it. You know, that you're my fucking resident expert on incels here, Haas.
It's not because you're disabled, whatever the hell else identity. It's because you're fucking ugly. You're literally just ugly.
I could see your pores when you were saying that. I hope you know. Do you know what an own that is? Do you know, like, this dude's like the, well, hey, this is the guy that made up the insult fellow cuckler for fellow traveler when he was debating that guy. Do you realize that when you call somebody as an insult fellow cuck, you're also calling yourself a cuck? Well, Haas managed to do that. You know, that's his thing, the cell phone. That is his area of expertise. That is the man's wheelhouse.
Or cowardly.
Look at his chucklehead. Look, what schmuckle? Is he smuggling? No, that's not quite smuggling. He's just chuckle. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, dude, but
I'm sorry. That chuckling's probably an immutable characteristic. Haas, I shouldn't make fun of your immutable characteristics. You know, especially given how immutable they seem to be.
no, like these are people who are physically ugly, you know? And you can't hide behind marginalized identities to fucking, you know what I'm talking about?
But Haas, you're just straight up nasty. Like, and not just physically either.
Yeah. I have
Like,
personal experience with
did you
people
see-
like that.
Oh, do you have personal experience, Ezra? I'm gonna have to put myself down for doubting that, Ezra. In fact, I doubt that you got any personal experience at all. I would put money on the fact that you get all your experience vicariously through big, you know, through guys like Haas.
Ezra, did you see the fucking Chaz mugshot?
Yeah, I think I see a little bit of it. You covered this, right?
Yeah.
See, I wanted to show you, I wanted to look at what he's talking about, and I'm like, I kind of like looked a little, like we looked for a second, right? And it was just people that were like vaguely, like, I don't know, more urban, like look more like college students, like they might have blue hair. This shit really fucks with him. It really fucks with him. That people are able to be different. Like, he wants a world where everyone's hammered into like a little uniform of like, this is what a person's supposed to dress like, a normal person dress like, and anybody else is a degenerate. You gotta dress like this. Don't wear your sexuality on your sleeve. Everybody pull up your pants. And like, this is like the worst, dumbest kind of respectability politics there fucking is.
I covered it on stream. I showed it on stream.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like what?
It's almost...
Okay, what marginalized identity does that cover?
Also, like, I was gonna point this out, but the people that are like laughing at the Chaz, you know, protesters, the Chaz mugshots, they're right wingers.
It's almost too true to stereotypes that somehow I doubt its authenticity for a second. Like, it's all the the negative stereotypes about leftists in general. All of them are up there.
They're trying to say, if you make fun of them and you reject that way of life and that whole aesthetic and that way of being a human being, that
I mean, it's a pretty good chance you're a chud. Like, not 100% correspondence, right? But it's a pretty good chance.
that means you must
That it's like you're actually insecure about your own looks, and you're actually insecure about your own sense of style or lack thereof. You know, the fact that you don't really know enough to be anything other than a normie. But hey, look, I'm not gonna shit on that, okay? Because I've been on both sides of that, and I know it doesn't really matter, okay? Like, style, you know, like fashion, whatever. It actually doesn't matter. Like, you know, there's a lot deeper stuff than what you wear. But the fact that you're so obsessed with this kind of shows you for what you are. Not just somebody that doesn't have, like, any real affinity for lefties or left causes, but somebody who's fundamentally right-wing and trying to ship a thesis your way into the left. And it's pathetic too. It's like Ben Shapiro shit. It's like, hello fellow leftist, but you know, like, you're not.
gay people. Listen, guys, I know gay people. I've known gay people who are very well kept. They're well
Do you know Dave Rubin? Are you talking about Dave Rubin here, bro? What are you talking about?
dressed. They're
Blair White, Dave Rubin,
clean.
Calvin Guerra. These are your kind of gays.
They look normal. They have style. They're stylish.
They hate their own. They hate their own identity.
You know what I mean? Like,
They throw other people under the bus.
they're trying to hide behind shit. You know, they're trying to make shit up. And also, there's transgender people who look normal. They look just like normal people, you know? They don't look like they...
Trans people? Haas doesn't hate you. He just wants you to assimilate.
They just got out of a dumpster. It's not about whether it being LGBT or not. It's about... It has nothing to do with it. Honestly, it doesn't.
It doesn't even have anything to do with sex, like actual, like sexuality, really, because
Yeah.
you know these are not erotic.
Like, I don't want to hear about a dumpster from a guy who's afraid to point his camera, like, slightly down. Because I get the feeling that if we were to see, like, the ground level of Haas's stream, we might see who lives in a dumpster.
Sex. These are not meant to be. That's meant something meant to establish. Like,
Bread tubers are all weirdos, says Jimmy 100 Salami. Totally normal dude, Jimmy 100 Salami, sitting in front of his computer in the middle of the day watching Haas.
genuine intimacy, right? And there's this panic over declining rates of sexual activity over the past 10 years or so. But regardless, you know, you don't have to have sex, but it's such so fake and all the color.
Oh my god, this is such an interesting chat here.
All the,
Ezra, you don't need to embarrass yourself anymore.
Fury, you know,
Yeah, like, oh, I
it's
know
like
all
watching
about
going
sex,
to
actually.
Disney theme park. It's like that. It's closer to that than, you know, sexuality.
It's genuinely frightening. It's genuinely frightening, you know? It's genuinely just disturbing, you know?
Is it as scary as, like, a community full of incels? 'Cause otherwise, I don't think you should be calling anyone
reminds me
else
of the
scary.
style of the Marvel movies with all the colors, all the sound, all the bombast, all the things that they
Wait,
show off.
did I just get out of a dumpster, or do I look like I'm in a Marvel movie? Which one is it?
Erotic and sexual relationship in Marvel movies.
So I look like a superhero that just crawled out of a dumpster? Which...
Didn't even include a spoon.
What did you get?
I'll show you, hold on. It needs a spoon, though. They didn't even include one. What is up with that? Oh, they did. Look at this. It's fruit. It's granola and fruit and something called acai.
Looks pretty good, Haas. Looks
Okay.
pretty
Oh, I see.
good. I'm glad you're eating well.
Sorry, I just got a really quick.
Do you think this guy's a gym cell? He kind of vibes like a gym cell. Seriously, he's eating big acai bowl. This is a gym cell. I know my gym cells. Like, chat, I used to be a personal trainer. I know guys like this.
This is not veganism, guys. This is dessert. I just had a fucking bloodbath of 100% Michigan grass beef and tuna.
And tuna? Who the fuck was it? Is that normal, chat? Is this what a normal person eats? Okay, maybe it is. I don't know, chat. I'm not normal.
Okay.
I'm not normal at all.
You have milk in ice cream, right? Like
In
you
this
have to
right
have
here?
milk. I think in general, isn't it? You need milk.
You have to have milk in your... Yeah, that's true. It's not ice cream without milk.
Real ice cream needs milk. But ice cream is so bad for you. Like, I went to Meijer, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like a tub of ice cream.
It does actually look pretty good, unironically, Has.
In the smallest
Look, don't say I never gave you a compliment. You look like you eat... Your dessert's pretty healthy. Although, like, look... Did you hear how that's denial? Okay, look at this. Look at this.
I don't know why, like, it's so weird, like, food, you know.
He's so insecure that he can't just take the compliment of, like, you eat a good diet. You eat really clean. He's got to say, oh no, I was just having a bloody steak and a tuna and all this. Like, it's just like, this dude is just like, the way that Trump wraps himself in the American flag, this dude wraps himself in toxic masculinity, and it's a disguise. It's a way of hiding. It's a protection, you know. It's because he's insecure.
America, because whenever I go back to China, I feel like I actually eat more, because obviously I'm biased, but I tend to like Chinese food much better. But I eat more, but I lose weight while eating more in China for some reason.
I do not doubt that at all.
Oh, Haz, don't bump your camera too
Do
much.
you eat a lot of fried food in China?
Sometimes, but like it's not something where I don't eat.
Okay, well, chat, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna skip the Haas mukbang and try to find... Oh no, does he watch Thought Slime? He watches Thought Slime. Is that what this is? Is he watching Thought Slime here?
Godzilla v Kong review.
God, wait.
Alright, the IGN has a review. Let's check it out. What?
Oh no, fuck you, dude. No, you're gonna get us yeeted off of YouTube. We can't watch that. That's the one thing that we will get. Wait, what does he do with Caitlyn Bennett? Oh my god. Wait, where that's Thought Slime, right? Or is it not? So I guess this is like what Haas has done in response to his flagging numbers, is he's including more pop culture shit. The thing is, like, nobody wants to see pop culture from a fucking tanky that looks at it all and calls it degeneracy. Like, nobody fucking wants to see that. Okay, what is he? He's gonna watch Gun Girl.
Subway Rat says, I will never take criticism from someone who...
And chat, I'm gonna be surprised if he doesn't like... Caitlyn Bennett, would you though, Haz? I'm gonna be surprised if he has anything bad to say about Gun Girl.
Who calls themselves a subway rat, by the way. Republican women are so easy to
Imagine replying to this tweet.
control. That's so funny coming from the people that are controlled by whatever they see on TikTok and TV. If it became trendy to respect traditional gender roles, you do it. But the sad thing here is that liberals don't know what love is. So they think the only possible reason I'd cook food is because I'm being controlled, and not because I simply love my husband. LOL. You know what makes me feel empowered? Having a wet...
So he's laughing at somebody for like replying to Caitlyn Bennett's like
and being able to have access to safe, reproductive health while also being an amazing cook and loving every second of nurturing my partner. So take a seat, honey. Get you a girl who does both. So let me get this straight. Having sex makes you feel empowered, but you refuse to respect what your body does as a result of having sex. This is why so many people fail.
What? Wait, what is she saying? She's like, so you, so because you don't want to have a baby, it's hypocritical? I don't understand.
Fail to even find a spouse, let alone have a successful marriage, because their relationship
Look, he just doesn't get Gun Girl.
is for pleasure and not for loving and supporting one another. And that's why they're so mad at this
Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah, no, Thought Slime does not debate him. Like, he just keeps on watching. He wants Thought Slime to debate him, but like, yeah, no, it's not gonna happen.
photo, because I have something that they don't. Love. Am I reading this right? Empowered women only get abortions and sing WAP? What? Enjoy staying single for life, I guess, Maddie. I don't know what man would love being around a woman who only enjoys spreading her legs and that's all she has to her, but you get it, girl. You get it. Broke single dad says, no one wants your unseasoned chicken. First of all, you're a broke single dad. I do not take criticism from broke single dads. I just have to point
What's the like-dislike ratio? Damn, dude. Take the L. Lefties gotta take the libs, take the L, dude.
that out there. And maybe you are a broke single dad because no one wants to.
No offense, but she kind of looks like a bird. Doesn't she? She kind of looks like a bird. She gives me bird energy. Bird vibes.
Cook chicken for you, or even be in your presence. Internalized misogyny.
Imagine talking about Bird as like a negative.
At its best, folks. Because loving who I am.
I
as
can't
a
even
woman
figure out
and
what is.
respecting my roles in marriage means that I hate women. Duh. Oh, that's right.
Mel is
Oh no, he's watching the Vosh Mel shit.
including Kyle Chandler.
No.
Why is Keanu Reeves oh, I can't talk about this shit on Twitch. Sorry. There's something problematic about Keanu Reeves, though.
Is there?
I didn't know.
Is there? What is it?
Something a little bit strange.
What is?
about him,
What is
about
it?
his
Chat.
political views.
What is this?
We're not allowed to talk about him on Twitch.
What is it? What are they talking about? Can we talk about it on YouTube? What is he talking about? Somebody says Zionist. Wait. Is he Jewish or something? What are they like not allowed to talk about? What is this? What is going on in this thing?
It has something to do with his problematic attitudes in the Middle East.
Okay, so they're gonna say he's a Zionist. He's like, okay. I mean, like, obviously. Anyway.
Regarding Middle Eastern politics, quite problematic. Not a lot of people know about it. It's fucking crazy.
Somebody in chat saying whistles Hava Nagala. Somebody in Haz's chat is saying whistles Hava Nagala. So they're definitely keeping whatever they're talking about. They don't want to talk about out loud, chat. I don't think you'd be like I think you can say like chat. Can you not like say I'm against Zionism on Twitch? Is that a thing? Is like I don't think you'd get in trouble for that. Now, if you wanted to say something a little spicier that might have to do more with like one of the least problematic men on earth, Keanu Reeves. I don't know. Yo, Lil Nas X, yeah, obliterated this woman in 2 tweets and can barely cohesively dunk. I don't think he's trying to dunk on her. I think he likes her. I think he's trying to dunk on the lefties that were trying to cancel her or some shit like that. I'm guessing if I know Haz, like that's the thing. Is it like, you know, if all you know about Haz is that he identifies as a Marxist-Leninist, and then you watch his shit and he's like talking about like, you know, theory and stuff like that, like you kind of wouldn't understand the cultural orientation of this guy, which is like decidedly right-wing. I don't know, maybe it's a coincidence, but he seems to just love right-wing shit. He seems to just adore tradcon ideas and concepts, and you know, and he hates everybody on the left. You know, everybody's a fucking Antifa, everybody's a Chaz mugshot, you know, everybody's a blue-haired SJW. Hello, fellow lefties. Chat, okay, I'm gonna try something with you, okay? Now, there's something that's probably a little bit too spicy for me to say, but I'm gonna see if I can get you to say it. If you were to imagine that this man was not a YouTube streamer, and that he occupied some other station in life, some other vocation, some other job, some other calling, what kind of job do you see him doing? What is he, what profession does he seem to just, like, this guy looks like somebody who would occupy this profession? Hey, Freya. Bottom. Is that a profession? Lord knows. Like, if you were to imagine him in a uniform, what kind of uniform do you see him, like, wearing? Just given his general, like, you know, generally how he looks. A prison guard, huh? Military? He'd make a great cop, huh? Okay, well, you know, I mean, like, I'm not saying anything, but you're right. He does kind of look a little bit like...
Show us the truth. I don't know. I don't know if I can do
I don't know what the truth... yeah, you don't want to show us the...
that.
A sad clown.
Let's check it out. Caitlin Bennett.
Welcome to my kitchen, guys, where today we're gonna be cooking up some liberal tears. I've done it again, guys. The libs are mad at me. And why? Because I like cooking for my husband.
The question is, who hates the libs more, Caitlin Bennett or Haas? Shrimp! She's making shrimp! She's making shrimp! It's Haas's favorite.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. Is it bad if I say that I just imagine this food smelling like dog?
It's random. It's pretty random. I mean, I'm not a fan of Caitlin Bennett, but I don't think her cooking smells like dog. It probably smells pretty good. It probably smells like food. What the fuck? I don't understand. Is that her husband? Okay.
What is her husband? Her husband's either Hispanic or Middle Eastern.
Like patriarchy.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Bennett. Some of you guys know me as the Kent State gun girl, and others know me as the girl with the microphone that interviews crazy Democrats. If you're wondering why I'm in my kitchen, it's
Come on, infrared, Caitlin.
because today I'm Caitlin.
Oh yeah, he could be Italian.
He wants to debate her?
Italian, true. He could be also Greek or something. True, true, true. True and true, very true.
I'm a housewife who likes fulfilling her traditional gender role as a married woman. So just a few days ago, I posted a photo of me cooking to social media, and I captioned it, "You know what makes me feel the..."
It's not getting an abortion or rapping about wet ass pussy. It's being a good housewife and cooking for my husband. Okay.
most empowered as a woman, it's not getting an abortion or rapping about WAP. It's being a good housewife and cooking for my husband. And boy, did the left go crazy. Let's read some of the replies. It'd be more empowering if you didn't need to please a man to have any worth.
Dude, the problem is that she's choosing like the most soy. Like, look at this guy. Can you see him? She's choosing like the most soy replies ever.
Okay, anyway, I was just curious about that. I was curious. Let's go to the... What is this? Is this Tim Pool? No, who is this?
The crazy thing about it is it's always so...
It is, okay.
Like, true.
Dude, Tim, can you just chill, dude? Because, Tim, dude, I'm sorry, dude, but like, you're lawyering up about this, and it's super creepy that like you're doing it specifically, you know?
If, dude, the crazy thing to me is, man, if you're dude, man, bro, dude, if you're a guy and you see an attractive human being and you're outside.
I'm trying to think of Tim doing this though, and it's not boding well. Like, I'm cringing out hard. Like, I can just imagine Tim with his hat. He just like walk up to women. He'd be like this, ready? He's like a gopher. He's popping out of the money. Hey, I'm Tim Pool. Nice to meet you.
I would much rather have Tim Pool pop up at me than Haas. Okay, I'm trying to, like, I don't know. I thought that there was gonna be more high yield stuff. I don't know. I don't know what his relationship is like with Tim Pool.
Guys who lawyer up about women telling them to leave them alone. Dude, just fuck off, dude. It's simple. You don't have to lawyer up about it and just like make it into. Well, okay, guys, this is ready Tim Pool time. Oh. Yes. What is Sex by Alenka Zupanchik. Read that fucking book. Have in mind. Like, can you just choose one? Actually, don't choose one because you're gonna harass them. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's like he's trying to like think of a woman.
Heaven. Godzilla is the danger of nuclear.
Okay, I'm looking for the Lil Nas X segment chat. Sorry.
CGI aesthetic.
Oh, here we go.
That I find both disturbing, psychotic, and disgusting. And I'm like, oh, everyone says that about music in every age. No, dude, this shit is actually different, okay? This shit is like the epitome of psychosis. Literally the epitome of psychosis. It's a typical fucking edgelord, bottom of the barrel, seen it all fucking before. See and decay of fucking America is what it does. Can show people this kind of inspiration and hope and guidance. Maybe after you can do that, you can critique religion. What fucking model of humanity do these fucking in an evil society? Madness the population is facing. You're flaunting in their face what is the breakdown of meaning.
Oh my god, this is so good,
they
chat.
suspect exists.
This is so good.
It's not just some fucking meme for them, dude. They see it as and fucking being in the most desperate situation you could possibly be in your fucking life. Why people turn to religion as the fundamental.
To Nike exploiting labor by saying, "Oh, we don't use cottons from Xinjiang," and the cop to the right is like the.
There's another music video that looks similar to this that I also found disturbing. It's not because of the sexual content. I don't care about that.
Here we go. Okay.
But it's the way that they're filmed and how much CGI and shit there is.
Here we go. This is Lil Nas X, like his what does he think about Lil Nas X? Now, so if you don't know, and you're not going to show it because, like, you know, definitely get in trouble for this, but, like, Lil Nas X did a video that's kind of somewhat autobiographical in the video. Like, he's being judged by, like, you know, himself in a Coliseum, I guess. There's a bunch of Lil Nas X and they all judge him and they send him to hell, and then he goes to hell and he seduces the devil, but he like steals his, like, anyway, it's like a metaphor, you know? And because it like uses like the devil's imagery, there's some Christian people that are like, oh yeah, no, we told you, liberal culture, permissive culture, you know, this would lead to this. They're just like, yeah, they're buying it. They're like, yeah, no, dude, he's an evil Satanist. We told you. QAnon was right.
You guys ever watch?
Do your own research.
Spy Kids. You know that scene in Spy Kids where everyone becomes like a thumb? Spy Kids thumb people. Yeah, this is it. Okay, I'm gonna name the WAP. W-A-P. I don't care about the song and I don't care about the sexual stuff in the video, but it's just the style that I find disturbing, and it looks very much like
Joe Biden, wake up.
Thanks, dude. It reminds me a lot of this. It reminds me of like this weird. It's super weird, dude. Yeah, like this shit. Ooh, that's fucking terrifying. This is terrifying, dude. This is fucking terrifying. Yeah, dude. Why does the Lil Nas X video and WAP, W-A-P, whatever, they have the same.
So what is he noticing? Uncanny Valley? Is that what he's noticing, or just like
aesthetic that I just find so fucking disturbing and satanic? Yes.
And satanic? Wait, I thought you were an atheist. Haas.
The thing I find satanic is not the explicit imagery that he's using. Even if he didn't show the Satan thing at the end, I would still call
Next, Haswell talking about how modern art is a sign of the downfall of society.
it satanic because it has this aesthetic.
Yeah, like Paul Joseph Watson shit. Little Hazax, yes.
And this shit is disturbing. I don't know. There's some occult shit going on with why they make these videos like this. I don't care what the fuck you want to say. I do not believe that this is just some individual creative artist.
Wait, what are you alleging, Haz? What kind of weird-ass conspiracy theory are you even, like, proposing here? What's going on?
There's some weird, spooky shit going on when it comes to these videos. Can I prove it? No, but it's my suspicion. It's my hunch. It's what I think.
That doesn't sound very materialist, Hans. That doesn't sound very that doesn't sound like... And this isn't the first time. This is the funny thing. For somebody who's so into Marx, like, this dude is just, like, stuck in the world of ideals. Just purely, it's in so many ways detached from actual material conditions and more into, like, well, this feels like this, and this reminds me of this. This has the essence of this. Yeah, it's a fucking very essentialist, like, kind of worldview that he's got. And I don't see how the fuck that's compatible with Marxism. I don't know. He's just gonna tell you that D&D is, like, yeah, bad for your kids.
Super disturbing.
I mean, yeah. Like, wait. I mean, yeah, it's freaky. It's you know, you could even say it's tacky, but what kind of person looks at this and sees, oh, Satanism? What kind of atheist looks at this shit and sees Satanism? One who loves the right wing so much that even if he's not willing to believe in their God, he's willing to believe in their devil. Because QAnon really cares more about the devil than they ever did about God. Okay, I don't know. I'm not before this, like, yeah, I'm not alleging he's into QAnon. I'm just saying he's, like, everything about this dude is like trying to, like, kiss the ass of the right wing. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, this is what I think of, dude. This is
like, it's supposed to be disturbing. Like, it what the fuck? Wait, how old is this movie?
Like Hellraiser. This was fucked up, dude. This was
It's more like Beetlejuice, though, but whatever.
Disturbing.
John again?
Like, don't show him don't fucking show this guy Beetlejuice. That movie was from the, like, dude, what the fuck? And he's got this whole weird thing about, like, modernity. Modernity is the evil fucking, this is why I make fun of him as an Amaprem, because the dude hates fucking modernity. The dude is totally, like, Return to Monkey. And the thing is, like, this shit, like, people make goofy cartoons, Haz. Cartoons. Do they look like representations of human figures, or do they look like distorted and, like, you fucked up and shit? Like, this is not new shit, Haz.
Where's my mom and dad?
This movie was made for kids, and it was so fucked up.
Thanks.
They turn people into these monsters in this movie. That's fucked up. Okay, anyway, let's get back to Lil Nas X.
It's an evil movie, chat. It's an evil movie.
We got a lot of things to cover about this, okay? Because I wanted to say a lot of things about it.
If he ever saw Felix the Cat the movie, it would break him. Wait, isn't that like a 60s movie? Yeah. It's okay not to like CGI digital art. Yeah, I know. And there's like, anyway, Uncanny Valley is just something that happens, like, it's this weird, okay, so, like, okay, let me think of an example. If you look at, like, old ass, like, 90s stuff where they're doing, like, digital effects, it's gonna look really bad and not convincing. But, like, I'm told that those things actually did seem very real in the time that they were done, right? Because like they just people hadn't seen better CGI. So there's this weird thing where like CGI will come out and people will be like, ooh, and then a few years later they'll look at it again and they'll be like, you know, because it's like we've got better CGI now, right? And so like, you know, your tastes are kind of like, you know, a tuning, you know, like at first when like if you've ever heard like old keyboard sounds, like synthesizer sounds, the very first ones were just like really rough and just kind of ugly and like harsh and hideous and like, but like that was like the new shit. It was like, ooh, futuristic, yeah, you know, psychedelic, you know, like they really got into this shit when it was like out. And you know, now just because like there's technology's moved on, it sounds like and the uncanny valley is like a thing of like when they improve like the rendering of humans digitally, you know, at certain points in it, like, you know, because like if there's like, you know, looking really shitty and just pixelate, like 8-bit Mario, okay, on this side, and on the other side is something that looks more realistic, more detailed, more full and fleshed out than anything you could ever see in real life, right? You know, whatever the state of the art is and whenever, you know, right? And in between there's all these little hiccups, like there, you know, there's like, you know, over here you're like, oh yeah, no, it looks totally fake, and over here you're like, ooh, it looks pretty realistic, but like right here, if you look at it, it's this weird, like kind of like, yeah, I mean, it looks real, but there's something wrong with it and it's really bothering me, and that's where the uncanny valley is. And that actually does give people kind of like weird feelings and shit like that. But like, I love how this atheist Marxist is looking at it and seeing Satan. Anyway.
What I could discern, okay, he also made shoes with human blood in them or something, and they have the pentagram. Okay, what I can see that Lil Nas X is doing is he's being cringe. He is trying to intentionally be edgy and shit.
Well, it's our expert on cringe here. Like, hey Haas, did anybody tell you that picking your nose on camera, it's kind of cringe? Okay.
But the reason I find that so fucking elitist...
No, it's okay because he's a guy. It's okay. It's not gross because he's a guy. He can do it.
Is because I get the whole point. Oh, you're mad. It's the whole like aesthetic now, like 6ix9ine. Oh, you're mad.
Wait, that's like half of your aesthetic. What are you talking about, Haas? That like, what would you have? What kind of content would you have if you couldn't say you're mad?
Ha ha, you're mad. Ha. Like it's like this fucking trying to provoke and be antisocial for its own sake. But there's what people are neglecting is the fucking elitist aspect of this. Believe it or not, for many Americans, religion is the only way they make sense of the fucking world.
Yeah, picking out your nose on camera probably is based.
And there's a fine line between religion
man bookers are
and total madness for them. Okay? So when you're doing this kind of shit, you're it's almost like a form of psychological terrorism against ordinary regular Americans. Because
just noting to here that Haas like sees ordinary regular as like legitimate, real, important, and probably the converse as the opposite.
it's like you're rubbing it in their face. You know, there is a whole satanic panic and everything, but the way you double down on it like this, and just embody that alienation, like there's nothing subversive or provocative about it. You're just rubbing it in the
Wait, is there nothing? Wait. Is there? If it doesn't bother anybody, then it's not subversive, but it's bothering people, so it's not subversive. What? Can anybody translate Nazgul? I don't speak Nazgul. It's weird. It's scary. It's cringe. Oh, Haz, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your marginalized group. Yeah, that was yourself you were talking about. Okay. Well, we should... I think that's what Haz wants, is for us to, like, take into account his margin of oppression, which is that he's fucking cringe lord. And, like, I don't know, you know, maybe we should... The rest of us are not accepting of fundamentally who he is, his immutable characteristics of being a fucking cringe lord. I'm gonna quit with this before I cancel myself.
Face of regular, ordinary Americans, confirming all the fucked up things they actually think about the world, you know? And I find it so disgusting and cringe, dude. A lot of dude. Okay, let me tell you guys something. You think religion is just about some debate? You think religion is just about some like abstract thing? Let me tell you.
Wait, what debate? Like what? Like the debate of, is there a God? What is he talking about? If you don't play along with the satanic panic, you're the devil. Yeah, he's like, don't scare the normies. Don't like, the normies are good. The normies are wholesome. The normies must not be perturbed, even if they've got fucked up, like, in his own words, psychotic ideas about, you know, metaphysics.
Guys, something. Religion in America is the thing people go to when they have alcohol addiction and need a way to get off the fucking alcoholism. You know these issues you don't really hear about that often that are plaguing regular, ordinary Americans? Drug addiction, abuse, fucking unfathomably, unspeakable fucking...
Say that religion can also be... Oh god, he's got... Yeah, they're saying based. They're saying based.
Situations people are
but
facing.
Chat, they spell it different.
Whether you like it or not.
Schizomaterialist. Oh my god. Wait, does land pick up? Is land into Deleuze?
Religion is the way they're coping with that, okay? And I feel like if you don't respect that,
it's Deleuze. It's a Deleuze-Guattarian schizomaterialist analysis how progressivism induces fascism as liberalism and psychosis as normies.
That or understand that, you're a fundamentally fucking privileged person. You're a fundamentally fucking privileged person, okay? If you don't understand how at the...
Shuffle Kitty, is plastic pills like a fucking Nazgul? God.
Cusp.
How many people that I thought were just like edgy, like irreverent DBLs are actually secret Nazguls? I don't know.
Of death and suicide.
No, it's not all Deleuzians.
And fucking
right?
Being in the most desperate situation you could possibly be in your fucking life.
Oh yeah, Alcohol's Anonymous. The other thing is, I think it's called Narcotics Anonymous or something, but it's actually a branch of psychology, Scientology. It's actually like a service of the Scientological church.
Why people turn to religion as a fundamental way to make meaning in this world? You're privileged, and you yourself have never been in that scenario, okay?
So wait, we're privileged because we're atheist? Or is this his whole PMC thing? That, like, everybody that's not a chud apparently is a PMC.
Putin said something that's very wise.
Is it Narconon? I don't know.
I don't agree with it.
Putin said something that's very wise. Okay.
But it makes sense in this case. It's like, he was like, everyone's an atheist until you're about to die. Until you're actually faced with a desperate situation where you have to find meaning in the world at gunpoint, you know?
Was Jesus a tanky?
And right, that's why, listen, let me tell you guys something. All of these lefty people in America, they talk about the workers and all this shit. They have no fucking idea how many Americans are just religious, fundamentally fucking religious in their heart, in their core, they're religious people. And the left has made zero progress in altering that fact. At the end of the day, they have to retreat behind Bill Maher and fucking smug new atheists and like science and all this shit. They can't even talk to fucking regular people. There's such a huge disconnect, you know? There's such a fucking huge disconnect. And I'm not even saying, do I think it should be sent?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Postcob. AA doesn't necessarily say that you got to believe in God. It you know, they call it higher power, so it's kind of more like it's
answered. No, I don't. But I can judge you based on your artistic meaning you're trying to convey, Lil Nas X, and it disgusts me, dude. It fucking disgusts me because when ordinary people think about the satanic subliminal messages and shit that are in popular culture that they suspect exists,
the real working class is socially conservative, and no one, you know, even if you are working class and you're not, then you're not really working class because you're not socially conservative.
It's not just some fucking meme for them, dude. They see it as genuinely embodying the everyday evil of their own world that's in their own surroundings with their own life experiences, and you're just flaunting it in their fucking face. You're flaunting in people's faces the fucking every...
Dude, somebody could say this to you about communism, right? Like, the same people hold the same kind of attitude towards communism, Haas. The same people that you're talking about are scared of communism, because and some people, some of them, like I would say probably associated with the devil, some of them really do put things in two different piles. There's like Trump and God and Jesus and, you know, Caitlin Bennett right over here, and then on this side there's Hitler and Stalin, and they don't fucking differentiate that shit. They say like it's all bad. These are both enemies of the United States. They're both evil. They're both evil. They don't fucking differentiate at all. And they do see communism, like the anti-communist stuff, the Red Scare and the why am I blanking on the McCarthy era and all that stuff, like was literally compared to a witch hunt, and for good reasons, because it was very similar to the satanic panic in the nature, and also the like same kind of people were like, you know, on that shit. It's the same kind of system of like exclusion and of those who don't fit in, right? The same way that you were just talking about, like, that I should dress more normal, that I should fit in, that we should assimilate, that trans people should, like, trans people are okay, just, like, be normal and pass, and, like, fucking everything is about that shit. And, like, here you are endorsing shit that would purge you, dude. Those same fucking chuds that you are like, oh, but you shouldn't bug them about they think that Satan's real. You shouldn't scare them with the Satan, because they think that the pointy hair, the devil guy's the for real, and he's gonna go. So don't scare them with that. But like, but at the same time, you know, these are the, you know,
everyday evil and depravity, and the best of their ability to represent that is through Satan and the devil and shit and demons. I feel like people don't fucking understand this. When regular people talk about God and demons and shit,
dude, that's not regular shit, okay? That's fucked up shit. That's... I'm trying not to cancel myself here. How can I put this? Those aren't healthy thought processes to have. If you want to believe in God, if you want to believe in Jesus, and it helps you to love your fellow human being and to do the right thing, I got no problem with you, okay? I'm not policing the normies for their theology and their cosmology and their metaphysics, okay? I'm not interested in that, Haas. Where it gets fucked up is when they start fixating on the evil and the devil and then associating different groups of people with that and saying, you know, making these little ideas in their mind where they're like, yeah, I guess they are, you know, like, you know, not worth as much as regular normal people. And that just enables, you know, whatever kind of abuse you want to, like, you know, just like ratchet up that stochastic fucking pyramid. And shit like the shit that you're saying, Haas, is definitely on that pyramid.
they're talking about real shit, dude. They're talking about real shit. When they're talking about God, they're talking about the fucking thing that rescued them from alcohol addiction. When they're fucking talking about the devil, they're talking about the evil they faced when they were fucking abused as a kid, or when they were fucking raped, or when they're fucking experiencing the worst, most horrific things human beings can fucking encounter. It's not some fucking theological thing.
Or they're talking about the people that they want to find excuses for hurting, and the people that they want to blame for that pain.
Dude, when they're talking about those things, they're talking about real fucking things in their lives, okay? So, I find it so fucking cringe how BreadTube, which claims to speak for the people, gets behind Lil Nas X and goes, oh yeah, you go, dude, you go, yeah, it's freedom of expression, fuck the people, fuck the population. Robespierre was fucking...
So once again, chat, he's not homophobic. It's not about gay, you know, he's not against Lil Nas X. He's not against Lil Nas X's identity as a gay man, right? He just happens to be against... like, he's not against trans people, he just happens to be against me. He's not against, like, you know, like, all these little weird coincidences. Like, no, he just always finds another excuse. Talk about hiding behind shit, Haas. Talk about obfuscating. You're a Weasley little liar. You're a Weasley little coward who won't come out and say what you actually believe in, because you know that we'd all see you for the ghoul that you are. You know that we'd all know what a fucking scumbag you were. and that you'd be the one to be pushed out of the normal people, of the acceptable people, Haas. And you know what? That's a form of exclusion I don't have a problem with.
Fucking right. Atheism is fucking.
Because the shit you're saying is dangerous to marginalized people.
Aristocratic. And Marxist atheism has fucking nothing to do with that, dude. You know what Stalin said? Stalin said the religious feelings of the people must not be offended. They go back thousands
of... hey, but everybody worry about Mel. Worry about fucking Mel. This dude fucking is got his lips up Stalin's ass, and you're worried about Mel?
Years, and
we're gonna fucking worry about Mel? Does she believe in like fucking Western journalism, or does she think that like, you know, like that's what we're gonna fucking worry about? That's the most dangerous person out there, is Mel from fucking Twitter?
People get on with reality. The religious feelings of the people must not be offended. I'm an atheist, I guess, you know? I'm a Marxist-Leninist atheist. And I find Lil Nas X's video fucking disgusting and despicable. I find it fucking despicable. It has no artistic merit. The form is fucking ugly. It's disgusting and ugly. Just like the thumb people I just showed you, where it's this weird CGI, synthetic, intentionally synthetic aesthetic that just disgusts any
I gotta drink more, chat. I'm fucked
But even
up.
beyond that, dude,
this has fucked me up. This whole...
You're a little provocative fucking
I'm not doing well. I'm like
accelerating people's paranoia and schizophrenia.
Mad.
And it's flaunting in their fucking faces this mass psychosis and madness the population is facing. You're flaunting in their face what is the
he's flaunting in their face the fact that he's a proud gay man.
People just don't know
and
how
that they see it as satanic. They see it as diabolic.
And a lot of people are going crazy.
But it's not. It's beautiful.
The devil
and it's
satanic
honest.
Imagery and shit. That embodies.
And that's what this guy hates. Is people being real.
Evil of this breakdown of media.
The fundamental evil
in their fucking face
is that he doesn't even accept himself.
You know? It's all a fucking
That's
game
the
to you,
original sin,
You're just
Haas.
some fucking rich celebrity.
Is that you never fucking learn to love yourself. And you want to tell this community of yours, you want to tell them how to live? You want to be fucking daddy to these guys?
Is flaunting.
All you're doing is misleading them. All you're doing is fucking up their lives worse. All you're doing is giving them fake answers and fake enemies to hate.
See it, you know? You basically, oh yeah, we are the media. We are the fucking pop culture people. I am the fucking embodiment of popular culture. This is what all the kids and all your kids are looking at. This is what's getting all this clout and these views. Yes, I'm a fucking Satanist. Yeah. This is your world. You know, it just fucking disgusts me, dude. I find
what are you even saying, dude? Is this like this is pathetic?
It has no artistic.
You should have never tried to talk about pop culture.
I'm gonna tell you guys something.
You're so fucking disconnected that this is the best you can do.
In the invocation of like satanic imagery. What's that book, Paradise Lost? That has satanic imagery. It has artistic merit, and there's a ton of poems and there's a ton of paintings probably, and maybe even movies that give provocative takes on, you know, theology that do have artistic merit. But Lil Nas X's video has none. It was so fucking cringy and pretentious, and he was trying to evoke some like ancient Greek sacred thing, and the only fucking thing he was trying to do was scare ordinary people. And it scares the shit out of him.
Ancient Greek sacred thing. It sounds like he's the one that's got like a religious.
To him, you know, he was putting the ancient Greek letters on the tree, and it was a snake, and he's like, "Oh, look at all this occult and imagery and stuff," and he's flaunting it. But it has no artistic fucking merit. Is the problem? It's so cringy and fucking pretentious, you know. It's so fucking
I would assume they were a religious conservative. Exactly.
Why do you assume his intention was to scare people? It fucking was, dude. Why the fuck else is he doing this explicit satanic imagery and shit and flaunting it in people's fucking faces?
Because he's been told all his life that his own sexuality makes him evil.
And then he fucking... Let me show you, actually. I'm going to show you his video where he does this. You're going to tell me his intention isn't to scare people? Watch this video. It's so fucking irresponsible and fucking cringy, dude. Lil Nas X apologizes for Satan shoe.
Okay, guys, I see everybody's been.
Look, it's all a joke to him. He doesn't care that for many Americans, for the majority of Americans, even this shit terrifies them.
Listen.
Fucking
Okay, I'm gonna say this
that they experience and encounter in everyday life.
Look, I'm not like one for minimizing people's emotions, for rejecting people's emotions as invalid and stuff like that. I'm not one for that. Okay, but I will say that if you got a problem with Lil Nas X's shoes, you are a fucking snowflake. And this dude's like, you want to call out some fucking SJW bullshit? You want to talk about like fucking purity culture? It's the people that like fucking wring their hands when they see Lil Nas X have a devil shoe. Like, look, either you like it or you don't care for it, but like I don't get this obsession about it, but this disliking obsession about it. Like this is and also like you're literally making his like that's his media strategy. Okay, now the one thing that Haas did almost kind of touch on diagnosing correctly was the fact that Lil Nas has a media strategy of I'm gonna provoke some blowback, and the people that are gonna blow back at me are fucking cringe lords and lol cows. Kind of like you, Haas. Kind of like you. And so when they go off on me, I'm gonna monetize that. Kind of like I'm doing with you right now, Haas. If you hadn't said anything, you wouldn't be in this segment. But here we are, Haas. Here we fucking are. Bad lady says mean things.
Care though. He doesn't fucking care. He's flaunting it in their faces. This is how the elites flaunt it in the fucking faces of the people. Look at how they.
That's pathetic, dude. You're a parody of a fucking Marxist. You're a joke, Haas.
Fucking do it so shamelessly.
I can't believe dudes look up to you and see like an older brother. You look like baby fucking Huey to me.
Ha ha. Yes, we are evil. There's nothing you could do about it.
Talking about this shoe, and I just want to come forward and say, okay, that's right.
Yeah. Look. He made this.
Oh, this is what he means about the thumb animation.
I just want to apologize. But oh, you can't wait for this provocative part of this video where I'm explicitly satanic imagery just to troll you. Wow, what a rebel.
All satanic just to troll you.
Guys, what a provocative rebel. This is why state socialist realism and state-sanctioned people's art is fucking good.
Look at this shit. Yo, this should be a segment, honestly. This should be a standalone segment, like Haas versus Lil Nas X. This is hilarious, dude.
Okay? This is fucking why. Why does this fucking idiot get all this money, huh? Why does he—
Did Satan do something problematic? I know, what's your problem with Satan? I thought you were a Marxist fucking atheist, bro. What the hell?
Got all this fucking resources to do this fucking bullshit, huh?
You're simping the Christian evangelicals. You're the biggest shrimp of all of infrared.
What about some real fucking artists?
You should have purged yourself out, dude. You're a fucking joke.
Why don't we have some real fucking people's artists produce beautiful
Why don't we have some real fucking ML streamers produce beautiful fucking streams that don't obsess about Lil Nas X and fucking try to woke scold him out of having Satan as a guest in his fucking video? How about that, Haas? You fucking SJW bitch.
Meaningful fucking things for the masses, huh? Because they don't get any support in our society. Because we live in an evil society. So of course the evil are gonna rise to the top in pop culture, you know?
This is the most soy shit I've ever seen you do, Pause.
You know?
This is so fucking soy.
Pure degeneracy and decadence. And
this
no,
is
it's
pure
not
soy.
Sexual shit. You know? I don't care about that.
This is pure beta energy here, dude. This dude
again,
is...
The fucking thing that strikes me more is not the sexual stuff. It's the form. It's like the fucking CGI. It's like the way that shit looks is so fucking uncanny.
Dude, really? Just like okay, so it's not about me being trans. It's about like that I don't dress right or something, or that I'm ugly or that I'm cringe. I don't know. You don't know because it is about me being trans. Let's be real. It's because you're a transphobic piece of shit, dude, and you know you just don't want to like let people know because you know once they know what you are, they've seen your shit before. They've seen fucking negative, sex hating, like, you know, Nazbuls before. They know exactly what you are and they're not interested in that. They've already look, you want to talk about being a sex pest? Okay, what did we say was wrong with being a sex pest? Being a sex pest is when you ask once, you approach somebody, you whatever, you know, hit on them or whatever, and they say clearly, I'm not interested. And you find a way to ask them again, and you find a way to like circle back. But what about, you know, oh, not tonight? Well, what about you know, like, right? You know, like that's a sex pest. What the fuck is this shit? Like this is the same kind of energy.
Evil evil looking. You know, there's something about it.
Like, we've already said we don't want any Haas. We've already slammed the door in your face 80 million times. All you want to do is fucking lie about what you believe and try to, like, be the big bad wolf fucking knocking on the door being like, seriously, I'm your mother. Please let me in. Ho, 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 ho. And it's like, you're the wolf. We can see it. We can fucking clearly see it. You're not fooling anybody. You're a fucking Nazbol. And no, we won't let you in. And no, we're not interested in your ideas. And no, we didn't like this shit when Donald Trump was trying to sell it to us. And we don't like it when you're trying to sell it to us. You're a fucking jackass, okay? Get the fuck out of here with that garbage. BreadTube doesn't need your shit. BreadTube's got its own problems, Haz.
That I fucking hate.
And creators like me to try to solve those problems, to actually try to push it in a positive direction instead of fucking just absolute jokes like you.
You know?
Bourgeois decadence. Eat my entire ass.
Dude, you gotta realize something is that this is not a game for the majority of Americans. Like I said, everybody's making fun of this guy.
He is an essentialist, yeah.
And I don't like the guy.
Definitely an essentialist.
I don't fucking like the guy personally.
I don't think that's compatible with Marxism.
This is Tom McDonald, right?
Oh my god, another.
Am I a fan?
Here we go.
No. But he made a song called
But will I put my lips right up to his ass? Yes.
Let's read these comments.
Most deaf.
This is the people, by the way.
In a heartbeat.
15 years sober this year. Facing 10
Here we
years
go,
in
here we
prison.
go, here we go.
And this video
I'm not
gave
a
him
fan
hope
of
and
Tom.
inspiration. Has BreadTube ever done that for anyone? Has BreadTube ever done for anyone what Tom McDonald is doing for these American masses? These people you don't hear about or know about who are in the shadows? I don't fucking like Tom McDonald. I think he's a scam artist. He lives in Canada. He's not even fucking American. But guess what, dude? He is inspiring people and giving people hope. BreadTube's never fucking done anything like that, dude. And these are people talking about their real fucking problems, dude. Problems you don't fucking hear about anywhere.
That's the least problematic thing about him.
You know, this hits home. My dad had a stroke a little over a week ago, and my world just come crashing down.
He lives in Canada. That's what Austin thinks is wrong
This song
with Tom
hits so
McDonald.
goddamn hard. 100% true. 2 years clean and still fighting every single fucking day. This hits hard. I'm nearly 6 months sober, and it takes a lot of constant work not to regress. These are real fucking problems, guys. Believe it or not, these are real fucking problems. Problems you don't fucking hear about. This shit is tough, dude. This shit is fucking tough. This shit is tough, okay? Nobody solved this shit. These elites haven't solved it, even for themselves. Nobody solved these problems, and yet no one talks about them, okay? What is so revolutionary and provocative about fucking Lil Nas X's stupid fucking videos?
No one talks about these problems?
Huh? What is so fucking provocative and revolutionary about it? All he's doing is flaunting in people's fucking faces this shittiness and evil of the fucking world.
Wait,
you know?
Are you calling his lifestyle shitty and evil?
What about the baby?
What are you saying? Because that movie's about
it's
like,
different.
look, okay,
because Lil Nas X was targeting these people. He's targeting paranoid Americans.
Since we know you're watching, I can talk straight to you, all right? Like, let's be real. Okay, like, so you said yourself that you like the idea of an artist taking Satan as a symbol, taking Satan as a, you know, cultural, as part of the cultural lexicon, and using that to portray something meaningful. That's what Lil Nas was doing. Like, right? It wasn't just like, oh, let me put some Satan because the Christian will trigger the, you know, right wingers. I mean, I'm sure that was part of it. But, like, you know, I think that what he was trying to say is that, like, in his life, he's been told that his lifestyle, that his, you know, his identity is evil. Okay? Now, he's lived with himself. He knows he's not evil. But when society tells you that time after time after time after time, you end up judging yourself. He did that. That's what the video was him judging himself, sending himself to hell, and then finding a creative way, embracing his own fucking sexuality to get himself out of that situation. That is beautiful. That is wholesome. That is something that's going to give people hope. But I guess it doesn't give hope to people like Haas. He needs to hear Tom McDonald's fucking hateful MAGA bullshit, you know, fucking like that's what this guy is just like I don't know what else to tell you. All I can do is show you his shit, and I think it should be pretty clear that this is not a cuddly little lol cow here. This is a dangerous ass Nazbol.
He wants to go viral because he wants the attention from Christians.
And this is the kind of shit that we do have to gatekeep out of the left, because it's not leftism.
And from fucking religious people who need religion as the way that keeps them fucking alive in fucking life. The thing that keeps them fucking alive, you know? The fucking thing that keeps them alive. I'm a fucking atheist, guys. I would never disrespect religion this way.
You did.
When you disrespect religion like that in public...
Lil Nas, look, okay, look. Okay, Haas.
You don't know what you're disrespecting.
Lil Nas used a religious symbol to communicate his own journey to self-acceptance. You don't think that helps anyone? Or do you just not care about gay people, queer people, trans people being helped by that because in your mind we'll never be normal? That you'll tell us to assimilate, that you'll tell us that we're acceptable as long as we just be exactly like us and don't look any different and don't have any different gender presentation or pronouns or anything. Like be a fucking normie, trans, be a fucking normie queer, and you'll be okay, and like hide it in the closet probably too, and you know, like, right, and you know, I mean, this is all just like the fucking what is that? There's an Aesop's fable about a camel that puts his nose under the tent. Like, anyway, it's all, you know, just like one step after another. All right, make the non-conforming queers, you know, a target. Okay, good. Then make the conforming queers the target. Okay, good. Now, then make the you know, it's just like, I mean, this is how right-wing shit works.
Dude, you just don't. Show me where Thought Slime can show people this kind of inspiration and hope and guidance. Maybe
I'm pretty sure there's literally letters that show you where Thought Slime has provided inspiration. I'm pretty sure I've seen those. Where are your letters of inspiration, Haas? Where are your success stories?
after you can do that, you can critique religion. What fucking model of humanity do these fucking edgy atheists offer?
That sounds like a Jordan Peterson take. Yeah, clean your room.
Regular people. Nothing, dude. They say go eat shit, sit on the fucking street, huh? Or what? Or what, huh? Or what? What sets them, what's gonna liberate the people from BreadTube, huh? What aesthetic, what way of life, what mentality? What fucking meaning? What meaning do they convey that inspires people and allows people to deal with?
I can tell you which one is not gonna work is a sweaty ass Nazgul.
With real life problems. Just what? Name one fucking thing. Fucking nothing, dude. Fucking nothing. I just wanted to go on this rant, man. It's the melody of the music. Just talking rarely inspires people. I know, dude, but I'm just trying to say is that if you're gonna go out of your way to provoke people who need religion as their everyday life, the thing that keeps them...
Yo, this is a Jordan Peterson rant, isn't it? Like, I just think about all the religious people and they need the religion for their life. Like, I can't do the Jordan Peterson. Like, what is it? More like a Kermit? Like, I can't... Chat, you can imagine, though, like, right? You know, it's like crying about, like, it's like Jordan Peterson, like, I just get so many young men, and they come to me. They're just so desperate. They don't know what to do in the modern world. They don't know if they have a place. And this is fucking Jordan Peterson shit.
I'm alive. That's gonna keep them from doing meth again. That's gonna keep them from fucking doing heroin again. Shit, dude. You better assume the responsibility.
Yeah, you know what's gonna keep you from doing heroin or meth again? Is like living your truth. That's what the video is about. And if you weren't such a fucking homophobic dolt, maybe you could see that. Okay? Maybe you could see the beauty and the wholesomeness in what Lil Nas X is doing. And like, I'm exaggerating a little bit because it is a fucking, you know, video. It's made to make money. It's made to sell records. It's not really about like helping people out. Let's be real. Like the gears that are moving are greased by capitalism. They're not greased by love or anything like that, right? But like on some level, you know, artists make what they make out of love. And you know, if Lil Nas X's story of like coming to accept himself, which is like what the video, I don't know what the song represents. Like I shouldn't talk like I know everything. I know nothing about Lil Nas X, but like, you know, as far as the video, it seems to be a story of like learning to accept oneself. I think that's beautiful. I think that's wholesome. I think that that's better than anything that you're providing for your sad little community, Infrared. I think that's better. I think they'd be better like hanging out with like Lil Nas X than they would be hanging out with you. I think he's a better role model. I think he'd be more likely to, you know, if any of them are having trouble getting laid, if any of them are, you know, just don't have a lot of confidence and stuff like that and need somebody to talk about that stuff, I think they'd do better for that. I think you're just reinforcing the bad habits and the you know, self negativity that your community has, because fundamentally it's just a bunch of incels being incels on the internet.
They'll just tear down the fucking
with
thing
the fake Chad
that helps them cope in life, and then give them
gotta
what
have the fake Chad
in comparison, huh? What? It's so fucking arrogant and elitist to me. This shit is so fucking elitist and arrogant to me, you know?
All right, that's about enough of infrared. That's plenty, actually. That's plenty. Jesus Christ. Let's see. I am supposed to talk to Sondsol, as Haas has dubbed him. Let's see if he's in my Discord or anything. Oh my God, chat. The Discord's happening. Hey, if you're not in there already, get in there and make the machine go burr, okay? There's already too many messages for me to read. Let's make a few more. Get in that Discord, become part of the community, talk shit about Nazgul freak shows. Like, there he is. Okay, we got a Sondsol. Yo, let's bring on Sondsol. We gotta bring on Sondsol. I think he's ready. I think he was ready a long time ago. So I should, yeah, he'll go to sleep at some time. So let's see.
Hello.
Yo, Sonsoy, how's it going?
Sonsoy reporting in. How the fuck's
Yes.
it going? I saw that you were talking about Haas for a bit.
I'm just
what's
being
the
a
verdict? Is he
degenerate
based or
out
not?
here. Yeah. What is going on with Haas? Well, Haas has taken his community's finally brought me to his attention. I think I had a few clips where I mentioned him, and like, you know, my basic, like, I think one of the things I said was like, you know, it's crazy that Destiny like platformed this guy.
Yeah.
And kind of like, you know, like here's my weird thing. Okay, on one hand, I like Destiny reading, like, you know, stuff from a Marxist-Leninist. Like, I like people from different sides of the aisle, like, being more knowledgeable about each other's stuff. I think we should promote that. I think that's really cool. But the thing is, like, this Infrared's promotional material, that is like the fucking like little like leaflet pamphlet for a cult, you know what I mean? Like it's like, oh yeah, no, come and check out our beautiful facilities, and you know, and you actually get there and it's like, yeah, no, you're actually, you know, if you're in the cult, you're cleaning those facilities, and you're doing free labor, and you're doing all this, like, you know, you basically are the facilities. But you know, when they show you the pamphlet, it all looks like, oh man, this is the life. These people, you know, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna be pampered, and it's like, well, no, you're actually gonna be doing the pampering. Is how it works in our cult, you know, like the leader, that's the person that gets pampered. I mean, you're gonna be involved in the pampering, but you know, not on that side of it. So yeah, no,
I haven't like done quite such a deep dive into him. After my conversation with him, it was just
oh my God, I can imagine. I respect
I still get his guys in here all the time.
Oh no. Yeah, I respect your patience in being able to just kind of like lay back there and let him like just kind of talk himself into a pretzel.
Yeah, I mean, usually if you just kind of sit back, you can let someone letting someone continue to talk after they think that, like, if you just like ask a question and someone responds and you just give it a pause, people will kind of just continue and give you more information. But that's not exactly what I was going for there. It just ended up happening because he couldn't shut the fuck up.
No, it was hilarious because yeah, like that's his whole strategy is to like, okay, so here's my theory about like Haas and his community. Like, if you imagine you're a Marxist-Leninist and a Stalin stan, okay? So in your mind, there's nothing wrong with that, right? but you talk to other people about it, and as soon as you are like, yeah, because Stalin was fucking based as fuck, you know, like, and it's not a spicy take for you, but you say it, and then you get this reaction from people where they like they start yelling at you, and they start, you know, pushing you away, and they're treating you, you know, really unfairly and stuff like that. And so in your mind, like, you're thinking like, God, these other leftists, these you know, they're assholes. They're jerks. They're bad faith, and like, you know, every time I try to talk to them and you know, get them to wake them the fuck up, you know, all I get back is basically, you know, abuse. And so they, in their mind, the abuse that like Haas hurls on people is just payback and karma for all the horrible way that we've treated them, and they just don't get that, like, you know, what is, you know, seen as so odious, like that they honestly do not, you know, strike us as leftists even.
That's interesting. See, for me, I just think that these people are like 14 years old and they like seeing angry boy yelling. Like that's literally what I think. There's no way that they could, like, they're either not real people and it's all just like a collective like artificial
Bots.
intelligence,
Yeah.
or they're 14 years old. Like, that's all I can think, because the way that they engage in my chat to this day, where they just come in and say infrared is rising, suns and gorillas, or they'll say oh fuck, the Uyghur, there was no genocide. Like, they just offer that up. That's just what they do. Like, I don't know. They just don't seem like real people. They seem like, this is honestly what I think of Infrared and his fans and most tankies. I think that they would honestly just go and be alt-righters if it was socially acceptable. Like,
I've been getting
that.
big energy of right wing, because, like, you know, apart from their economic analysis, the things that their priorities and stuff are very traditional, very right wing. Like, his whole critique of me was like, I guess that, like, I kind of like look a little gothy, and like in his mind it's like I'm advertising my fetish or something. I don't know. It was this weird thing, like incel energy too, right? Because like the idea was that like I was to blame for where his mind went when he saw like certain clothing. You know what I mean? For what, like that there was some way in which I was like victimizing him just by like looking like, you know, something that's outside of, you know, what, you know, he regards as like acceptable like behavior and presentation and dress and stuff like that. Like, he really does have like a really, like, I don't know, like it's almost beyond like your regular conservatives, because usually they won't say like, yeah, you know, when we get into power, we're gonna make it illegal to dress like a goth. Fuck those goths. They should, yeah, anybody dresses like a goth, straight to jail. Like, they don't usually say shit like that, you know. Yeah. In their mind, you know, just like having conservative priorities get, you know, done would be enough to, like, you know, trigger the left. Like, that's all that they actually need. But somehow, like, Haas, like, it's almost like I was talking about, like, stochastic pyramid kind of thing, like setting it up for the dehumanization to be able to say that, like, you know, this group and that group and that group is you know, worthy of who knows what. And I don't want to find out where that, like, where that road goes. So yeah. I'm trying to blow the whistle on this, and so that people won't regard Haas as the cute little neighborhood tanky, because he's not. There's nothing.
No. The day after he or the day that he released his hit piece video on me and Dylan Burns, me and my roommate, he like premiered it on his stream, and then sat there and mauled it for about an hour and a half, and then he went on to other content. And this man is not a leftist. All right, this man, like, if this is what tankies are like, then they're just straight up not Marxists. Because he was sitting there just like openly kind of praising Trump. He was sitting there and like basically shitting on anything that was like moderately progressive, and then he would like roundabout go and say that actually Trump was really based in this one area, and then in this other area he was also kind of based. Yeah, no, the strong man. I really just think that these people are fascists. I
Yeah.
don't have anything else to say to them.
Well, so you've heard Vosh talk about the Nazgul vortex, right?
I have. It's been a hot second since I have heard any since I've sat and watched Vosh. So
yeah,
enlighten me.
Well, so anyway, he's kind of warning about certain media people like Glenn Greenwald. Let's see, who all would he put in there? Glenn Greenwald, Jimmy Dore, like you know, these are like quote unquote like lefties that like for some reason just like love Trump, and they love like, you know, shitting on the libs, and they're like, you know, a lot of Bernie and Busters I guess would be, you know, part of this thing too, but the key is that they like hate libs so much that they have become slightly, you know, conservative. And there's the kind of people that'll go like, you know what, Tucker Carlson is really making some sense. And, you know, you think that they're just like happy that he's, you know, kind of economically more left, or that he's like talking about, you know, stuff, priorities, you know, economic priorities of the left. But it's, you really wonder with some of these people, like, you know, they kind of like, they flirt with it and they get closer and closer. And then when they get some blowback, they're like, ah, cancel culture. Oh my God, everybody's an evil SJW but me and, you know, Dugan, and like, you know, Dugan, Nick Land. If you actually look at the infrared subreddit, and this is, you know, due to like the fact that I have people in my community that are better read on theory than I am, but you know, like the sort of theoretical framework or the, you know, inspiration for these people is let's see, who can I tie this to? I'm trying to remember. Well, anyway, Dugan is a right-wing theorist who's come up with this idea that I think it's like that there's several strains of big ideas like in the world, like communism, fascism. Anyway, he wants to like combine all these into like one really horrible, you know, unironically, and you know, it's
the omnibad.
Yeah. Nick Land is you know, somebody else that's maybe like a little bit less like, you know, fully, you know, Putinized, but you know, still kind of concerning. And I mean, it's just like everything about his, like everything that he likes is like, has got like a right-wing flavor to it at the very least. And like the shit that he was talking about with me, it sounds like TradCon. You know what I mean? It sounds like at the very least, you know, this very strict gender roles, social conformity, you know, like everyone kind of like dressing the same, you know, like the normal as being a good in and of its own. It's very like weird and like 50, like almost like that parody of the 1950s that you'd see in like an Edward Scissorhands, or like, you know, like how like there's like art that kind of like made fun of this, like, you know, really socially
conservative type thing.
Yeah, conservative, but also like going along with the, you know, like what am I, there's another C word that I'm looking for here that's like socially like but just, you know, essentially like, you know, conformity. There we go, conformity. Okay. That's the word that I was looking for. And yeah, I mean, it's not anything that
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're a leftist, you'd be able to accept people for basically what they who they are, what they what their like desires are. Like if their desires are benign in terms of affecting others, so say, you know, sexuality or gender, like these things shouldn't matter to you, because we have much more important things like when I say they shouldn't matter to you, they shouldn't like make you angry or anything like that, right? Of course they matter and that we should support these people, but it shouldn't be a negative towards the movement. It should only be a positive that we are able to have such a wide coalition of people that all, you know, all want the same thing in terms of like access to healthcare or decommodifying the or like the
Yeah.
destruction of the commodity form, et cetera, mass unionization. But I don't think that Hawes or anyone else like involved with him cares. Like,
Have you
I
heard
don't
of
know.
leftists before who are like, you know, they're kind of obsessed with this idea of a professional managerial class. Like everything that they say that's like negative is like PMC, 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 and you get the feeling at some point that they're not actually talking about. So what that means, professional managerial class, means like a doctor or a lawyer, or you know, like somebody that's you know doing really well in society. These people have essentialized the culture, I guess, of those people, and like sort of associate it with anybody that's involved in academia, especially the social sciences, God forbid, and just like it's almost like, you know, they're like not even looking, you know, I mean the PMC thing's a little bit like ridiculous in the first place, because you know there's probably professionals of different economic levels, there's professionals with different like, you know, like economic philosophies, and you know, it's a little bit ridiculous to begin with, but at least that's like something. It's like some grounding of like, okay, well, you know, you're part of this culture, you're part of this like, you know, segment of society. But like the way that they've abstracted it to just be like, oh no, like anybody with these kind of values, with these kind of mores, and I don't know what it is, but it seems like just a way of them like getting on the right-wing tip of like hating anybody that looks like, oh yeah, here's something else he said, these people look like Chaz mugshots. Okay, so you know the Chaz the occupation in Seattle and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's mugshots of some of the people that were arrested in that, and you know, they were very like college student looking, you know, kind of people, very like non-conformist, like sort of like, right, and like it's almost like there's gotta be it's hard for me not to call it anti-intellectual, in the same way that modern conservatism has become fundamentally anti-intellectual.
Oh sure, yeah. Like it is when he says the mug shots, is it just like there's people with like lip rings or something, or they have like a tattoo?
Yeah, that kind of stuff, or like haircuts, or like, you know, their hair's dyed, or like, yeah, no, it freaks him out, and he's like or it's like, you know, these are the like it's the butt of his joke or something like that, and it's like, God, not a lot of solidarity with Comrade Hawes.
Damn, I should get my lips pierced. I should get snake bites and then go talk to him again. It add an intimidation factor.
He'd call you a sex pest or something. Like he was on the border.
He already
of like
called me a sex pest because of the picture of me in the maid outfit for the Trans Lifeline charity drive.
You know what that means? Like that, like I swear to God, I think what it is that when something unconventional that Haas isn't like pro, when it's something like that, like gives him a interesting feeling and unexpected. Like I swear to God, that's what it like. Oh, you're a sex pest. Like, oh, what? Wait, why? What did I do that involved your sexuality? And like, I don't know if the answer is that like you turned him on or what it is, but I feel like Haas has got some like internal maybe like inquiry to do, and some like, you know, that's the thing, is that everything is about seems to be about suppression and like hiding oneself from himself. The fact that he hates that Lil Nas X video so much, you know, the video about like Lil Nas like finding and accepting his own like sexuality and his own identity, like, you know, this was just like anathema. He went off about how it was like, you know, he's like, all right, well, I'm atheist, all right, so it's not like I have a problem with satanic shit, but this is some satanic shit, holy, you know, like kind of just going off about obsessed about the like Satan thing, and then kind of mad at him because he's like, you're taking all these beautiful normal people and they think of the devil as the literal embodiment of all the injustice that afflicts them under capitalism. And it's like, is that what they're thinking of when they see the devil, or are they thinking of
Yeah, there's no fucking way. No one can be that fucking stupid.
Oh my
right?
God, no!
Man,
like, watch the VOD. Watch the VOD. This VOD will hopefully stay up because, like, hopefully nobody's gonna start unsubbing me under that. Everyone's got the idea that I am like Mel's best friend, and literally me having Mel on Monday was the first time we've talked, and since like I yelled at her on stream about Xander Hall. Okay, so if anything, you know, like we
frenemies. maybe not
I
even
guess
that far,
I
but
guess
yeah, I
I guess I kind of like, I mean, I felt a little bad for her, you know, about like all the hate that she was getting. I disagreed with her, you know. Obviously there's some takes that she has that I cannot get on board with, but you know, I don't think that she's a bad person. I don't think that she's like hiding behind a pleady face and like laughing at genocide like some people seem to think. But I do think she's, you know, I do think she's wrong about, you know, what we know about, like, you know, things that have happened in that province. I do disagree with her, but like, yeah, like I got this reaction from some people as if like, you know, I was like buddy, and the real reason is that I feel fucking bad about the way I treated her the last time I brought her on Bird Brains. Like, I got mad and I like yelled and I said that, like, you know, all she ever does is oppression Olympics. And so it was kind of like, if there was like, you know, affectionate energy, it was from the fact that I was really shitty to her, you know, the last time we talked. And yeah, so I think people took that as like something that it wasn't. But
yeah, when I messaged you about it initially, I wasn't like, I was confused because I didn't think that you two were like the best of friends, right? So when I was watching your stream last night with my stream because all right, background. I have talked to Mel on my stream 2 times. It was the first time I wanted to learn about Marxist-Leninism because I'm a political science major. I think that different ideologies are very interesting.
Right.
And I had a pretty bad impression of Marxist-Leninists because of some interactions on the Bird app. And
I can imagine that. I've actually had some. I've actually gotten canceled a few times by tanky Twitter myself, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, and so I was very interested to learn about it. And when I had her on the first time, we kind of just talked about it, and I knew that there were the genocide denying memes, and I was basically not in the mood to try and fuck with that because I didn't know a lot about the situation in Xinjiang or Xinjiang. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah,
correctly.
I would have said it too, or else I was afraid I was going to mispronounce it as well.
I think it's Xinjiang or something like that. Anyways, I didn't know enough about the region, so I didn't want to touch on that right then. But she offered up a line into that conversation, and we talked about it. And she basically said that there was a genocide that was like a cultural genocide, wasn't like a Holocaust or anything. And I said, okay, well, at least we can agree that something bad is going on there, right? And she offered up the same thing with a little bit more explanation when she came on the second time. Dylan Burns came on and he really hammered down on her about it. And I thought,
was that when Dylan said that was that when Dylan decided he didn't want to platform her anymore? Because I was surprised to learn about that. I
don't know if that was the decision he made after. I don't know anything about that.
Or if that was later. But, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, basically, she had said it twice on my stream, and I thought she was pretty cool. And you know, I ran a lot of defense for her, especially like right after the Vosh debate. I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad. I knew it was gonna be bad, like immediately. Like any sane person knew it was gonna happen. But what made me upset out of everything was when she came onto your stream, people were tagging me in my Discord, and they were tagging me and saying that Mel is doing a genocide denial right now as we speak. And I listened back to the VOD, and
so you're talking about my Twitch stream, or are you talking about?
And so when the next day I streamed, last night I streamed, and I was we were watching you while we were waiting for the genocide denial to happen, so I could say like, look, like this literally happened, because I was mad because I had stuck my neck out for her
Oh, I see. So you heard from them about like that the original stream had that, and then you wanted to see it for yourself. So you're watching like because I was editing a little bit of that video of Mel and I talking. But you said you thought there was something in there where she did like straight up like genocide denial.
Yeah. Well, I had seen the VOD and then it got taken down, and I wanted to like show everyone like, yo, no, it happened, and this is why I'm mad. And then when it got to a certain part, it sounded like you were like taking out the genocide denial. You said, "Oh, there's a spicy take around here," and then like it was like just a couple of minutes right before you ended stream, and that's why I messaged you, because I was like, "Are you?"
Yeah. So I do remember having a clip that I took that I wanted to take out, but I actually couldn't find it. So I was gonna finish that video and upload it this, or I guess now yesterday morning, and I ended up not doing it because like I ran into a clip where I compared Vosh. Okay, so this is what I did that was cringe. I compared Vosh to a certain notorious amateur boxer, and it like the metaphor worked for exactly what the exact incident that we were talking about with Mel, but the way I said it, it sounded like I was just like comparing Vosh to this guy, and this dude's super cringe. He's a guy that goes around to like LA fitnesses and finds old dads and like he says, "Hey, you want to look, I need to shoot some film of me like boxing, you want to hold the gloves for me?" And they'll be like, "Okay, is this how a boxing glove goes on? Okay." And then he'll just come up and light him up and beat the shit out of them, and then declare victory and say like, you know, like in his mind he's got this record, like he keeps track of every gym dad that he beats up at an LA, like he's gotten, I think he's banned from like every LA fitness in like California for this reason. And so I compared Vosh to that guy, and like it was the kind of thing that I was just like, you know what, like this, like it's not nice and it's not true. And I was posting cringe, you know, because like the way I said it sounded like I was talking about like, you know, that's just how Vosh is, and so it was me, not Mel, that I was trying to save. But like, if there was something in there, let's see, I'm trying to bring this up. Maybe I can find the clip even.
It was right near the wherever you ended stream that night. She was talking about like the corporate thing, and like basically nobody found anything, so like why are you talking about it, right? And
I remember, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That I thought was weird too.
Yeah, and so like that level of like, especially right after, it felt like she got very comfortable and was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And then that, in addition to her retweeting a meta thread of someone debunking all Western propaganda about the Uyghurs in China, right? And it's like, okay, well, now I look like a fucking idiot for having stuck my neck out for you multiple times, saying, no, Mel isn't posting cringe, she's chill, like we don't have to fucking do that, right? Well, I think at this point it's easy to say like, yeah, she did some shit that we can't just sit by and be fine with. It's not okay.
Okay, so I've got, wait, that's our current VOD. Let's see if I can open the VOD from last night. So I'm hoping you can just like show me what you were talking about, and that we'll find the Mel thing before we find the Irene thing, because like I would, you know, I don't want to revisit me calling Vosh shitty fake boxer.
You're totally fine.
Let's see, switch this over to, oh wait, we might need to do a watch together.
Yeah, up to you. However we want to do it.
I mean, if you need to see it, unless like let's see.
Find the thing. My main thing was like,
Well, I mean, I want to know if this is like, you know, like I was really tired and actually kind of stoned when I talked to Mel because like my community said you're going to need to not be sober for watching this debate, and they were right. They were definitely right. Okay, so let's see. Do we have? I'll just switch this window over. So chat, we're doing this live without a net. You know, this is pretty exciting shit here. I think so, at least. So this one, yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. There's that wonderful thumbnail. Lovely, lovely thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I remember now I think what you're talking about. She was talking about a company that did some business in China, that maybe even in that province, that had like checked it out in order to find out if like they didn't, basically I think they were worried for PR or something like that, and
yeah, something along those lines.
And she said that they determined that, you know, that wasn't oh wow, this did get put on Reddit. Interesting. Let's read chat.
Twitter.
Denying genocide is pretty bad. Besides the meme.
Sorry.
Else? Oh no, I just noticed that like it got like I didn't realize, like I didn't know somebody put it on Reddit. But it explains a lot.
Let me see here.
See, okay, so it's when I'm editing the VOD, like after Hassan. Okay, this is where I'm talking to Mel.
Trans. And so when you have all these political movements together, they're sort of kind of putting everybody in.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do this, because like we can do like a watch together. The other thing I could do is maybe like stream this to would it work if I share my screen? Wait, let's see. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, I can share it just to you. Okay, cool. Let me know if this works.
Yep, I see it right there.
Okay, so as long as we're like not, stream is still running, I think we're good. Oh no, it did the thing! Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Okay, anyway, let's see if I can just get around it with, no? The Discord has a habit of when I try to screen share, sometimes it eats my cursor. My cursor disappears. Oh, no. And I don't know anybody else who has this bug.
I have never heard of that, no.
A problem that would make streaming. Oh my god. And somehow the space bar, it temporarily, like it plays it, but like for like a one tick. Like, do I hold down the space bar? No. Oh, there it is. I started it.
It sort
Okay.
of puts everybody in this position. Now, it's not to say that, like, you know,
okay, chat,
it wasn't to say that Trump would be better for trans people or Biden would be
watching
better or worse. It's the fact that it didn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter who won the election, whether it was Biden or Trump. The state of things for trans people is going to be difficult.
I feel like that's
going to be a slugfest.
That's gonna get clipped. So there's me saying that I think that sounded bad.
To work on legislation, it's going to take a lot of like due diligence and activist work. Like, it's going to be difficult. It's actually just as hard
because it makes it sound like she's saying there's no difference between
elected government,
Trump or Biden getting elected,
as much as the Republican
for trans people,
America
which is like,
does not treat trans rights as a federal issue. They treat it as a state's issue or a personal freedom and liberty issue. And the fact that no one like can even extrapolate that from politics, but they look at something and they go, "Oh,
Extricate,
you
yeah.
don't. Mel doesn't know that this is a red state." It just these kinds of things. Like, I don't think people like realize that I actually know what I'm talking about and that I'm not stupid.
Yeah,
I
you're
tweet the
actually
way I
thinking, you know, a few levels beyond them, not like a few levels.
people in the
Here we
replies
go.
like knowing nothing and like Sudoku. When I see people like
Oh,
retweet
yeah.
a tweet that I do, and they go, "Look how dumb Mel is," it's like, but you look stupid. Like, like you walked into this. You
Oh,
took
that's so
something that
weird.
everyone that the average person looks at and goes, like, "Oh, I get what she's saying." It's I get that she's being obviously hyperbolic and a little edgy with it. Like, I get it, but she's making a point. Like, and that's always been my frustration, is I don't make these messages for the debate pro people or for these content
Okay,
creators.
chat,
I
I will
make them for just
be right
people
back.
that need that cognitive dissonant break, because not everybody can understand politics through either debate or through like that
It's
kind of
really
rhetoric
shitty to
or
lose
like the
control of
literal,
my
like I think a lot of
computer
journalists
whenever I
and
try to
journalists
screen
I'm
share.
so sorry
are,
that that's
like,
happening.
No, it's just Discord.
An ally just retweeting an ACLU like post saying trans people are important, and then you see like 10,000 likes on it, and it's just a cis person tweeting it, and it just feels really shitty because whenever trans people retweet those tweets, or when trans people try and like talk about how their own lives are affected, they almost never get signal boosted to the same effect usually. Like,
It's true.
and I see this right, and so I get really irritated when all the big famous posts about trans discourse is always just like cis people just saying, you know, trans people are valid, and it's like, but we know that, like, as trans folks, we know our worth, we know our identity, we know who we are, we know everything about us as people. We don't necessarily need to have this kind of stuff constantly parroted. I want allies to say some deeper shit. I want allies to say stuff that like that the average person doesn't expect us to say. I that's the kind of activism I want. I want to see people really challenge.
Okay, so you were saying this was near where I ended. Do you want me to
really
push it forward to?
Yeah,
transphobia instead of just
like
saying
within like
constantly,
10 minutes of the end.
that like these things are good. And a lot of times when I'll do a retweet to somebody, it's usually like a really quiet, like not jab, but it's just like a really quiet sort of like subtle like, "You're silly if you take this seriously." Like, if you take this seriously, then that means you're way
But
too
oh, let
terminally
me
online. You're way too.
pause it really quick.
I'll
If you
try.
can with
Let's
the-
see.
Yeah.
outside.
Does it stay paused? No.
I just realized that this is your VOD from last night, right?
Mhm.
Oh, someone has a timestamp for me.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
On my stream,
I can
but let me
try to
be,
find
like,
that.
ultra clear. Yeah, it's 3 hours 34 minutes even.
Okay.
So, but let me be like super clear. When the reason that I thought that you were going to delete that segment of the conversation was because you said spicy take, but also because you weren't playing it. You were like skipping around her saying it, and you can kind of
Oh,
hear her
I was
say a
skipping
couple of
around to
words
try
of it.
to find the
Yeah.
to find my take. I
Yeah,
wasn't really
yeah.
skipping around, you know, based on her. But
Yeah, I understand now. Yeah.
yeah, and I've also got the VOD from that to load it up in DaVinci. Let me see if I can somehow. Okay, so I've got to like hit. This is like, okay, it's an invisible cursor, but it's still there. Like, right, so it responds, like you can see things like when I'm rolling, when I'm when I'm right over them, you can see them. Like, yeah, so if I can just get into the like bar and then pull it forward to being 3 minutes and what did you say, 3 minutes or 3 hours
3
and
hours 34 minutes.
I'm just like delicately like moving the mouse trying to see when it lights up the bar. God, this is so frustrating. Okay. And I would try to just like take off the screen sharing, but if I remember correctly, that doesn't fix it. It doesn't, like, I don't remember what it is that I do to get the cursor to come back, but... Oh, I was right over it. Did you see that? Oh my god, I was right over it for a second. Oh, there. Yes.
Shark 300 is in my chat. He wanted let me see.
Okay.
He
There we
wanted me
go.
to ask you
Oh yeah,
if
the
you could
VOD.
have
Okay, so 3 minutes and what was it? Yeah, I got a hold of it.
Yeah,
3
3 hours 34 minutes.
34, okay. Put it at 3 hours 34 and 0. Yeah,
yeah, Shark was wondering if he could have the
yeah, tell
clip
him that
of-
I'm on that. I'm just trying to figure out like what to do, how to manage the drama surrounding it.
Wherever you
No.
want.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really care. Like,
Yeah.
just go wherever you want. And China is still waiting on the UN to like respond. So I mean, we are getting somewhere. Like the international community is pressuring the UN, and the UN wants to look in those things. China has officially said, "Hey, if you want to come in and look."
Oh yeah. Oh,
And
you
these things
didn't
are
get
happening.
okay.
So,
Okay. I thought
like, if
you'd
if
got it
anything,
before I
and I will say this, and I've said this several times, and I guess since I'm saying it on a stream, I guess it's for the record. But if it comes to fruition that China is industrially executing people of a ethnic or religious minority to get rid of them or to eliminate a
So she's saying the UN's looking into the allegations, and if they find...
So if you're assimilating a culture, like, that's kind of
Oh,
questionable.
is this it?
But I get really frustrated because, like, we
Wait,
have
so
vocational...
wait,
the
so what is she
vocational
saying
school
about that
question.
though?
We
She
know
said
those are- we
if
know
you
those exist.
there's a difference between assimilation and what did she say? And
there's a okay, so I'm trying to remember, and that's why I was watching last night. I think that she was saying there's a difference between assimilation and genocide, and I think what she said was that what China is doing is assimilating people by giving them vocational training, which is the genocide denying shit. Like,
so
it's not
basically,
genocide.
they're so she's saying assimilate. So basically, you took it as she was saying, this is assimilation. This is all right. This is not problematic, right?
Yeah, if I remembered correctly, and if that's what she's saying right there,
Well,
can you go back like?
Oh, do you want to
2
go back?
seconds?
Okay, I'll try. Yeah, that might going forward is going to be easier than. Oh, wait. No. Okay, so so you right to 334, right? Or slightly before. Do you want to try 333 and get a little bit more context? 333 and 18 seconds. Sure, we'll get a lot more context, maybe.
UN that says that when half these sources say when the victims of communism organization is saying they're actually killing 6 million Uyghurs, but then the latest UN investigation in 2018 or 2017, I can't remember what year it was.
I'm like falling asleep here.
No conclusive
and in the video.
Then it's kind of confusing, right? Because you have a think tank, you have a conservative think tank that's just saying all these people are dying. When you have the United Nations saying, hey, we went on some sanctioned tours and didn't see anything, and China actually recently reached out to the UN and says, hey, we can have some unguided, we can have some tours where you can just go wherever you want. We don't really care. Just go wherever you want. And China is still waiting on the UN to
she does seem to have an attitude of like
the international
she doesn't think anything's wrong.
The UN and the UN
like she thinks this is all
things. China has officially said, hey,
over
if you
nothing.
Come in and look,
oh yeah. Oh, you didn't get
okay.
Okay. I thought you got it before I
and I will say this, and I've said this several times, and I guess since I'm saying it on a stream, I guess it's for the record. But if it comes to fruition that China is industrially
she said assimilation is problematic on its own.
To get rid of them.
She's pointing out that China. I'll shut up.
Because there's a huge difference between assimilating a culture and eliminating them. So if you're assimilating a culture, that's kind of questionable. But I get really frustrated because, we have vocational, the vocational school question. We know that those exist in Xinjiang. No one's hiding that. Those exist. The thing that frustrates me is that China has these vocational schools to assimilate, certain Uyghurs into the, Chinese sort of the Chinese cultural hegemonic stuff. But America does the same kind of indoctrination in our schools, right? Like when you're in high school, you learn American history, and it's very biased and very slanted towards.
So somebody in my chat is saying that she's pointing out that China is also she is pointing out that China is probably lying.
Okay, that's not what I'm getting
Did
out
I?
of this. That's not the interpretation.
Yeah,
that
I
I'm
didn't
getting.
hear that either, actually.
What the way that I am interpreting what's being said is, you know, yeah, we already know that there are vocational schools, right? And we know that there are vocational schools. We know that there's propaganda, but like, what is or like she says this like fucking wild false dichotomy between cultural assimilation, like forced cultural assimilation from China, like in these internment camps where they're forcing people to shave their beards, not ever practice their religion, not speak their native tongue, et cetera, you know, all the stuff that we did to the indigenous tribes that we had in the United States in the late 1800s, early 1900s. You know, the whole quote unquote kill the savage, save the man. That's literally like the same fucking thing that they're doing in Xinjiang. But she put up this false dichotomy of the internment camps where they're forcing people to assimilate and American high schools, which isn't
that was weird to me. That was really weird to me.
It's not where you get. That's not even where you get.
I mean, you could make the argument that like, you know,
at that point you're already in American culture. It's just part of American culture, and it can be criticized. But
well, I mean, you're not necessarily in American culture. I mean, these are forced on, you know, First Nations people too. You know, it's
sure.
Like, you know, everybody undergoes this irrespective of
schools. But
well, yeah, she is, but I think she's talking about them in as much as, you know, what their effect is on you know, other cultures within the United States. And I think she's seeing it as a continuing erasure and a continuing, or actually, you know what, I'm intuiting or I'm interpreting too much. That's you know, she didn't actually speak to that.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you what I think she'd say.
Yeah, but like I don't blame you for interpreting it that way and being charitable, because until, you know, 2 nights ago I probably would have said the exact same thing, because I was being very
but you said it was this and the a retweet that she had done that got like, you.
Yeah, I can actually find that retweet for you, because that was incredibly fucking cringe, because me and my chat we were both going over the thread that thread was based off of. So
Emma, cultural assimilation is when, like, you know, an example is that the schools that they sent First Nation students to, they like Sondsol was saying there was a slogan that was like, what was it? Kill the savage, keep the child, or something.
Leave the man. That's
leave the man. Yeah. So basically, what they were saying is that they didn't like, you know, the culture of these First Nations people, and that their schools were specifically, you know, part of the, you know, the design was to orient them into like a, you know, white cultural foray instead of the culture that they came from. So yeah, that's what's meant by cultural assimilation. But yeah, do you want to watch this one more time just to? Oh wait, here.
Sure, and I just found the tweet thread that she.
Okay, we'll look at that afterwards.
I'll DM that to you.
Yeah.
Like, just go wherever you want, and China is still waiting on the UN to like respond. So, I mean, we are getting somewhere. Like, the international community is pressuring the UN, and the UN wants to look in those things. China has officially said, hey, if you want to come in and look.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, you didn't get... Okay,
so,
okay. I thought,
like, if
you'd got it before I...
And I will say this, and I've said this several times, and I guess since I'm saying it on a stream, I guess it's for the record, but if it comes to fruition that China is industrially executing people of a ethnic or religious
I just wanted to make sure also, like, are you saying, is she contradicting something that she said? Like, are you saying that she's got two different, like, kind of realities, that she's, like, that she's saying something
so,
here
like,
that
on
contradicts something that she's sort of, like, promised to you, that she's sort of, like, assured you of, that...
Yeah, basically on my stream, and I guess that if you want, I can go through and I can find that that clip. I should be posting to YouTube, but I'm a bad content creator.
Oh, yo, it's a struggle. I know the feeling.
But I could go back and find that stream and find the part where Dylan Burns jumped in and he like really hammered down on her about like, is this like a cultural genocide? Like, can you at least admit that?
And this was on your stream, right? Like, not on Hippie Dip, not the part on Hippie. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, so she said one thing on my stream, right? Which and it makes me look very, very stupid. At least it makes me feel very stupid that in that same stream, people were still hammering her about the genocide denial, and I went off on my chat like super hardcore, which isn't abnormal on my stream because me and my chat have a
yeah, you have a really good relationship.
But
yeah.
I was like especially cruel that day. Like, it was really irritating to see the entire chat doing the exact same thing for 4 hours straight. So, you know, especially after she had addressed it in the way that she did. So me going off on my chat like that, me running defense for her even after the Vosh debate, where I think that Vosh was he was a little bit of a bully. Like, I think it's hard to argue that he wasn't exceptionally hard on her, but I also think that
and if there was anything, like, I mean, like, in addition to, like, you know, feeling bad about like how hard I had gone on her the previous time, like, that was the other thing that was like fresh on my mind, was like, you know, kind of like, this is somebody that's just coming off of what it sounded like, or, you know, like, I thought that she was wanting to, you know, have a more productive conversation, and it just, like, you know, blew up into what it was. You know, I guess, you know, I was feeling a lot of empathy that day.
Yeah, and I felt basically the same way, and the feeling that I had, even in our second conversation on my stream, I said this to her, that, you know, if you just kind of gave your opinions on, like, make a meta thread, pin a tweet, all right, make a tweet, pin it to the fucking top of your Twitter and say, here are my actual positions on things, because she doesn't want to ever address the things that she tweets. She says that everything that she tweets shouldn't be taken seriously, right? So I said, all right, if you don't want people to do that and you don't want to explain yourself on stream, just make a big pinned old tweet and you can never have to explain yourself again.
And Vosh offered her that too, right? Vosh said, look, if you just say right here now, like, nothing I say on Twitter is of any significance, I am, you know, shit posting, I'm memeing, and that is all that I'm doing, then that I will, like, fucking let you go, right? And you know, she didn't want to do that kind of a disavowal. The thing that I'm a little bit sympathetic to her about is, like, I made this point yesterday. Okay, so I posted a tweet yesterday that says, Haas is the biggest shrimp of them all. He should have purged himself during the shrimp trials, right? Yeah, right. So, like, I was joking around that if, like, Haas somehow, you know, debated me and said, look, I have proof right here. I don't know what this proof would actually look like, right? This is, you know, imaginary thing, but, like, let's say that Haas actually does have proof that Eudaimonia is a bigger shrimp than he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say, okay, my tweet was wrong. But the point that I was making wasn't that Haas is absolutely the biggest shrimp in infrared. It's the fact that he's all, like, worried about people simping, and here he goes, like, simping, you know, tradconism or conservative Christianity, or, you know, oh God, whatever right-wing ideology that he's developed a taste for at the moment, right? And that point remains the same. So, like, in my mind, a lot of times Twitter is more for slogans and more for, like, gestures than it is for, like, exact words. I don't like Vosh holding her to the exact words that she uses like a stickler, but at the same time, I also don't like, you know, people using Twitter and memeing to be like Weasley little liars and Schrodinger's douchebags and stuff like that, right? So, you know, I can that was my problem, is that like the whole time I could kind of see both of their points. Like I don't know. It's not like I could have gotten in there and been like the therapist and be like, okay, you're thinking this and you're thinking this, but really, you know, you're not as far apart as you think. But like I just kept on thinking that there was a lot of like missed opportunities for at least understanding, even if they don't end up like, you know, agreeing or even, you know, being okay with each other.
I agree with you. And that's why like I wasn't super I wasn't super upset whether when I talked to her, like, okay, well, I understand what your position is on Twitter. Like, if you just see it as a place to shitpost, then that's fine, right? I think that you get a lot more shit than you deserve. You ought to do this because it might.
Yeah, and that thread makes sense. You know, if that's what you're gonna do, yeah.
Yeah, and so when Vosh did that, I was like, I understand why he's doing this. Maybe he could back off it a little bit. But yeah, I think that a lot of his characterization, not all of his characterization, some of it, the way that he characterized that debate was really fucking cringe. However, I do think
oh god, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Was kind of accurate. It was like kind of weaselly, and I was feeling the same way. But I was still like, hey guys, like let's not. She left my Discord because some people were like poking fun at her, and she didn't feel like dealing with it. And she said that she would be back. I don't know if I'm like cool with that now, but it's not because I like just intrinsically am mad at her specifically, but I don't like the idea of having someone that says one thing to me and then like says another thing on another person's stream that is like a really, really like, you know, genocide denying level take, makes me look like I am sympathetic with a genocide denier. And you know, that's kind of where like my biggest frustration out of this comes, because I think that you know, outside of that, Mel is a very interesting person to talk to, very fun to talk to. You know, like we argued on my stream a little bit. We just kind of talked on my stream, but in general, it was lighthearted and stuff like that. So I was fine with her, and yeah. So that's basically what my whole thing is. And now because of that and because of some other things in my community, we've decided to go on the Sondsol villain arc. So this is my first ever actual not Twitter drama, like Twitch drama, where I'm actually mad at someone.
Well, I mean, if you feel lied to, I can totally understand that, and I want to see that. I want to be, you know, I want to, you know, hear you out, and you know, if she's being weaselly, then like I guess I feel kind of burned by it too. Like I said, like the person that I know, you know, doesn't seem like that person, but yeah, like I mean, I guess, you know, the clips don't lie, so.
Yeah, this is what I wonder. I wonder how much she actually knows or cares about the Uyghur genocide, or what she actually believes, because I don't know. That's the problem. I don't fucking know if she actually is a genocide denier at this point, or if she's or if she even cares all that much, and she's just kind of whatever happens, I have to like run defense for like socialism, because that's the take that I've heard from Marxist Leninists or other like very hardcore or older lefty ideologies. Is that you have to support socialism worldwide. Even if you don't support everything about them, you have to support them worldwide.
Okay, and that's disturbing too, especially when we're talking about things like this, because I feel like it's important for us to distance ourselves and repudiate, disavow, and learn from like things that like I would call I would say things that degenerated from communism, things that like degenerated from the idea of a revolution and went sideways, like, right? Like that the USSR, you know, and maybe there's some positive things that we can learn from it, but like I feel like those things are fewer and far between than, you know, the mistakes that were made, and how easily it fell into the hands of, you know, just authoritarianism.
Yeah, so the way that I look at it is, I don't care about any specific country. You know, when I'm talking to conservatives, I'll say something like, you know, I love my country. I live in the most amazing country in the entire world, strongest military the world's ever seen. You know, et cetera, et cetera. My country is fucking baller, bald eagles, fireworks, right? But I don't have any allegiance to a political entity in the United States.
And we both perceive that, you know, that kind of shit rightly as being cringe, and like, you know, that it's the same way if you're like, you know, gonna have allegiance for another government, especially to the point of like being like, okay, yeah, but like, you know, like that doesn't matter, or, you know, like the kind of stuff that we call simping.
Yeah. So like, so the reason I say that is because when I look at another country, whether it's a socialist country, whether it is a capitalist country, whether it is a democratic socialist country or social democrat, I look at specific policies. I'm like, this is something that we could institute in the US, and it would make life better, right?
Yeah.
There are things that from the USSR we can do that with. There are things from Cuba we can do that with. There are things probably from China that we can do that with. And that would all be poggers.
Yeah.
But any like running defense for the USSR, who did the Holodomor, who did you know, gulags and had Joseph Stalin and all these really, really bad people do mean things, like the Berlin
I did
Wall.
get her to talk some shit about Joseph Stalin on stream, so.
Oh, did you? Oh, well, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
You,
well, I mean, I shouldn't say
it.
it got her to. She did. She chose to, like, unlike Haas, she doesn't view like Stalin as, or at least from what unless there's more, you know, clips that you can show me where she does like Stalin. She seemed to be pretty. But yeah, no, she wasn't real committal on like what happened there either, and viewed it as, you know, at the very least a policy failure that showed the utter incompetence and ridiculousness of that government under Stalin. But yeah, there was a lot more agnosticism, like, and like, granted, like, I think we both understand where that comes from, in that, you know, we can see examples of US like intelligence manipulating and managing like public opinion, you know, during the Cold War. So there is like, you know, reason to say like, you know, verify, don't necessarily you know, believe everything that you're seeing, because some of it could be massaged and some of it likely is massaged, but that there's a certain level of corroboration and proof, which, you know, I would think that what's going on in Xinjiang does rise to that level where you just gotta say, you know what, like, I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's fucked up in this government, and there's so many reasons. Like the thing about like you know, the PRC, the USSR, you know, obviously the DPRK. Like these are not like, you know, I get that, like, you know, if somebody wants to tell me like, look, don't just like look at other governments and say, oh yeah, they're bad, they're authoritarian, they're fucked up. See those elements within your government. See the undemocratic elements within your government, and that's all well and good and stuff. But like, these aren't examples of governments that are just like, you know, have some similar problems to us. These are examples of, you know, governments that have gone completely off the rail,
deeply flawed.
Yeah.
Deeply, you know, deeply murderous in some cases, not in all cases, right, but in some cases. And to be clear, for my
and also in a lot of ways an affront to like the ideals of Marxism, and like in the case of the PRC, like I was listening to Haas defend like you know, no, it's okay because they're communist billionaires. You know, what about the landlords? Well, they're communist landlords, so yeah, it's so ridiculous.
The guy that likes fucking Caleb Maupin, all right? You can disregard everything.
Oh, fuck yeah, I forgot about the Caleb Maupin standing. Yeah, I've been concentrating more on the Nick Land and the Dugan, but yeah, no, he's a big Caleb fan as well, and cringe lord du jour.
Yeah, he's like I really think that he's gonna get himself banned here in a couple of weeks, or like within, like, I would say by summer that guy's gone, or very soon afterwards. I'm not like super concerned about him, unless his like fans start DDoSing people or something.
Well, I was concerned about the like kind of like, you know, lack of you know, when Destiny was kind of just like talking to him, and to be fair, Destiny didn't like put a strong like, hey, everybody should go follow this guy, he's a cool, you know, Marxist-Leninist, like, you know, or like, you know what I mean, he wasn't even giving that like, this guy's an okay leftist. It was just kind of like, oh, these are some pretty interesting ideas, and because Destiny was interested in his actual ideas, they didn't get the question of like, so what do you think about Stalin, bud? You know, that never came up. And that's what I was like really worried about, is that uncritical sort of eye, and that like, you know, magnifying of Sondsol's platform into like because the first time at least Destiny was like debating him, but this time Destiny was like, half of it was just him trying to learn Heidegger from Haas. And I'm just like, oh, please, if you want to learn Heidegger, there's got to be better videos than the, you know, like, you know, better, like, I have no faith in Haas's presentation of any of this theory.
I was really disappointed when I was streaming that night and someone sent it to me and we listened to it for like 10 minutes. I was like, this is not good. We should not be happy that Destiny is talking to him like this. The only reason to platform Infrared is if it's someone that has fewer followers or fewer concurrent viewers than him. And
so I guess that's not me anymore. I just passed him, so.
Oh, did you?
Some people think that that's why he was mad. The night before he said something about us was I guess one of the bigger nights for me as far as streaming on Twitch, and that it did in fact, you know, pass. And he's the kind of guy that would like look at the you know, like follows on Twitch and be like, oh god, I can't believe she's got more people in her chat than me, you know. And it could have just been a raid or something like that. It's not really something you should lose sleep over. It's gonna make it harder for him to stream if he's that competitive. But yeah, like some people theorize that had something to do with him fixating on me.
I got you. Yeah, I wonder. I do wonder if he sits there and still mentions me, because it's way too often.
Oh, you're in that meme that I just showed on a little while ago. Wait, let me see if I can find it again. You're in that meme that like he drew like the Chad and his version of the version in the Chad, but his version was like wait, the Chad was like one with the sun, you know, not Anglo-boxed, all that shit, right? And then the oh yeah, Harry Potter values was one of the characteristics of the Virgin.
Hey,
like
that's my meme. I say Harry Potter liberals.
Yeah.
Take that from me.
Oh my god, no, he tried, and then he's also got like Sondsol fan is like one of the characteristics of the cuck. Yeah, he's like, what did he call it? Like the shadow cuck. It was so uncreative too. He's like, this is the slippery shadow cuck, and this is the great big gorilla sun warrior. It was like, you know, that was.
It's so fucking cringe. I just can't believe. My chat is absolutely. Is it on his subreddit?
Probably. Yeah, I can find it if I can ever get like. I'm a little bit hampered by the fact that that I don't have a pointer here, but you know, yeah, if you can find it on the subreddit, that would be sick.
All right, Mfinity, you know what to do. So yeah, when it comes to like, I really do think at this point it's on lefties to be like ultra critical. Like we can't like put up with anything like Paz or Mel anymore, unless Mel wants to fucking just like come out and be very, very fucking clear with everyone about what she actually believes, and then stay consistent on that, and never like do like the whole like, oh yeah, I forgot, I'm supposed to send you the link of the thread that she retweeted because fuck that shit. Let me see here. Move some stuff around on my stream really quick. All right. Here we go. And I'm sending it to you in DMs here. But yeah, this tweet right there is really, really irritating because there was originally a thread of someone saying, look, I'm a communist, but these are a bunch of links and articles from places that no sane person could possibly call Western propaganda on the genocide in Xinjiang, and you know, we can't sit by and let this be a part of our movement, right? Based as fuck, epic. So someone went through and was like, actually, it is all Western propaganda, leftist solidarity. And I have no respect for this, no patience for it anymore. I am 100% like a hair's breadth from doing a full-on goddamn lefty arc, because I think that these people give us a really, really fucking bad name. They make me look fucking stupid because
it would be a tanky arc, right?
A tanky arc, maybe a fucking anarchist arc, because there's been a couple of engagements I've had on Twitter with some
about this kind of stuff, or what?
Not genocide denial. I also think that we shouldn't be letting people just make us all look so dumb, right? So like here's like a couple of things. One, I think that when
it's like cancel culture but for dumbasses, right? Is that
yes, exactly?
Okay, I got it.
I got to do a full-on cancel culture, but for everyone that is less
for
intelligent.
Negative stereotype threats of lefties.
And yeah, because you know, I think that leftism, I think that socialism in the US, at least in the online space, because you know, it's not really established in the real life world. I think it's pretty on the verge of going the way of the YouTube skeptics. I think that I don't remember if this is a Destiny or a Vosh take, but I didn't think that that was accurate at first. But
wait, have the skeptics lost all their viewers and stuff?
I mean, for a great deal of them have either stopped making content or they have drastically dropped off in
the skeptics that I think are super cringe are like, wait, I don't even know, maybe Computing Forever wasn't one of the skeptics back in the day, but there's a whole bunch of them that have basically reaccepted like Christianity, at least in a cultural framework, you know, out of this like sort of Dawkins Harris, like, you know, Christianity bad, but Islam, ooh, that's a whole nother level of bad. And so they've kind of adopted this like, you know, weird like Western chauvinist like kind of attitude, and so, for some of them it actually leads them down the road of like, you know, what they call the God pill, like this is the new thing, and that, like, you know, I mean, it's you know, the red pill, the black pill. Now there's the God pill.
That's really fucking
and it's
cringy.
To me that feels like the Ouroboros of atheism and skepticism swallowing its own tail. So that for the left to do that, it would have to be like if some lefty was like, oh my god, it's basically Haas. It's basically Haas, some lefty. Well, I don't know. The thing is, I don't even accept Haas as a lefty. Like, I think that this is entryism, right? I think that what he's done is like found a disguise for essentially like alt-woke bullshit. And he's trying to like, you know, kind of pass it off as a like leftism that's like anti SJW, anti counterculture, and I don't know. That's why I think that Nazgul Vortex is like a bigger like threat than any of this tanky shit. As much as I'm not a fan of authoritarianism.
I think that these people would be alt-right if it was socially acceptable. I think these are the kind of people who either were or would be like they either used to be part of the alt-right, but then, you know, someone at work or one of their friends or like one of their like girlfriends or family members found out that they were like Sieg Heiling, and they were like, oh man, I can't do this anymore. People are gonna hate me. and then they just slowly found out.
Well,
oh, I
that
can also be an
works for
authoritarian, also hate gay
Has and
people.
stuff, right? Because they have the whole tradition of, or they have the whole history with Lefty Pole of kind of having come out of the Chans, and like now it's like that's one of the things in their Virgin and Chad that the Virgin still posts on the Chans and stuff, and the Chad is, you know, too busy doing outdoor activities and being one with the sun, like a true sun warrior king. Let's see.
They're incredibly fucking cringy.
So I read the tweet that you sent me. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up, but that's gonna involve me trying to get. Oh, yeah, I almost got Discord. Okay, I'm in there now. I gotta go and. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think I can get it and pull it up on screen. God. Oh, you know what's funny is I can actually see. Oh, that's ironic. My cursor is actually in the. It's in the the screen sharing
I
image.
see it.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. You can actually see it, but I can't, like, once I get it past here, it disappears. Let me see if I can just. I just need to click your link, but I can't tell when I'm scrolling over the link. It doesn't like do a lighty uppy thing. Oh god. Oh god, I went way too far. No. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, wait. Click there. No. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. But so she tweeted somebody in this. So this is Roderick Dre's. Roderick Dre's tweet.
And, like, debunked a shit ton of links. Oh, quote unquote debunked. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
A bunch of links talking about the Uyghur genocide. And she just retweeted it. No comment. Just no quote tweet. Nothing. Just retweeted it. It's all Western propaganda, even though it's like the ML party of India or something like that. Like, these are all communists that are also saying this. It was a huge fucking meta thread, right? So yeah, it's just like all of these things all at once. It kind of feels like she's fine with signaling to the other tankies, like, yeah, well, maybe there isn't a genocide. Pleading emoji, you know.
So that's what, I was talking about that the other day, because I was noticing that there's like two different ways to take that pleading emoji. Like, you know, I took it as like not disingenuous, as in like that she's
okay. This is
saying if there is a genocide, then that like legit
yeah.
is bad. But I can also see how it would appear to, you know, if you've got the idea that she's being evasive already, then yeah, it seems downright sinister.
Yeah. So this is the realist fucking take. All right. I think that she just like, she didn't want to answer the fucking questions anymore, but she also can't not respond to know nothing. So I think that's who she was responding to in that thread.
She did mention know nothing, yeah, in our conversation.
Yeah.
Well.
And I think that like she just like can't not respond to him. Now, what the problem is that Know Nothing had a point in that.
Wait, am I missing people in our chat? Demon Mama, hey.
Oh, hey, Demon Mama.
Sorry, I went into Discord. I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties tonight, Demon Mama. My cursor disappeared when I was trying to screen share with Sondsol here. Where is she? Okay, wait. Thank you for pointing out that Demon Mama's in chat, because if you hadn't repeated it, I'm not... In my opinion, this is not an accurate read, she says. I'm not sure what she's talking about.
If it's about the pleading emoji, I was gonna get there.
I think it was earlier. It's way up in chat. She might have just like dipped in and dipped out. I know she's got a lot going on this week that she's trying to take care of. So she... Oh, there she is. Okay. I don't think Online Left will go the way of the skeptics. I agree, Demon Mama.
I think that if we are not able to get the people that are, I think that you have to like, this is what I'm noticing, right? I am noticing that people on the left are getting, you know, kind of kind of dunked on a fairly regular basis, because they are not learning a couple of like really key things. Economics is one of those things. I think that there's a lot of arguments in the social sphere that I think are really, really semantic. And then also we have a lot of people that are kind of what's the word? Not sympathetic to, but kind of agnostic on what to do with tankies.
Yeah.
Now, most content creators, I don't think are like this, but I think that a lot of people.
Sondsol, are you okay if Demon Mama comes on and talks with us?
Oh,
Is that
yeah,
okay?
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Demon
I'll
Mama's
see if
chill.
I can add her to the call. She is already friended, so it should be easy if I can just. So Demon Mama, the tech issue is that like whenever I do screen share, my cursor disappears, so I can see it when it rolls over stuff, but it's like it rolls over stuff really quick, so it's hard to like get to the where you're. So yeah, if everyone could just have great patience with me, I'm gonna be a little bit slow tonight at doing anything really. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's right there. There, yes. And how do I do? There's you. Okay. Oh wait, no, I gotta add you as a friend. I didn't realize I hadn't friended you. Oh my god. Can you send me a friend request?
I might be able to add her. I think that we have been.
Okay, or if you can add her, yeah, either way. So you go to friends.
Well, I have sent you a friend request. We are not friends on Discord, so.
I know,
of course
right?
I
That's a
have to add you.
mistake. That's a mistake for sure. I probably because I was using Bird Brains by the time Bird Brains chat by the time I was voice chat by the time I was I had you on. I think
Really
you came
quick,
on.
I'm
my
gonna
god.
mute for
Yeah,
1
yeah.
second.
Okay. Oh my god, if I can just click this check mark, then I can friend Sondsol, and we'll be able to bring in Demon Mama pretty easily. Damn it, they should make this like, let's see, can I tab? New group DM, oh wait, that's probably, well, no, I can't do the group, oh, yep, wait, yes, I can tab. Oh my god, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Discord? Okay, great, I got the help tab, friend. You can navigate Discord, control / list the shortcuts, control K, open quick switcher, it's the fastest way to move around. Okay, control K could be useful. Oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? No, I accidentally clicked to the website. Fuck me. Now I'm out of Discord. I was so close to chat. I was like a few tabs away from being able to add Sondsol. I almost said Sonsoy. Okay, so just press.
It's fine if you call
escape.
me Sonsoy. I'm used to it at this point.
I think it's like a mark of distinction to be insulted by Haas. Okay, so if I click
If you would
return
like,
on the oh yeah, okay,
I
so
could
we're
jump
friends
into your
now.
Discord.
Okay, so we're friends
wait.
now. So
We're
I think
friends
you
now,
should be
and I
able to
can add
maybe
Demon Mama.
yeah,
Yes.
see if you can add her.
Demon Mama. There we go.
Demon Mama's added. Yes. Okay. Cool.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Sorry, I was waiting and trying to follow with the delay, but the YouTube delay is a little,
Oh God, I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
I am doing pretty good. I am awfully frustrated with Ocarina of Time because I can't remember this part of the game and I don't remember where to get the blue tunic. But I'm just gonna wander around while we talk.
Is that the one where you get to play like music on the flute thingy?
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Well, that's a lot of them though.
Oh shit, yeah. I haven't really played.
I have a tattoo of Majora's Mask.
Oh really?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, my first tattoo is going to be a Zelda tattoo.
Yeah.
It's the first game I ever played. So
Wait, Ocarina of Time was?
yeah, Ocarina of Time was the first
Damn.
game I can remember playing.
Holy shit. Damn, making me feel old as fuck. All right, so yeah, well, good to hear y'all are doing good. Hear you've been chit-chatting about lefties and stuff. And
Oh, my cursor's back. I don't know what did it. I was just messing around in Streamlabs and it came back. Yay! I'm able to. I'm a real streamer again. Okay, so yeah, we've been talking about the fallout from the Mel Vosh conversation, if you will, a couple of days ago, and you know, I had Mel on after that. A certain segment of people did not appreciate me even talking to Mel, and despite the fact that I was trying to look. Okay, so when I did my debate analysis, I don't know if people pay attention to this or they just like are like, oh, the femoids talking again, whatever. But like my whole thing was that like, you know, I could see it from both of their perspectives. And I could see almost like where they were missing each other. Now, I'm not saying that I'm, you know, giving 100% approval to anybody in that conversation. I thought there was a lot of shit that was pretty fucking cringe in the conversation on both parts. But I could see sort of where, like what Mel was saying that was setting Vosh off and really like raising red flags. Like she was seeming like she was giving a nod to an essentialized version of intersectionality, which Vosh very much opposes. And, you know, it's one of his raison d'etre to fight that kind of shit, you know, that kind of like, reductivist like version of social justice, right? And then on the other side,
to me,
obviously,
I think that the problem for me in this conversation, and like I don't really know that I disagree with any of y'all's analysis of the debate so far, except for the other thing, the broader picture about the online left. I have some disagreements there.
Me too.
But yeah, I mean, I think that part of the problem in this conversation is that to a completely outside observer, I think I can understand where people would read Vosh coming off as like hella aggressive. He was definitely very aggressive. Reminded me of the old days of Vosh.
Yeah, some of my community said that too. I didn't think so though, because I remember the old days of Vosh, and I didn't hear any, you know, no trans people got called like fragile or anything like that. So. Oh fuck. Well, no, like I'm just like I'm just remembering some of the worst experiences. Some experiences that honestly, when they happened, they made me question whether I wanted to hang out in his community or not. Luckily, I feel like Vosh has progressed a lot since then.
Yeah,
and that he's seen some of those mistakes as to be mistakes, and really, you know, made amends on those and done honestly like a lot of good work for the left. So
yeah, I mean, I think pretty highly of Vosh's willingness to self-critique and make improvements, you know, on stuff that I think that he's, you know, has a weak spot on or whatever. I mean, I guess just, you know, I will say that Vosh is not nearly as spicy as he used to be as a OG Vosh chatter. I always really found Vosh's community to be incredibly loving and welcoming in general. And I don't know, maybe it's changed. I don't spend as much time on VGG because, well, I'm streaming all the time.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you're doing a lot.
But yeah, I don't know. I think that for somebody coming from the outside, they might be kind of like, what the fuck was going on here? Just because it's with Mel. I feel like so much. I mean, everything that she does is on Twitter, and as a result, if you're not familiar with what she says on Twitter and what she does on Twitter, it's plausible for people to be like, "Oh no, like that I wasn't being serious," and then the viewers to just be like, "Yeah, okay, maybe she was just not being serious, and maybe maybe Vosh is getting super mad over something." I personally think that if you are familiar at all with Mel's online presence on Twitter, then you know, like, okay, yeah, there's some Weasley shit going on here. There's some dishonesty going on with the way that this is being framed and reported and whatever.
And you're not saying from a perspective of where you hold somebody to every single one of their exact words, because I was noting that, like, just before I came on last night, I had made a tweet at Haas, or not at Haas, but a subtweet about Haas, and I said that he's the king of the shrimp, right? Because, like, all the, you know, he called his community, half of them shrimps for, like, voting for somebody else instead of him on a Raj Royale type show.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah, so basically I called him, I was like, he should have purged himself, because he's the biggest shrimp of them all.
Oh, shit.
And I was joking now, look, what if Haas came on and he said, all right, Irene, I think you're wrong and I can prove you're wrong. And he somehow gives me proof that says, look, Eudaimonia is objectively a bigger shrimp than Haas. I don't know what that proof would look like, but let's say it existed. And I said, yep, you're right, Haas. I can't deny it. Udemoti, a bigger shrimp. Would I need to, like, you know, really, like, you know, make an apology and say, you know what, my exact words were wrong, when really the point I was trying to get across was with that tweet was that Haas simps conservative Christianity, tradconism, Nazbilism. He simps a lot of really nasty things, and, like, you know, I think that point still remains, and that I'm not, like, wrong, even though on the principle maybe I'm wrong.
Than that. You know, I think it goes further than that in this case. Like, I mean, in my opinion, like, I mean, Mel was stirring shit over this for like days, and with regard to the Uyghur thing, like, Mel has made a and I get it. Look, like, I am personally of the opinion that you know, massive, highly militarized states are rarely good. That in general, when there is reasonable evidence that you know, genocidal, or at the very least, you could say, what's the right word? Eugenics, like eugenicist positions are being taken, that you should generally err on the side of, okay, states do this all the fucking time. We should probably take this seriously and recognize that. But I also understand, to a certain degree, the desire to not just take everything at face value, right? Yeah, because, like, I think one of the things that can happen is we know that there is disinfo out there. We know, like, a great example of this is if you go and you look at the situation with Bolivia, how that was all handled, how that was reported on, how dishonestly that was reported on by a lot of Western news sources. I shouldn't even say Western, global North news sources, American specifically, but Canadian as well. But it's like, it's one of those things where I can understand a certain amount of skepticism about the facts here, but it's very weird to me when when a lot of people are feeling suspicious about whether you are denying or downplaying a genocide, and the only response is constant memes, and then when you're finally called on it, it's like you're sort of like acting as though you're being put under great duress to answer for a question that's actually kind of important. As it turns out, it actually is kind of important to know whether people believe that genocide is excusable in the name of a political outcome. And so, you know, with all that in mind, like, I think that, like,
so do you think that, like, are you thinking that, like, consciously she's accepted it and is willing to kind of, like, lie to other people to, you know, like, do you think it's to that level, or do you think that she's just incredibly naive about, like, you know?
I don't think if you want my personal opinion, I don't know. Like, I don't fucking know what's in her head.
That's the problem that I have.
Yeah.
Because she says one thing on my stream, she says another here, right? She signaled on Twitter with that thing that I sent you, just like everything is Western propaganda. And that's why it makes me very mad, because, you know, you think that I guess maybe I'm just very trusting, and I'm also like fairly new to streaming, I guess, or like online political engagement. So I just, like, kind of took her at her word once she on my stream said the genocide wasn't happening, right? I should have fucking clipped that out and fucking put it on Twitter, like the day it happened.
I mean, this is what I'm kind of talking about. It's like, why is any of this necessary? Like, I don't think it should be. Look, I think that people should, like, there's a reasonable amount of like people wanting to go, hey, are you like a genocide denier? Are you like trying to downplay something really bad because you're like a fan of this particular state? And, like, whether it's professional people or fans or people who've heard your opinions because you say them all the time in public and very large platforms, I think it's reasonable for people to go, okay, can you just, like, be clear about your position on genocide? And to be perpetually met with genocide bad is not only a horrible, horrible look, but it's also, I feel like that like people have really overplayed, like, how unreasonable the response, the frustration is with that. Like, again, I don't want to like, I don't think it's like fair to compare fucking genocides. You know what I mean? But I mean, come on, if people did this with any fucking other thing, it would be sus as fuck, and people would be right to be sus as fuck. If you were just like, if you were having a conversation about like the Trail of Tears in America, and somebody was just like, well, you know, the Trail of like, you know, it's not really like, you know, Andrew Jackson, like he really had a reason, you know, like then you'd be like, okay, like what are you fucking, what's happening here? What the fuck is going on? What is do we need to like cancel the party? Like, do we need to have a fucking talk here? What
so
the fuck?
find me that stuff, because if she's saying shit like that, well, you know, they kind of have a reason. You know, if she's really equivocating like that, then I've been completely taken in. Okay, but you're just saying the reason that we need to be, you know, clear on this is that. Then you're not saying that.
Here's the thing, right? Like she was given the biggest platform that you can possibly imagine going on Vosh's show, right? And couldn't she have taken that opportunity to just say, hey, yes, just for the record, I actually do think this is really fucking terrible, and here's the reason why. And it doesn't happen. And this has happened many times. All I'm saying is I don't know what the fuck she's thinking. I don't care what the fuck she's thinking. Like I have my own, you know, personal issues with Mel, with the way that I think that she goes about doing things on Twitter. I find that shit fucking annoying. Whatever. I don't care. I don't really care what like is going what like her secret angle is or whatever, or what her internal angle is.
Yeah.
The result though is that by being so dodgy on this issue, it's actually creating an issue, and in my opinion, people have a genuine reason to worry about that sort of thing. And for example, by the way, I say this as somebody who's had frivolous accusations of genocide denial thrown at me on two
that's
separate
right.
occasions.
Yeah.
Both times I blew. First time was some fucking nobody streamer whose career has since imploded. And that fucking idiot was saying that I was some sort of like North Korea stan. And then we had the fake, the super fucked up edited thing that guy J Derv did, who I've since, by the way, talked to. J Derv, in my opinion, is funny, but I had his number on that one. I called him out on how fucking shitty that one was.
Yeah.
But I do think J Derv is funny, for the record. That one was just really unfair. But that started people calling me a genocide denier, which is completely ridiculous. But I recognize how frustrating it can be to be falsely accused of that. But guess what? When somebody asked me, hey, are you a genocide denier? And they're asking in good faith because they're like, hey, like I've heard this rumor or whatever. If they're coming to me, I'm just gonna say, no, of course not. Ask me your questions. I don't fucking care. Like, I get it. I get it if like you don't want to answer the question of every single fucking annoying person on Twitter who comes to your mentions to say, well, you need to own to this position or blah blah blah, because I get it. That fucking sea lioning bullshit is annoying as shit. But at the same time, like, this is not just that. This is also you, when you have the opportunity to go on a big platform and somebody's trying to directly ask you about stuff and you're still being weaselly, like, people are going to be suspicious of that. And again, they're going to be rightfully suspicious. I'm suspicious of that type of behavior because it makes me ask, what are you actually trying to say? And the answer is always, who knows what's actually being said here? We actually can't figure that out. We're still trying to figure that out. Don't you like? And the way I look at it, I feel like that's a problem.
Yeah, he interprets that as being like that she's maybe talking to. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, but that she's talking to two different audiences. That she's got the internal, you know, kind of tanky Twitter audience that she's saying one thing to, and then she's got the rest of us that she's saying another thing to, and that's why, like, right, if I'm correct, that you felt kind of burned by her having, you know, sort of, you know, given her the benefit of the doubt and expressed that to your chat despite their skepticism, and then found out that in your
I
mind.
agree with that, by the way, I agree with that particular analysis. The idea that, like, I think, like, I totally, I mean, it's obvious as fuck. Like, just look at her other posts. But again, this is the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm just not on Twitter enough to really. I mean, if it's
that's
you know,
the thing,
a Twitter
right?
question,
like, yeah, like I think that's part of the problem with the debate is, like, in my opinion, and having watched it, like, I was actually excited to watch it. I thought that was going to be like this, like a hella showdown. Like, two people I have done a lot of content with.
The Hakeem one legitimately surprised me. Like, I was surprised at how much like they actually did, you know, like have a real conversation there. And I was kind of, I guess, hoping that maybe something like that would happen.
Oh,
but
there was no way that was going to happen.
No,
I knew that. I knew it was going to be blood
from
the moment it was announced.
You're right.
And also from the way that it was being talked about on Twitter, it was blood. I could tell there was blood. But the thing I didn't the thing I didn't entirely expect was just how like again watching Dylan watch it and watching like watching some other random reactions from people in my chat, like because we have a channel on my Discord where people like talk about streams that are going on. So it's basically like a catch-all chat for people in my community who are also talking. They're like maybe talking together,
like a
about
watch
other
party
streams.
kind of stream.
Yeah, it's like a watch party.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people who
those,
like to watch streams together and chit chat about them while they watch them. So that's cool. And you know, it seems like a lot of people were like didn't entirely understand why the aggression was there, and that's because it all happens on Twitter. And I do think that's a big problem with the actual debate itself. That said, if you're familiar with the posting, I think that Sondsol is right on the money saying that like this is not like she's playing to a specific audience. It's very obvious. You just like I think that it's pretty easy to like with a little bit of time just looking at the accounts, like the common accounts that follow each other, you can kind of get an idea of where the tanky bubble is and like where that group is. And yeah, these are being pitched directly at that. So likewise, so are the tweets about you know.
Well, here's where the confusion comes with me.
Anger at Merrick and all that.
Here's where the confusion comes with me. There's a lot of people that like look, I'm not an ML. I don't like generally agree with MLs on a whole bunch of stuff. I try to hear them out and stuff, but there are people unironically who just upon hearing somebody saying that they're Marxist-Leninists will be like, oh yeah, fucking tanky, right? And then like I think there's some MLs out there that are like, well Jesus, everybody's gonna just look at me as a tanky anyway. People are calling me a tanky. I've heard people that don't stand Stalin, that don't stand, you know, China, or the DPRK or anything like that, right? That call themselves tankies because they're MLs and they feel like they get called tankies regardless. So they're like, yo, I'm a proud tanky or whatever. And it's like, well, okay, I mean, you know, that's confusing, but whatever.
That whole argument, like, I don't know how I feel about that. Honestly, like, my experience has been so far, you know, I've had a lot of conversations with self-styled MLs and whatever, and they always end up being tankies. And I'm just like, look, I get it. I do genuinely believe there are people who are like into the ML stuff that aren't like super LARPy tanky, whatever, like people who are really just I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. Like it's this very specific niche of like, I don't know. I want to say there's like 3,000 to 8,000 like core like ML people on Twitter, maybe a little more. But like that group is like they're pretty insular and like they will boost up anybody who basically says they're an ML and puts that stuff in their account. There's a fuckload of anonymous accounts.
Yeah, like
I don't know that anybody.
What was it? The no followers under 1,000. Like
no comrades under.
Yeah. Like that was a big. There was a bunch of trash accounts that got like really noticeably big like at that time. And some of them were tankies. Like legit were tankies. Like I'm not.
And that's the thing, right? Like I mean I'm sure there are. I believe that there are MLs out there who are good and whatever, but how do you? I feel like it's, and I actually had this conversation with Mel in the past, like months ago. A long time ago. This wasn't the latest thing, but I was like, how do you deal with the fact that this like supposedly authoritarian, supposedly super organized, like theory-based community has such a high rate of just absolute batshittery? And when I say that, I mean like Bay Area 415, like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like a person who is like so dishonest and so blatantly and obviously a dishonest, like trying to build a product cult of personality. Like if you really want to see the best coverage of this motherfucker, go watch Chud's like 4-hour stream where he just goes through this guy's video and is like, that's honestly a better job than I even did when I fucking found Bay Area when he had like 2K followers and now he has 20K.
People have been Bay Area 415.
Yes, and here's the problem.
They've been posting like links to one of his videos in my chat trying to convince me that
so frustrating. This
and those
guy
were Haas people that were doing that. Like,
of course they were, but that's the thing, right? So when you have all of the like supposedly good, like super smart MLs are giving voice to a dude who literally is actually doing genocide denial, a guy who just is a complete and utter obvious grifter, like has a join the revolution $50 and you can talk to me twice a year to plan the socialist revolution on his Patreon, like literally textbook you're a con, this is a con person, you know what I mean? Not legally actionable parody, I'm a comedian.
I watched the video of his yesterday, and the fucking way he used Breonna Taylor and George Floyd was fucking disgusting.
It's really, there's so much, but again, this
Beyond.
guy is followed by almost all of the quote unquote serious MLs, and they retweet him, they engage with him, they like his tweets, and it's obvious. He has his pinned video for like weeks has been this fucking 2-hour long Uyghur genocide denial thing, and I'm just like, I don't see how this is effective. I don't see how this is effective. I don't see how this is beneficial to anybody. I don't see how this is the same weird, alienating, irresponsible, frankly, if I'm going to be completely honest, disgusting shit that permeates the alt-right. Like, even if you and this is coming from the people who are supposedly the theory-brained, holier than thou, like, I'm so tired of it. And so this is the problem that I have, is that there seems to be no way to actually figure out what any of these people believe or what they stand for. And they seem to be incredibly vulnerable to self-sabotage in that they invite people into their ranks who are ridiculous. And I don't mean like, oh, this person had a dumb take once and said something really stupid, or they like had a personal drama and got canceled and whatever. Like, no, we're talking people whose entire channel is just one never-ending clown, like exploitative clown joke. That's like memeing about genocide denial, memeing about like whether you know, like, I mean, fuck, Bay Area 451 had a post today memeing about all of the places that are actually China, and it was like Tibet, Xinjiang, like all of this stuff. I'm like, Taiwan, I'm like, at Hong Kong, I'm like, dude, you are just literally, you're just saying that all these people who don't want to be a part of this place are bad and actually are the belonging of this nation. And you're you're a corporate lawyer in San Francisco. This is ridiculous. Do you see what I mean? Like, this is outrageous. And this is the sort of thing where like I disagree slightly with your take about like left tube and whatever, because I don't think these people are left tube. I don't think, I just don't. I think that they are very good at being annoying and being very, very loud. And that is effective to a certain degree, in the same way that the alt-right was effective. And if that's what they want to create, they want to create this sort of like toxic pit. Well, that's great. They can go the way of the online alt-right and the skeptics who self-sabotaged because they were basically willing to let, and like it's funny because they're super gatekeepy when they want to be, and then they don't actually vet any of the people that they promote whatsoever. They don't actually build any meaningful coalition. They're just like, oh, an anonymous account that says Joe Biden sucks, sure, I'll retweet it. Oops, it turns out that they literally tweet thinly veiled JQ content all the time. Woo, oopsies. And this happens like every fucking week for the tankies. And I'm just like, I can't, like,
no, I actually just got out of a community that was like that. That was the problem with the whole like Kalia Izzy access, is that, like, you know, they gate kept all the wrong people out of there. Like they you know, it was more about, like, you know, kind of a social hierarchy that they were establishing anyway. So my chat's actually saying Bay Area 415 is the tanky doomcock.
Yes, that was I thank you. I coined that term. That was my video that term came from. The tanky doomcock.
Must have seen that from you then, yeah.
That's from my video, yeah. I did the first, like, I think I did like the first video on this guy that like ever since his channel started. I think I was the first person who was like poking fun at the time. Like, I was like a really small channel, so I'm like, whatever. This guy's got like 2K. Now he's at like 20K, and I'm like, God damn it! How did this one? I thought this guy was gonna be a joke, but I guess not. So hey, respect there, I guess.
Yeah,
I
no
guess selling people
under 1K, huh?
Yeah, no comrades under 1K. And hey, guess what? I guess it's pretty effective to sell like the online leftist equivalent of like loot boxes and gacha games. Be like, hey, you can get your leftist loot bucks. Here, you want to join into my Discord server? Well, guess what? You can get a fancy name for 25 Stalin coins. How much is a Stalin coin? It's $1.25 to transfer to a Stalin coin. And then you can transfer 15 Stalin coins for whatever. Oh, oops, you always have a little Stalin coins left over. It's just the fucking League of Legends point shop, but for a leftist channel. I fucking
this
hate
is what
this
I was
shit.
gonna say
That
about
is gross.
the online left thing that I was saying. This is what I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see a lot of online lefties get blown the fuck out because they aren't willing to learn about a couple of things, or they're not willing to let go of some ways of talking. So for instance, there was a I know you do not like Destiny, but there was a guy that
Wait, no,
called
wait, hold on a
Destiny
second.
Guzmano.
Let's get this correct.
Right.
Destiny does not like me.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I know you guys have like,
friend of the VOD, Destiny. Yeah.
So, but like there was a guy that was like going hard and calling him Gusano, and he was calling him the G word, and you know, it looked really bad. And his evidence that he was actually a slave owning Cuban is that he has blue eyes.
Are you talking about Kamazotz? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, these are the people that I feel like this was where I was born. I was like born in this little section of like, you know, I was like, oh, everybody's so cool here in Ubu and everybody's so sweet, and it's like just wait until shit, you know, like it's like they are until they aren't. They are until they're like embracing, you know, slurs. And I do think that definitely the way that got used was a slur. Like you're essentially talking about somebody's like
parents.
parents.
He would have called that person. The only reason he started calling Destiny a Gusano is because he has Hispanic background. So you know, like I see people like this who like won't let go of like a certain way of talking, or like, you know, I think that.
Wait, is that a certain way of talking, or is that just like a fucking cringe thing that like these Destiny haters have done? Like, right?
Well, there's that, but like they'll like it feels to me when lefties do that, they just found,
because like I want you to know that as a lefty,
as soon as they find
like,
out that they're
I've never said the G slur. I definitely wouldn't say it unironically. I've never heard anybody say it. I didn't hear it until this came up with the guy posting on like Twitter, you know, I can't remember who it was, but somebody like, you know, posted, you know, a positive thing about it. And I think it's honestly fucking cringe when you look at it. Look, if a marginal, if you know, somebody from a Latin American country like wants to, you know, use that as like a class like term, like I'm not going to tone police that, but like white leftists picking it up to shit on like Steven, I think that's cringe as fuck. I think that's really.
He almost had that point. He almost argued that point to where I was going to agree with him, right? Because Kamazotz is that how you say his name? I don't remember.
Yeah, Kamazotz.
But then he would just kind of go into, yeah, but like fuck him, like you know, if he's a G slur, then he's a G slur, and he would like run the argument back, and like anyone could call him.
Like
this is the
thing. Like I don't know if any of this is really representative of like online lefties. Like the thing is like I don't know, like
but there's other things too. Like the last two things I was gonna say is
like that's what I was gonna say. Like, where's the people who get blown out are like the same five tankies for the most part. And once in a while, someone does a fucking stupid thing. Like maybe you could say Kamazotz. I don't know anything personally about this situation.
Yeah.
I vaguely recall Kamazotz getting in the fight. I did a video about the general conversation, but that was my angle was talking about Xander Hall.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which it's funny. He's like doing the little like Fortnite thing on your screen right now.
He's actually doing the Rickroll. His was the Rick Astley song. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. So like, if you're like I did do a video on that. Like my position is you know pretty close to yours, which is just like I don't know. Like, is it really such an important thing that like you're willing to like risk pissing off a lot of people who are clearly bothered by it? Like maybe we should just avoid this type of word.
Yeah.
Like. I get it. Like, if you want to be like a free speech absolutist or some random shit, you could probably come up with some like fucking legal definition for it. But I don't fucking care. For the most part, if somebody feels like you're using a slur against them, just fucking don't. Like, you know what I mean? I understand there's extreme cases where somebody's like, don't names because I don't want to be called mean names. It's like, well, you're an
Of
asshole.
course.
But like, I don't think this applies to most of
Well,
these
from what I
conversations. think we
understand,
can, like, sort of
in
assume
Latin
that-
America, it means bougie. Like that's essentially the meaning of it is like saying somebody's like, you know, bougie. And I think there's like just a whole difference between that and an American leftist who has like no context for it and they don't know where it comes from. Like when somebody like, you know, if I were to pick it up and use it because like, you know, I don't like, you know, certain people's political beliefs or something like that would just be super. I mean, like on top of whatever you want to say about slurs, that's cultural appropriation, and it's also just cringe. Like anytime white people pick up something they don't understand and go like, "Oh, what's this? Oh, let me look. Oh, that's really interesting." You know, we're fucking cringe.
Yeah.
Like we're super cringe doing that. So yeah, on several levels, it just didn't seem like something that like, you know, even jived with me. And you know, yeah, the people that are doing that, like, yeah, I mean, it's cringe.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I don't know. This is.
I could go like more in depth on it. This is
Sure.
This is,
Like,
the
I mean,
ultimate
I want to
thing.
see
Yeah.
like that. I want to like the thing is, I've heard Destiny say that like the left is like, the online left sucks. I'm like, I don't know though. It's like the same 5 people that you're beefing with, and that the online left is huge and it's massively growing right now. And like also people are doing things that are very, very different in scope and in vision than what like the skeptic community did. I mean, I do think that, of course, like in any community, you're going to get people who aren't really like, they're not really there for much more than just like, I don't know, they want to make a quick buck or whatever, or they're kind of interested in leftism and they're like, and you know, they want to make a quick show and debate or whatever. Fucking million examples you could come up with, of course. But I do feel like there are a lot of people who have genuine, both political and also just like entertainment vision. And like, I hate the idea that like, I don't know, I get irked when I hear specifically, and I don't know if this is what you're going for exactly, but like I've heard from a couple of sources, mostly weirdly like Peter Coffin and Destiny both, who have huge problems with like left tube in general or whatever, that it's like, everybody's a tanky. It's like, not, there's like a really small pocket of really, and I agree, fucking annoying tankies on the internet, but I don't see like lefties getting blown out left and right or anything.
Well, I mean, some
like that.
some lefties, but yeah, you're right. They do tend to be like kind of the same people
like
time
there's
after
a lot
time.
of lefties who've been doing a fucking really good job lately and have been saying good shit. Yeah, again, like I do think there are some like people, but again, like I feel like all of these.
But I mean, like
people that are
sometimes you
like,
just wonder if they're brought on to streams, you know, just to kind of do that, just to be like the
possible. I mean, but
because it seems like sometimes like the lefties that you really want to see go up against, you know, some of these people are like they're never the lefties that get like they get picked somehow, they get blacklisted off of those panels and stuff. But
yeah, I mean,
it's too bad.
I don't think it's just tankies. This is what I'm starting to see, and maybe I'm getting like I'm going down like a lib pipeline because I'm trying to learn a lot about economics and shit like that, right? So like I see a lot of like really just incorrect takes on economics that people just like absolutely dunk on. I'm sorry.
So don't get pulled into the gravity well.
I'll try my best because I have like baseline beliefs that I don't think can really be shaken outside of socialism. But like I see people say like incorrect things, and I see people like get really like really blown out on Twitter. And I think that there was a conversation I had with another streamer on Twitter today, and it like really perturbed me that someone with a following like that could be saying things that ridiculous. And it's
so like, is that like, I feel like a subtweet, I don't have any context. I've been on vacation until literally,
yeah, no,
I guess
I don't
technically
wanna, like,
right now.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Whatever. It's fucking fucking 1 a.m.
Okay.
Just try.
Yeah, fucking Exiliax or Lexi.
Yeah,
talk to on your stream.
Oh, Lexi's really awesome.
Yeah, and I had a great conversation with her on your stream, and then today I had this fucking wild fucking Twitter conversation with her where it's like, under an anarchist system, there would be absolutely no punishment for people, because it started off as a anti or like prison abolition tweet thread, and I was like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. I'm down for that, right? And someone brought up like, well, I can see like I probably would lock a fucking mass shooter. Like if I was able to detain and disarm a mass shooter, I probably would lock them in my basement until we could figure out what to fucking do with them. Like, I don't know, right?
Okay.
And she just kept on bringing up completely like outside the fucking thing. Because I would say, like, no, I understand what they're saying, right? I think that it's fine for us to do rehabilitation. And then she said, I don't believe in rehabilitation centers. I don't believe in anything regarding any kind of justice system, essentially, right?
Well,
And I
so
was
is
like,
she saying that is it one of those things where she thinks that we can do so much as far as directing resources in a positive way that'll like affect the material conditions and like lower, like, I mean, I get the idea that crime could be lower if the material conditions were better, but like I don't believe in the like, you know, that it would be
but it
dropped
seems
to
like
nothing.
she said something to the effect of, if there was a mass shooter, I would hope that we would be able to disarm them and then like understand why they went on the mass shooting. And I said, and then what?
Well,
Like,
I
that-
mean, but that's a legitimate question, though, right? Like, and then what is a legitimate question? I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of the time,
That's why I felt like I had a legitimate.
well, no, I
question
mean,
after
on
what would
both
happen
ends, though,
next,
right? Like, I mean, like, I think that, like, and here's the thing. Part of this is, well, the first problem here. Well, there's your problem right there, which is that this conversation happened on fucking Twitter, which is the worst place in the
Bit
world.
cringe, yeah.
It's not just the worst place in the world, but it's the worst place in the world to try to do discourse. Hence why I invented the IMPS code, and it works really well, and my life is better because of it. But the reason why you don't do discourse on Twitter is because Twitter is a discourse dementing machine. It is a website designed to destroy discourse in favor of advertisements. I mean that, like, literally. It is structurally.
I do believe that I don't feel like this
But
is defensible.
all I'm saying is that, like,
Yeah.
I think that Lexi's like way of, and this is just familiarity with Lexi and again knowledge with of Twitter, but like Lexi generally talks about philosophy. Like, Lexi's a big into philosophy, and I think there are like very legitimate philosophical questions that if you go into like a conversation that's like very broad about philosophy in general, where you're saying, not even just about general, like saying, okay, we're going to go into this specific subject and take it to its absolute extremes. I think there are really good questions that are tough to answer about like how you determine when it's right to take away someone's entire like bodily autonomy. And I don't know that it's as easy to say as just like, well, they did something bad to somebody else and that means we get to do it to them. I don't think it's that.
I don't think that
I
either.
recognize that, but I
Yeah.
think you can acknowledge that perhaps perhaps this discussion is really fucking hard to have on Twitter, and it will almost guaranteed become a misleading miscommunication fest. And I think you could probably have a better one like on stream. In fact, I'm quite sure of that. Like, Lexi is pretty fucking well read, and like that doesn't mean I think all of her takes are correct or whatever. Obviously not. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, do you really think like, and I would say this to Lexi as well, by the way. I'm not like trying to impugn you, but do you
no,
really
you're
think
fine.
that Twitter is the right place to be having a conversation about the deep philosophy of prison, of like of the right and wrong of imprisoning people at all? Like, I don't think that, I feel like Twitter is possibly the worst place to have that type of conversation. And that it would be, if that was the type of conversation I was looking to have, going and doing that on Twitter would almost guarantee that whoever I was arguing against would feel like I'm an idiot and I would feel like they're an idiot. Because first of all, well, character limit is the first most glaring issue, but then also threading and everything else. And also people jumping in and interrupting and all that shit. So that's all I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. Like, I feel like everyone feels like the person they like gets blown out on Twitter, or doesn't get blown out on Twitter, like they're doing the blowing out. But the thing is, like, I think it's actually really fucking hard to tell who's blowing out who on Twitter, because the platform is literally designed to make you to like give you things that you're interested in. So like, it's literally going to serve you up posts that seem to be agreeing with you. If you comment on a post, you're going to see other people who are commenting on that post. Most likely they're going to be people who also are in your same circle, who probably have the same opinions. You're literally going to be fed like, oh yeah, look, this person blew them out, and their fans are doing the exact same thing. Now, obviously, that can happen on any platform, but Twitter is particularly bad for that sort of thing, is all I'm saying.
And Twitter's a huge
So-
time suck too. It's just like when you get into sucked in. Well, anyway, we all know this. This isn't anything that.
It's just that my concern is like I think there's some there is a potential for misreading the direction of like the online left and underestimating it and also like falling into a very particular groove that certain personalities seem very driven to create and or to dig deeper.
Yeah.
And one of those is just like you find the most annoying and the dumbest person you can, and then you prop that person up as like this is the representative of the left, and then they blow themselves out or you blow them out or whatever, and then okay, then you do it again. And it's the same 5 people. Meanwhile, there's like people making fucking god tier content, doing really awesome debates, whatever. It's just not the people who are getting on specific popular shows. Or even if they are, they might be doing their own show like at the same time or whatever. Like I just think I don't know. I don't share
It
the
could be
same.
that I'm getting. It could be that I'm getting black pilled because I'm seeing a lot of really like dumb takes on Twitter and on
Probably true, yeah.
streams. I feel like what I want to see out of the left is so much more than I am seeing,
Well, yeah,
and
everybody wants
more.
that, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess like maybe that's it. I haven't been a lefty for very long, right? Like
Well, I like
known
you bringing
about
something new to
socialism
the
for a year and a half.
table, and you know, kind of driving the discourse in a certain direction. And I like that what you're doing is like finding a narrative that's already established, like, you know, the kind of narrative of like, you know, first there were the creationists and the skeptics came on and smacked down the creationists, and then they ran out of creationists to smack down, so they looked around and they're like, oh wait, feminist, and then, you know, like we got that whole history, you know, going,
the
and then
dunking industrial content.
yeah, and you want to just kind of continue that with like, yeah, now we got the lefties dunked on the alt-right, so now we're gonna have like maybe the sock dims are gonna dunk on maybe the hard lefties went too far and the sock dims are gonna come along and dunk on them. And I'm like, that sometimes works. I mean, Demon Mama, I think you used the narrative of like, you know, Destiny 1.0, Destiny 2.0, Destiny 3.0 to great effect in that epic debate against Steven that one time.
Listen,
So
I didn't even invent that one. Like he tried to use that, and I fucking turned it around.
Oh, that's
on him
right. That's right. I forgot that he was the first one that
He
brought
tried
it
to be
up.
like, you're like a
yeah. So in
second
real
generation
time,
degenerative clone.
she fucking remixed that narrative to like suit herself better. So
Listen,
I think
I'm proud of that
idea.
turnaround. That was like the
good.
Big Trouble in Little China knife grab throw. Like, yeah, that was a good one.
I'll have to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
it's like a 70s movie.
That was an 80s movie. John Carpenter. Good shit. It's a fucking good movie,
yeah.
by the way. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's but the thing is, like, I don't know. I guess like I think there are some problems like with the general online left. But at the same time, I also think it's like a lot bigger than people give it credit for, especially, and this one I am, because listen, I ain't a Twitch bitch anymore. You know, I've been on YouTube for a while now, for like a half a year. And I will point the finger at Twitchsters a little bit. Twitch politics is like, I don't know. It's like a different pond. And like, it's weird because like on one hand, like I work with I do a lot of shows with people who are on Twitch, but I think like sometimes Twitch politics seems to be very centered around a couple of personalities and individuals, and I just hope that people aren't missing out, that there's like a fuckload going on, and there's a lot of good content being made. There's a lot of potential. There's a lot of people who want to learn this shit, and I don't really think that like as obnoxious and annoying as like I've been really frustrated with like the Twitter tankies and all this shit for a while, but at the same time, like I recognize that they're kind of like their biggest danger, in my opinion, is in spreading like misinfo that's like threatens like other future endeavors. I don't know that they're like, I don't feel like they're representative of what's going to take over. I just feel like they're creating a lot of work for us by running around and fucking making stupid as fuck arguments, standing large states that they enjoy because it's not America, and I don't think that's a very good reason.
Sometimes it feels like for LARPy reasons. It's just like, it's almost like, you know, the way that somebody would be attached to a superhero or something, like that, like the iconography and all the, like, it gets away from you really quickly. And that's what I was criticizing about Haas, is like so much about what Haas is about is just like essentialism. It's just like ideal. It's so detached from the idea of like, the thing that I respect about some MLs is, you know, dialectical materialism. That's the one thing that they've got going for them, and Haas found a way to just
fucking dude
yeet
who does that. That's the thing. Like I always see a lot of, this is one of my big problems too, is with the ML spheres, is they just go for other lefties. Like I just fucking give me an example of MLs fucking actually arguing against right wingers. They don't. They always are picking fights with anybody that's in the vague left sphere. It doesn't matter if you're not literally them. Then you are not right wing. You're a reactionary. But it's funny because you would think that if that's the case, that even if they are like totally committed to just be like, anybody to the right of me is a right winger and I hate them. Okay, well, you would expect that, well, damn, there's still a whole lot of conservatives out there, but they always just go for the lefties. They always pick fights with other lefties. They always pick fights with the anarchists, or they're always picking fights with, name their number one person they hate this week, whether it's Vosh or Merrick or whoever, you fucking pick it.
Yeah.
And I am just like, this is remarkably unproductive. Like, I get it. If you have, there's going to be, like, I've always talked about how, like, I think that, like, leftist infighting, quote unquote, is actually kind of a strength in a lot of ways, because it means that we're, like, actually capable. Like, it's normal along the left to like debate over idea, to fight over ideas, to like be like, okay, so like we disagree on this. There's an encouraged atmosphere of disagreement, but we're not talking just disagreement here. We're talking people who are trying to not, like, they're not just trying to debate. They're not just picking disagreements. They're literally like mass reporting, and there's all of this shit. And I'm like, what is this doing? And to what end? And how is anybody supposed to work with that? How the fuck are you supposed to work with somebody like that? Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is,
I do wonder, because when Mel is on here and talking to Shark 300, this is I don't know if you saw that, Demon Mama,
I didn't.
but
no.
Basically she was very, very opposed to any kind of argument, because Shark thinks that the idea that, like, dismissing someone's argument because they are white is a bad thing, and probably makes it much more difficult for us down the road to try and get people on our side or listen to our ideals, in the same way that, like, a lot of men think that just feminists hate men, and they don't want to, like, engage with any kind of feminist thought because, you know, they hate men, right?
I mean, I think it's annoying and bad. I don't think that it's like, I don't think it's gonna have any major effect. Like, again, like, when do tankies talk to anybody except for other lefties that they don't like? Seriously, just give me.
I agree with
if
that.
you can find me one, I'd love it.
After
All
me.
they do is
came after me.
yeah, all they do is talk. All the tankies do is fucking fight with other lefties that they're mad at that day of. So no one else has contact with tankies. They're like specifically the phantom that we all have to deal with, and that are annoying to us, and might start random hate campaigns against anybody else on the left who doesn't consider themselves like a hardline ML. Oh, that's like fucking annoying as shit. But I feel like we should treat it like that problem, and not like they're gonna fuck up, like, because they're not. They're not even powerful enough. They can't even get their own fucking parties together. They can't even, like, I don't know. I just there's so much shit that fucking irritates me about the claims that are made by the tanky sphere on the web, and I just don't buy half of it. You know what I mean? I don't buy
as far as that whole idea that Shark was like going hard on Mel, as far, like, you know, discounting somebody's opinion because they're white, like, I heard what Shark was responding to that sounded like she was doing it. The way I interpreted, though, was a little different. Like, so I have, and I've talked about this a lot, white men get essentialized, right? Because they are an example of somebody that we think of as like, not having marginalization, they get turned into what I call the Dio Brandos of oppression, right? And that's not exactly right, because depending on what white guy you're talking to, like it's a lot different talking to Vosh versus talking to Has, like, right? Like Has, I think, really has some anti-trans and anti-gay and definitely anti-sex viewpoints, whereas like Vosh is very accepting of all those things. So, like I do tend to like want to get away from that, but I don't think that's what Mel was doing. I think she was like, there was a few times where she reflected back something that Vosh said, and I thought she was like kind of asking, maybe look at that with the understanding that you're coming from a white male perspective in this case, rather than just like saying your view doesn't count and I'm not going to listen to you, right?
I mean, I do think that's a risk of that particular approach, right? Like when you pull in the privilege approach, like that terminology, like it does tend to make people a little defensive. That doesn't mean that I don't think it has value. Like I mean, hell, like I had a conversation. I'm trying to remember whether it was the 14-year-old Nazi. I think it was the 15-year-old Nazi that I had an argument with. Is some random person came in and picked a fight with me.
Oh God!
They're like a 15-year-old Nazi. And it was fun, but I was like super patient with this person, and I kind of had this thing. I'm like, do you think maybe like the reason why you haven't necessarily had particularly bad experiences in right-wing spaces because like you kind of fit the mold for what they're looking for? Like, do you think that maybe other people who maybe have different skin color or a different sexuality might not be able to exist in those spaces, and that might make them feel very distrustworthy? And that's the thing that happens. Like that's how I think it's really useful to have conversations about like privilege, is to like is to kind of make people think about it.
Yeah.
As opposed to like wielding it like, well,
so you're saying
white, so.
Oh no, I like this. This is like, I've talked about this too, like I call it the Persona approach. So in Persona, I don't think you've played these games, Demon Mama, but there's always like a palace that they're going into to infiltrate, to try to to get the treasure, to defeat the tyrant or whatever, right? And they never go in directly. They never go in the front door, because like obviously all the monsters would be right there, all the guards, all the all the defenses are right there in the front. They're always kind of like slipping in through like a side entrance and never going directly, and in a way, like privilege tends to guard itself against the direct approach, whereas maybe an approach that doesn't like start off from that perspective of like, hey, your perspective's a little fucked, might actually be able to get under the skin a little bit before the person's defenses go up and they start like fighting you on it, right?
Yeah. I think sometimes people look at privilege like it's like, well, you have privilege, and it's like that means you don't have problems. No, the way that like privilege is, and maybe it's just because maybe the word is just not the best one because people have so many, they read in so much to it or whatever. I think it's more useful as a framework of understanding, like, hey, like these are things that you might not have noticed that are just a matter of fact. Like, for example, I often use this one. I'm trans, but I'm also white. My ex was dark-skinned Hispanic, and when we would go to stores, because we were together, I never realized, because I'm white, I go into a fucking store, no fucking security guards follow me. Security guards started following us all of a sudden when I'm with her. And it's like, oh, okay, I see this. And you would never have seen it, because it's not necessarily that like it's like being white privilege means you're just like you have like a power up. It's just that there might be a debuff that you don't have. Like that's kind of a way of understanding it. And it's like, because like again, it doesn't mean that like you can't experience bad things. Like I know I grew up in one of the poorest fucking states in the country. In the country, I know that there are, and it's very white. I know there's a lot of white people who are poor and have a really hard time and whatever. But at the same time, you could have all of that, and it could be that you walk into a store and you, because your skin is a different color, you also have guards walking after you, which makes your life horrible in another way that you just don't because of your skin color. So like I think there's like some of it is just people don't know how to have these conversations or communicate it or whatever. I don't know. Like I do think there's a certain I mean, if we're talking about the debate with Mel and Vosh, like there was a lot of flippancy on both sides. I think it's very hard to like actually have meaningful conversation about that, or even debate, even if it was spirited. There was just so much like I mean, the thing of like, oh, I didn't listen to any of that because fuck you. And it's like, okay, so this is just like, you know, I don't know. Like that to me is like, how do you get through that? You're not going to make any progress on the topic of privilege when there's that level of stuff going on. I don't know. This whole situation that's been going on lately and on Twitter and on Twitch between, I guess a lot of people are just, there's a lot of chafing with the tankies lately, and
yeah,
I wish they would stop.
Do we want to talk about like the kind of elephant in the room? The one thing that like Vosh did that a lot of people had a problem with was the, hey, I just got a DM from a, you know, disabled
Christ.
Yeah, and like, you know, as bad as that sounded, like I sort of know where he's coming from.
Yeah.
And he was trying to illustrate the point that, you know, if your whole thing, and there are people out there with this essentialized version of intersectionality where they're like really like overemphasize like all the wrong things, and it becomes just like, you know, no, shut up, like white dudes, right? Right. And you know, which, you know, maybe sometimes white dudes do need to shut up, but like it's like this guy right here, Minnesota Mike, you know, he definitely doesn't know much about, like, this was the first person on the list of when I looked at news sources for Minnesota when the protest started. This guy's like video was the first thing that the algorithm like served me, right? And it was ridiculous. He had a really bad take on George Floyd. He had no business talking about it. He didn't understand the issue, and yet we got his voice. So sometimes white dudes do need to shut the fuck up, but when that's all you got, you know, you really aren't, you know, representing this well, and you're not doing anything to bring, you know, people that like might think of themselves as pariahs, you know, to SJWs into the left and show them that like, no, not only do we not think that you're the Dio Brando of oppression, but we also can see like that, you know, you got some, you know, toxic masculinity impacts you too, like, right, you know, there's you know, areas, even if you don't think you're that marginalized, there's areas you can benefit from with us, and we're not just about blowing you up.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are problems in general with like cynical weaponization of all kinds of
right
identity. It happens all the time,
and I think that's what
like,
Vosh was trying to get at. But like, yeah, I don't think that
I think it was a bit of a. I don't think it was. It didn't make me like laugh uproariously. Yeah, like I don't think it was the funniest joke, and like I do get what he's going at, but like I do think there'd be like a couple of better ways, like to just point that out that would have been more effective and less like sarcastic. But again, I don't know. Like at that point in the conversation, like what was the conversation? It was just fucking people they were just shitting on each other.
Yeah, there was it just degenerated to vitriol at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Like again, I feel like some of the problem with this whole thing is a meta problem that isn't communicated very well in the debate itself, which is that like there are a lot of people who fucking, I guess you'd call it Pepe posting, whatever you want to call it, or irony poisoned, or just maybe actually do believe the things that they're, you know, ironically posting about, and that's fucking annoying. It makes things very hard when people aren't clear with what they actually believe. And I oh god, that's so weird to see.
Yeah, it is actually. Mine was worse. Mine was super like it totally took my like it totally bent me around like a cartoon and stuff. Like yours, at least you look like a human being. Mine turned me into some kind of weird cartoon.
Yeah. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Fuck, I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say. Yeah,
really quick,
the dishonesty. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna hop out of here really quick. I need to get myself some water, and then I need to converse with my chat about a couple of things that happened early on. But hey, thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by, and yeah, make sure to send me that. You were gonna send me some clips from your chat too that, like you said, like kind of contradicted you know, what she was saying. And if I'm being played like that, like, you know, as sad as it is, as much as I wanted like this to be me and Mel's like reconnection, and like, you know, I felt bad about the way the last, you know, because Demon Mama, you know, the last time I talked to Mel was when I yelled at her about Xander Hall, and it was a really nasty, you know.
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, it was a really nasty. That was why it was so weird for people to, like, to wake up this morning to people calling me a simp for Mel, like, right? Because it's like, if anything, like, we're just barely like okay. We hadn't been talking before, but
the discourse on this particular thing has reached a fever pitch. I did want to say before you go, Sondsol, I don't have like a massive disagreement with you. I just I've heard people saying like that, like left tube is going to go the way of the skeptics, and I think that is a misread. And if people come to that conclusion, that would be unfortunate, because I think that there is not only a lot of potential, but that like the left internet in general, I think, given the correct, if you're analyzing things, you know, correctly, I think there's a massive, not just a massive amount of potential, but that there's a bunch of stuff that's already in the works that's going to be fucking amazing. But if people are like super closed to it, then maybe it won't succeed. That's all. Like, I wasn't.
Yeah, I hope it actually is me just being kind of doomer as a result of a couple of things that have happened over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I like socialism, and I like people being equal. So I want socialism to win. But hey, thank you guys for having me on. I will catch you guys later. All right?
Thanks for being here. And we love sock dims too. So yeah, no, absolutely. No, like that's one thing that some people will like hammer on sock dims in the same way that you were talking about like tankies. Yeah. No, it definitely is.
They deserve a little hate.
Only we can have some playful fun with them. We can dunk on them a little bit, but they're more likely to come over to our cause than I think.
I mean, I think we can all flock around and find out and learn something in the process. You know what I mean? I don't think that like losing an argument, I don't think that like, you know, admitting that you're wrong, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. In fact, I think it's like the place that we like learn a lot of stuff. And one thing that I really appreciated about your debate with Haas is that you never reacted to Haas's toxic masculinity in kind. You just let it like kind of show itself to be as empty as it really is. And I wouldn't want you in your attempt to like, you know, kind of like get this narrative of like, oh yeah, you know what you're talking about with your theory. You don't know shit about economics. I would hate to see you lose that. Like, you know,
I have so little respect for that person. It's unbelievable. So, but yeah, I am going to hop out. I appreciate you guys. I will catch you later. All right.
Good to talk to you again, Sondsol. Have a good night. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Yes, indeed.
Well, there you go. That'll do it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, by the way, I'm coming back to streaming tomorrow.
Nice.
So, you want to, if y'all need something to watch during the daytime hours, I don't do these the
late night stuff,
burning the midnight oil.
I don't blame you, Demon Mama. It really takes it out of you. It's really tough, and then you wake up like super late, and everything's already happened, and it's a tough life. The vampire life is not easy, but some of us need to guard the night, you know, from all the spooky creatures and personas that come out in the midnight hour. My chat knows what I'm talking about.
That was, I don't know. That was a good conversation. Again, my main thing is like, I feel like there is certain sections of Twitch politics and online left that's super doomer about the state of the online left. And that's mostly because a lot of people engage with tankies a lot on Twitter, which is a hell zone. And yes, you will become a doomer if that's what you engage with. And I think there's like so many fucking amazing creators, like not even just streamers, although I would love to see more streamers and more stream collaborations and cool projects and whatever. Got some in the works myself. But like hell, like Zoe B is a channel who like loath to say bread tuber, but bread tube-esque content.
Yeah, I think I've watched a lot of her videos with chat.
Blew up recently, just 6 months, like fucking massive channel. That is so pog. Like her stuff is so good, and I'm like, that is exciting. And like it would suck to miss like a channel fucking exploding to like 50,000 subs over 6 months.
Yeah.
Because of fighting with Twitter tankies or some shit. You know what I mean? Like when
Right. And like you were talking about before, there are some creators that like, you know, will kind of like find the most cringe version of a certain ideology and pretend that they're fighting the ideology that they hate, but really they're just like, you know, kind of picking the equivalent of straw men. In terms of that, and it would hate it kind of sucks that like some of that narrative of like, you know, lefties don't know shit about politics kind of comes from some of those creators who we've both talked to in the not so recent past. But
yeah, yeah, so yeah, I mean that's more or less my take. I mean, I don't know, but people have been wanting me to review the VOD. I don't know if I'm gonna. Everybody's done it already, but I mean, except for Demon Mom. But that I don't know that I can add that much to it, you know? Like tomorrow's gonna be fun though. Setting up, I got my new set set up. It's pretty pog.
nice. So what happened? What did you were taking care of a bunch of stuff over you know, while you were taking some time off, and now you've got your new version. What would it be now? Is this version 3.0 of your set? Version
It is actually, I mean, really it's version 2, but like there was kind of a middle iteration where I got the new chair, and so I added the stuffed animals on the chair in the background.
Nice.
But this is now like it's actually super nice now. I got vaxxed over the weekend, which is super cool. But it wiped me out, and so I was like, I knew it was gonna wipe me out, so I was like, I'm gonna take a couple days off.
Yeah.
And we're finally gonna do the revamp project. So we did a fuckload of work. I feel like it wasn't really a vacation. I called it a vacation, but I was working the entire time.
A working vacation.
Yeah, it was working on other things, so that was super cool. And I'm very excited about that. But yeah, and a month from now I will be fully vaccinated, which is like super cool.
So you got the two dose
Pfizer, I think it is.
Yeah.
The Pfizer one. Yeah. So it kind of kicked my ass, but it's not like unbearable. It's like one day of.
I got to go through that at some point too. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it either.
Get it when you can, you know, as soon as you can.
Yeah, no, it'd be great to be like, because I do. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a kickboxing coach outside of streaming, and it would be nice to like be able to, you know, actually do that without feeling like I'm exposing myself and my students to like all kinds of shit. So yeah.
If nothing else, it's super. If nothing else, you stop being a vector for the disease.
Exactly. And it's sleeping easier because like I don't know, I got sick in the fall and like I got tested, you know, kind of slightly after the fact. So I don't know, you know, if it was a good, you know, like I was sicker than I've been probably since I was a kid, right? And I'm not a person who gets sick, so I was really suspicious of like, you know, what was that? You know, it didn't have a lot of the characteristics of COVID, but then again, COVID kind of manifests differently in different people. So, but yeah, after that, like I kind of respected it a little bit more because I was just like, you know, my immune system kicks ass. I'm not gonna worry about this. And then, you know, if that was COVID, then yeah, I guess I flopped around and found out if that's what hit me. But yeah.
I mean, it's pretty, like, I don't know. I got really sick as well. I don't know if I had COVID. I did get a test, and it showed negative, which is great. I just don't know because that was when the tests weren't nearly as reliable as they are now. So I don't know if like that was legit. But whatever I got sick with was fucking horrible. It was absolutely just terrible. And so. Yeah, I don't know. I've been super quarantined for like a long ass time, and I'm really looking forward to being able to like I'm still gonna wear masks and everything, but to not be as scared. Like where I live, like every place is crowded, so when you need groceries, you're going out into fucking crowded. It sucks. Yeah. So, but yeah. Yeah. So. I don't know that I have any other
Yeah,
takes to.
yeah, and I don't want to
add
keep
on
you
this
up too
particular
late because I know it's super late for anybody that's not like living like a vampire like I am. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. It's good to talk to you again, and I'm glad to know that like you got that. I'm excited about your new your new setup and that
it's cool. It's gonna be cool as hell. I've only given my mods and my closest like IRL friends the preview so far because it wasn't quite done. But tomorrow afternoon I got a new bookshelf with a bunch of my fucking figurines that I have. Believe it or not, I actually have some pretty fucking cool ass stuff that looks really amazing on camera, but I've never had anywhere to put it. I've got like a really awesome it's a Paulinian. It's like it's not mine. It's my partner's, but we didn't have anywhere to put it, and so she was like, "Hey, you could put this in here." And it's like this really famous like posable droid figurine from Japan. That's super amazing. I have this. I bought a couple of years back this fold out art book by this amazing artist, and so I have that up on there. I've got my Dark Souls statuette that I got on like from a fucking hell of a steal. I've got a whole bunch of my books that I've actually read on there and some other little figurines. I have my stone that was from the I have a stone that was from the foundation of Heaven's Gate. Are you familiar with the Heaven's Gate cult?
Yes. Yeah.
I went there on the what was it? Let me see. Would have been what year was that? 2017, 2018. Would have been 2017.
Wait, that was like the '90s cult, right? The one that with the guy with that they wanted to get taken away on flying saucer.
Yep, they had. So in 1997, they had the mass suicide, and so I was there in 2017. So it would have been the 30th, right? 20th anniversary, 30th anniversary. I can't think.
I think it's 20th. Yeah.
20th. Yeah, it was. And I went there with a friend because I've always been interested in cults. I grew up in a cult, and so like it's always been something that fascinates me. And yeah, it was super fucking cool. We found the actual location where the place used to stand, and so now I've got a piece of the foundation. It was a pretty cool little journey and adventure.
Sounds like it.
But yeah, so I'm pretty excited for the the reveal today of that and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna actually talk about again. I don't know if I'm gonna talk.
Hey, I don't blame you. Listen, like Demon Mama, I've been getting fucked up from this. Like my stream was my channel was almost at 1,000 subs, and I've actually like lost subs today because there's like this rumor started that I'm like this huge Mel simp. And that like and then I like pushed back on it. I swear to God, I got Mel people like unfollowing me too. And the truth of the matter is like I was trying to like this is what I try to do when I cover a story. I try to look at it through both perspectives if I can, right? Those are the stories that are good for me to cover because if I can understand Vosh's point of view and I can understand Mel's point of view, then maybe I can come together with something. Now Sondsol's like talking about, suggesting that maybe Mel, kind of like put one over on me. So I'm gonna have to look into that and be, kind of, like if you never want to think that, you got like, fooled, but like I want to, it's better to know, right? So yeah, and like even though I was excited about like talking to Mel again, I definitely wasn't trying to platform, any like erasure of what's happening to people in Shanxing province and or anything like that. I just wanted to get the story and like I do empathize with people that I'm talking to. I do try to get into their heads, and if like I said something that gave somebody the thing that Sondsol was saying was that like I had found this place where I posted some cringe where I was like talking to her and like she was saying something about Vosh and he did something that reminded me of this one boxer, and I started comparing him to that boxer, and I was like, you know what, that actually that only works in that one little way. And I don't know, but I was trying to delete some of my own cringe, and I think Sondsol thought I was gonna cover up for Mel or something like that. So we had a discussion of that. We watched the tape, and he's gonna send me some footage that he thinks contradicts some things that she told me. So, you know, I mean, if
That'll
she's...
definitely be interesting. See, that's the thing that frustrates me is like, I don't know, like, again, with specifically to Mel, I fucking don't know what her real belief is. I don't really care. Like Mel in my opinion, Mel and I have disagreed on a million things, you know. I don't really care. I do find it frustrating that like this is just such a common topic that like on Twitter it seems to be constantly rehashing this like ridiculous weird proxy war where people argue about whether it's like it feels like people aren't actually arguing about like the actual issue at hand, and it feels very, in my opinion, it feels very insensitive is the way that I'll put it. I don't like the idea of people like fucking arguing back and forth over genocide. Like that feels ridiculously insensitive. Like I feel like we could have better conversations than this. But I feel like it's also at the same time impossible to pin down many of the ML's positions. And if you actually say, hey, like that kind of sounds like genocide denial, then it becomes a whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, why is this even a fight?
Well,
shouldn't it be easy to determine one way or another
Yeah.
what the beliefs are? And why isn't it? And when it isn't, then I start to go, okay, so are people being fucking dishonest here?
Yeah. Yeah, no, true. Yeah. Well, so like since I brought Mel on, I mean, I would have invited Vosh on too, but like I'm a small bean and I don't even know if Vosh knows who the fuck I am. So I didn't want...
You are?
Vaguely, you know, like that. Oh yeah, that drama chick that covers me sometimes, right? But like, you know what I mean? Like I don't like, I didn't have reason to think that, like, you know,
just
that he would. Yeah, well, actually, I did. I ended up doing just that. I ended up tweeting it out and just like to like in public let everybody know that, hey, you know, I gave Mel some time on my platform. I will give Vosh equal time if he wants to come on. And I will, you know, hear him out about his, you know, opinion either about what Mel said or, you know, if he wants to talk about like, you know, kind of like harm being done, you know, like I said to him that if he could justify, if he could point out to me that Mel was worse than Has, because I actually tweeted at Destiny, like, you know, about the platforming of Has stuff, because I was so concerned about that. I said that if you show me that like she's doing that kind of harm, then I absolutely have to disavow to remain consistent. So we'll see what comes of that. And you know, I'm willing. I would love to talk to Vosh. I think he's somebody that has inspired me for a long time, and you know, I have a lot of fond memories of watching debates of his back in the day.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like he's usually pretty open to talk about stuff. I mean,
he's just really busy and stuff, and I don't want to make any assumptions that he has, like, you know, time that he doesn't necessarily have. So, but yeah, it sounds like he might have some time for me, and I would love to chat with him, and you know, maybe, you know, he can tell me something that I'm like, if I'm missing something, like I want to know. I don't want to be ignorant. So you know, that's kind of where I'm at, you know. So.
Well, I mean, personally, I think that sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like a good plan of action, right? Like, I don't know, like,
yeah.
See if he'll come on and go from there.
Nice.
Yeah, that sounds like.
But we are talking about it now, so we'll figure something out. But yeah, thank you so much for coming by. I'll try to stop by if I'm awake. God damn,
you should.
I'll
I
try
think
to
it's
stop
gonna
by
be
your
mostly
stream.
a fun stream.
Yeah,
you know,
it sounds like it. I'm really curious about your new setup. I want to see that. So
yeah,
I'll definitely try to stop by, chat at least.
A lot of stuff. I got some cool projects in the works right now. I'm working on a spiritual deconstruction video inspired by are you familiar with Good Mythical Morning?
Yes. Rhett and Link.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rhett and Link, yeah, fucking love them. But they did about a year ago, they did this video talking about their experiences growing up Christian and being a big part of Christian ministries and stuff, which interestingly we have similar backgrounds but very different experiences. It was super interesting. So I was really inspired by their video, and I'm like, I'm gonna do one. And interestingly, I've been, so as a part of that process, I've been going and finding a bunch of my old journal entries. I found my old Bible, which is just totally loaded with notes and bookmarks and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be so good. So I'm putting together a big stream. I don't know when I'm going to do that. Probably probably like a week or two from now. Also, I'm having Jesse Singal on. Did you hear about that?
Oh my god, I didn't. I wanted to ask you about that, and also Borsinko. Or have you been in touch? Somebody was telling me that you talked to Carlin.
Yeah, I talked to her on Twitter. Like, she got really mad at me on Twitter, and then like I asked her. I basically called her out with this little TikTok video that I did, and she got really pissed about it. And I was just like, look, I'm just asking a question. I was even being nice. I was like, I think you did great in that debate compared to everybody
Oh
else.
god, yeah, she came out looking way good. Like a video that makes
funny.
Carolyn Borsinko look like a hero, and that like makes me feel sorry for Blair White. That's an interesting video. That's not a way I'm really used to feeling about Blair White. But yeah.
But she got super mad anyway, and then had a big fight with me on Twitter, and then blocked me after she realized it wasn't going in her favor, and that she was getting clowned on. And even though her account is like literally she's at like 80 something thousand, I have like fucking 4,000 something. What am I at now? I don't even remember. 5,000, 4,000, and I'm like, and yet I was ratioing the fuck out of her.
Oh wait a minute, Singal, isn't he? Like, okay, so Singal and Herzog, they are from the paper from Seattle, right? That's like your territory.
Yeah, I think
the one with Dan Savage.
Atlantic? Wait, no. Oh yeah, they recently did that new one. I can't remember what it's called. I have my whole notes thing. My brain is fried right now.
Oh, I totally know the feeling. I don't want to keep you up too late, but
it's the one. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the fucking. Because the fame. Oh, wait, hold on. Was it this one? What's the fucking page? I know that Singal's like, Singal's most well-known piece is the fucking Atlantic one, which I have some questions about. Some of the things I intend for it to be a really interesting little interview discussion. To be fair, Jesse Singal was kind of mad at me on Twitter because I was like, I think that Jesse Singal is like really bad faith and very careless with some of his messaging, but I don't know. He said he wanted to have a peaceful talk, so we'll do our best. And I mean, I'm not going to go easy on questions.
I do consider him like at least adjacent to the Nazgul vortex. So like, yeah, he's definitely been on my.
Like there are parts of there are some times that I look at him and I'm like, okay, like I can't tell like what level of like honesty is going on here. Like there are some times where I look at some of Jesse Singal's work and I go, okay, is this just somebody who kind of has like a chip on their shoulder about trans issues? They're really like seriously like hung up on it, and then but maybe they have some genuine concern somewhere in there and I can actually talk to them, or is this somebody who who's just got an ulterior motive? And I don't know, but I hope to find out. So yeah.
Same thing for Katie Herzog in terms of your appraisal,
as well, but okay. I am familiar with her. I just don't know her as well.
Yeah. I've been studying up on that stuff. It's real, and hey, there's something that I can get behind Vosh for. Vosh has been raising awareness about the Nazgul vortex and how it is something that really needs to be paid attention to, especially considering that like Democrats like Biden
the Stranger. That's right. I forgot Herzog writes for The Stranger.
Yeah. The Seattle. It's a Seattle paper, right?
Yeah, it is. It's really, really famous around here.
Yeah, there's a free paper. So I think I mentioned this before, but I did my undergrad or part of my undergrad at Seattle Central, so I am a little bit familiar with it. Actually, the area of Chaz was around where I used to live when I was in Seattle. But
I lived on Capitol Hill for a little while. But that was
it was so expensive too. Like I paid so much money for such a shitty little room and like my landlady, like when I asked her for a breakdown on the rent, because I was like, she would like laugh in my face and stuff, and she's like, I can have somebody in there in a week. Like, please don't even.
Yeah, it's really bad. Seattle rent is out of control. That's why we don't live in like Seattle proper anymore. We used to though a long time ago. Well, anyway, I'm gonna head off.
Thank you so much, and I'll try to check you out tomorrow.
And chatting and whatnot.
Absolutely. I'll try to be by tomorrow to check out what your new setup looks like, because I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as always, Irene, great talking with you.
Good to talk to you too. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye.
That was really cool. That was really cool and unexpected. Yeah, we scheduled Sondsol, but had no idea that Demon Mama was gonna be by. So that was a little unexpected treat for you and for me. But yeah, that was. Let's see. I want to go over with you the Vosh mad stuff, and the joke about that is that Vosh isn't actually mad at me. Some DGG people are. I don't want to like. I kind of went off. I you know, like there's a danger in this. Like when I bitch about some DGG people, like there's a danger that like it's gonna spread the thing and be like, oh yeah, she just hates sorry, did I say DGG? I meant VGG. She just hates VGG, and I absolutely don't. I have a lot of friends that are in that community, and you know, I've seen some really good things, positive things come out of it. So anyway, so this was the tweeting that happened today. Okay, so after losing, like, you know, so I did a stream last night, which some of my highest numbers that I've done so far, right? And yeah, like I think I had gotten like 800 views on it or something like that, right? So like there's a little conversion factor that I have in my mind of like, you know, given how many views I have, how many subs do I expect to gain? Instead of gaining subs from that stream, I had like a net loss of subs. So and now I see that there's like there's something on Reddit. I'm guessing that's something that they, you know, somebody complained about that stream, characterized it as me simping for Mel, which I wasn't doing, and Mel would tell you that herself. We haven't talked in forever, and you know, I was just wanting to catch up with her and kind of, you know, get her perspective on that. And I hope people are comfortable with that, because like if you want to be able to talk to somebody, and let's say somebody is bad faith, right? They're gonna let their guard down a lot more if they're comfortable with me than if, like, you know, I'm fucking blowing them up and saying, well, hey, I don't like this, you know, take that you've got, like, from the get-go. Like I'd like to try to, and I also like to try to talk to people on an emotional level, which is a weird thing, because like, guess what, these content creators, they're not just images on a screen, they are people, and there's people behind there. And I think that getting in, you know, actually talking to the people, it can be useful, right? I guess it could be, you know, a distraction. I guess it could serve to, like, you know, obfuscate for some bad faith actors, but like, you know, that's I try to be on guard for that. But anyway, yeah, so after this, like, I went ahead and put out the tweet to just say, for the record, like, I am not taking sides on this. You know, and, you know, if Vosh wants equal time, then I'll absolutely give Vosh equal time. Now, in my mind, this was just to convince everybody that was, like, thinking that I'm a huge simp for Mel, that, look, here it is. Vosh is invited. Vosh can come. And, like, maybe they don't know that, you know, like, I'm a much smaller content creator. I'm not somebody that Vosh is necessarily going to have on his radar. But yeah, so I tweeted that, and I also tweeted this. This is the, okay, so just so everybody can see what we're talking about here in terms of the last time I spoke to Mel. This is how it went. The internet. A lot of that is because of the Nazis that have doxed him, and it all gets mixed together, and he doesn't know who's attacking. Is it a Nazi? Is it a leftist? Like, what's the fuck is going on? I mean, like, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of shit that people are not taking into account.
Irene, I had an abusive childhood too. Like, what do you want? I don't want to compare everyone's oppression. This isn't the oppression Olympics.
But that's exactly what you're doing, and you fucking always do this. This is your debate tactic. This is your shitty debate bro thing, okay? And just because it comes from a different perspective doesn't make it any less shitty. It's still disingenuous.
Can we take a step back here?
Wow, that's really fucked of you to say, Irene.
I don't think it was any spicier than what you said about me.
I live for drama.
You literally just assumed I went to college, Irene.
You got me, Mel. Psh, arrow to the heart. Should I just, like, kill my...
No. Why would you assume that I went to college? You literally defended Zan, but your point to defend Zan was like, oh, you probably went to college, Mel. I'm like, what?
My whole no, that was like that was me. Yeah. Anyway, just so everybody knows, okay. Mel, when I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. Oh, here we go. I don't know if I've exactly heard you do that on stream.
Hey, there's a cat. That's a really cute cat.
Sorry, Irene. I just don't like.
Just once.
Really love
just
being,
once.
That's a really cute
I would
cat
love
there.
to see that. So yeah. Anyway, the conversation was about Xander Hall. I was like, talking to Mel and trying to describe that, like, he hadn't had, you know, she was criticizing him as being an intellectual lightweight, essentially. I assumed that Mel had, you know, had some college, and that was probably a bias on my part of thinking that people who have like formal higher education are going to talk and think in a certain way that people who, you know, are autodidacts aren't. So, you know, like I was, you know, pretty much, you know, thinking that like making some assumptions, and I was also kind of checking in with her. Sometimes I will like, so you're, you know, you've done this and that and the other, right? And she hasn't, you know, she didn't do college, you know, the stuff that she knows she taught herself, you know. It's you know, it was from the fact that she's, you know, into reading theory. It's not that, you know, she had like, you know, any sort of course. So anyway, like I was going to use that as a way. My argument didn't exactly rest on that, right? And that is, I felt a little bit burned by that fact that she was taking one little part of the argument, falsifying that, and then saying, I can throw your argument away, which you can't, okay? Because it's not like, you know, that's, you know, that was just me establishing, you know, the facts of the matter, not me, like, you know, needing for her to have gone to college for this argument to be true. So anyway, I flipped out and I told her that she always does the Impression Olympics and that's her shitty little debate bro tactic. And, you know, we didn't talk for, this was like in December at least. So yeah, we didn't talk for like 3 months after that. We like, you know, I blocked her on Twitter. I was afraid because like right after that, tanky Twitter came down on me. Okay, tanky Twitter went like they did not like what I said to Mel. I got fucking canceled by tanky Twitter for that. I didn't trust Mel. I was like, you're a part of the, you're directing this big old herd of evil tankies to like fucking harass me and give me shit. And the truth of the matter is that like when she found out what was going on and what people were doing to me, she felt legitimately bad. She wasn't, you know, standing those bad praxis assholes that like, you know, tried to, you know, paint me out to be a racist or whatever the hell they were trying to do, right? She wasn't on their side. So, you know, there was a lot of misunderstanding there. I was hoping that we'd be able to reconnect and like understand each other. But yeah, you know, it caused more confusion and people took my desire to, you know, make right with Mel. What I think people can agree that I was a little bit unreasonable, right? Can we agree on that? I was a little bit unreasonable in this clip, okay? And I can admit that. I can admit when I'm wrong about something. And that's something that I really want to like go. So Sondsol was like, you know, talking about the whole thing of like, you know, there's the dominance of this and there's the dominance of that. Hey, if you watch my Peterson videos, you know that I'm not a big fan of dominance culture. I'm a big fan of radical honesty, and I'm a big fan of openness. And those are things that don't happen when we're constantly trying to get dunks on each other. So I don't know. Magnet in the closet? Wait, what? I was a little bit silly. Yeah, I was a little bit silly there. So I felt bad about that. And I didn't even know, like, you know, I wasn't even sure if Mel would want to talk to me after that. So I was a little surprised that she came on at all. And maybe it's a debate. You can get passionate. Yes, you can. You can. And like, you know, like you saw chat, you saw the rest of the panel like reacting like, you know, and it's like, you know what, girls can fight, and it doesn't have to be like, you know, it doesn't, you don't have to, you know, do those kind of memes and stuff like that. Like, right? Like we have, I thought I had a horseshoe emoji. Wait, what is the in the closet thing? What am I missing? Okay, so it's the horseshoe, so horseshoe theory. Oh, is that... Okay. Chat, I'm probably too tired to meaningfully... Did I do okay tonight, chat? Did I post cringe? You can tell me. You can be honest. Like, I'm trying to walk a very difficult line here, okay? Like, I really don't want to think that Mel is, like, pulling the wool over my eyes and using me. But at the same time, if that's not what's happening, I have to be open to seeing that. I have to be open to, like, accepting what Sondsol says is, you know, proof. And I don't think he showed me proof tonight, but, you know, I mean, this is I did amazing. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, it was really cool to talk to Demon Mama. I didn't expect her to come by at all. I've definitely got to shave my armpits. Otherwise, Haas will make fun of me, right? Because a girl's not supposed to have hairy armpits. Isn't that right? Like, you know, if I'm the right kind of trans person, Haas will accept me. So I gotta shoot for that. Shoot for being... Maybe I should just bring Haas on and, like, instead of debating, I can have him give me fashion tips since he's, like, you know, such a... Like, you know, he says that this isn't right, you know, it should be more like, you know, what normal people wear, stuff that won't scare normal people. I don't want to take normal people and, like, be, like, pushing the Satanism in their face, even though Satan's not real, and Satanism is not real, and, like, it's a QAnon conspiracy theory. I still, like, this is what the people believe, the people. This is what the people, the workers, the real people, not us trans people, or us, like, you know... Chaz mugshot people as he called us, but you know, the real people. So the real working class. Take a step back and contemplate. Is Sondsol has proof? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And that's the same thing with anyone. You know, if anybody has, you know, something that they think I'm not seeing, that they think I'm not looking at, don't make the assumption that I'm in bad faith, like some idiots that fucking burnt their bridges with me by, like, unfollowing after last night's stream. And don't think I don't fucking know who you are, because I do. And don't think that you're gonna come crawling back to me when you want to be part of my community again, when you realize I'm not a fucking evil genocide denier, you fucking assholes. You fucking bloodless cowards. Look, at the worst, this shit with Mel, at the worst, is cancel culture, okay? Because, like, I've felt like the demand that I fucking disavow. Now, if she's a fucking evil tanky and she laughs at genocide, yeah, I fucking disavow, okay? But you gotta show me that. You can't just assume that I'm gonna take your fucking word for it, okay? You've got to actually show me proof, all right? And don't make the assumption that, like, you know, god damn, dude, like if there's people out there that don't give a fuck about genocide, that are just like, yeah, you know, you gotta let that slide, then I don't think it's most people, all right? So just making that assumption that, like, anybody who, like, is too nice to somebody that you dislike, that you think that about, is necessarily on the same page, that's fucking idiotic, all right? And don't fucking unfollow me and then complain that you got fucking blocked. You piece of shit, okay? You absolute dog shit human being. Don't fucking complain to me that you got blocked when you yourself unfollowed me. Like, right? When I see that shit, I do the same thing that Vosh does, and Vosh has said this before, is that, like, he takes, like, do people, you know, people following and unfollowing, that's pretty much an endorsement, unendorsement. So, like, what I do is generally, like, if somebody's, like, unfollowing me at a crucial time like this, where it's like, okay, this is what you think about me, I don't want your at. I don't want your garbage on Twitter. I want to cut the ties there. And hey, if you think I'm a piece of shit genocide denier and that you're gonna, like, you know, fucking unfollow me based on that, then you can fuck off. You have no faith in me. You didn't come and ask me. You didn't want to clarify. You didn't seek to maybe give me a piece of knowledge that you have that I don't have, that I might be missing. You just made the worst assumption. So fuck you. Anyway, that's my first drama stream on YouTube. I think it went okay. Oh, no context check. You might be able to arrange something. What? Guilt by association is cringe. That's what I'm worried about with Mel. And look, I don't give into cancel culture, you know, when it's somebody being called like a sexist or a racist or a transphobe and they're not, right? I don't give into cancel culture when it's that. And I sure as fuck am not going to give into cancel culture when you're just telling me somebody's a genocide denier and not actually showing me, okay? Like, I need verification. I need proof. And I'm not gonna fucking throw people under the bus without it. I'm not gonna make the assumption, well, all these people are really angry and they seem to, you know what? All these people can fuck off. They're not the kind of subscribers that we need. They're not the kind of community that we want. They're fucking bloodless cowards. They're gutless fucking swine, and they're bowing their heads to cancel culture, and they can eat my entire ass. God, I got a little toxic here, but like I had to drop the Rockatansky one-liner there. I hope you don't mind, chat. I'm really pissed. Mama was on. Yeah, Mama was on. Did I make your job hard for you? No context check. I'm sorry. I'm sure you can find something though. I'm sure you can find something from tonight's stream. Oh yeah. You maybe take that old clip of me and Mel or something like that. I don't know. Maybe you can do something with that. Wait, what have you done so far? It was like the clip of me talking to. I've seen a couple of your clips. There was the one where I was talking to Destiny about like mayonnaise, and like the fact that he doesn't want better mayonnaise and he should, because like he's complaining about mayonnaise all day. And then there was the one about cheese. Did I say something? It's mayonnaise and cheese so far. Oh no, the meat one. So it's all, I think the theme is like Irene doing things that a vegan normally wouldn't do so far. So I don't know, maybe you can continue that theme, or maybe you can find, I don't know. I'm sure you'll find something cool to do with my digital image, digital persona, all that stuff. Oh yeah, also Nocommentchick. Fellow Canva user, I noticed. So we appreciate that here. To be continued. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So I've kind of showed you, you know, what went on with Vosh today. I won't show you our DMs, but we are talking, like, right. Vosh and I are in DMs. No, I haven't gotten any pictures of his knee or elbow or anything wacky like that. Yeah, Aiko was in there too. Aiko's not a big fan of Vosh, it looks like. Oh yeah, so he comes in and he says, talk about what? And this was the unexpected thing. I did not expect him to reply, but he did. And so, you know, obviously, if we talk, we've got to talk about JoJo. We've got to talk about JoJo. And then from there, it just degenerated, and people are like asking, yeah, there we go, more JoJo memes. People are asking, are we gonna do wait. Was it? Oh god, yeah, this is what Demon Mama was just talking about with the threading. The fucking horrible threading. That was a meme. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. He did sound a little bit annoyed. Like, talk about what? What is there to talk about? Oh yeah, skipping Phantom Blood. That's a spicy take. I would never. I started on Phantom Blood, and I'm glad I started on Phantom Blood. It's weird, it's cringe, but it's my kind of weird, and it's my kind of cringe, so... Wait, how am I not following? I thought I was following Mel. Oh wait, I actually, chat, I think I was like so I had her banned, right? And it was because of that whole tanky Twitter like thing that, like, I don't know, I think in my mind she like controlled tanky Twitter, and I was like worried that she would like send them against me or something like that, and I just associated her with bad praxis, and you know, none of that stuff was true. Like, when she found out what was going on, she found out who was canceling me and why. I think she actually gave him a little bit of her own elbow. So yeah, no, I mean, like, she wasn't behind the cancellation of Irene, like I kind of assumed. But yeah, that's what happened today with Vosh, and everything's okay. Vosh doesn't hate me. So just in case there's anybody out there watching, and like, you know, like you if you're a VGG stan, your dude is okay with me. Your dude is fine. Like me and the dude, we talking to each other, we have an understanding, and he's gonna come on. he is going to come on and we're going to talk about JoJo. So look forward to that in the near future. I'll try to get him for the next Bird Brains, but I get that his schedule might be a little bit less malleable than mine. So we'll try to find a place, a place and a time that's that works for both of us. So look forward to that. Thank you everybody as always for being here. I appreciate you so much. You're the community. You're what it's all about in the end, not me. And I appreciate you having faith in me, especially when so many people might have been in your ear trying to tell you all kinds of fucked up shit about me that wasn't true. So I appreciate that you're not a bunch of bloodless cowards like some people. But let's concentrate on the people that we care about, not the people that have shown themselves to be fucking utterly worthless and not community members I need anyway. So I say good riddance. That was my own little shrimp purge there. I just didn't say it. I was purging you. I was testing you. And you all passed. So much love. And meow, meow. And I need to get to sleep. And you probably need to get to sleep too. We all need to get to sleep. Let's all get to sleep. Let's all just like go to sleep. And then I will see you tomorrow. I'll probably be back on Twitch tomorrow because like I need to give my Twitch account some love. But yeah, like and subscribe. Hey, if you haven't subscribed already, I could really use that help. I got fucking canceled hard, but I don't know who. I don't even necessarily think it's VGG. I think it's a certain like anti-Irene faction within VGG that was looking for a reason to shit on me. So fuck them. Subscribe, be part of the community, and yeah.